So if you can get comfortable, put both feet on the ground. If you'd like to close your eyes, you're welcome to. And if you'd like to take a nice deep breath. And imagine yourself in a field of beautiful white light. A field without boundaries that extends infinitely in front of you, behind you, above you, and beneath you. And as you inhale, this beautiful white light fills you with energy, connects you to your body, connects you with every element of the universe. Now as you continue to breathe in, feel the energy coming into your body, grounding you and connecting you. And as you exhale, feel all the tension, all the stress, all the worry, the laundry list of things you need to do. Allow all of that to just simply dissipate. And as you continue to inhale, feel that energy growing fuller within your body, grounding and connecting you. Feel the energy moving down through your feet to the core of Mother Earth, connecting with this beautiful, pristine light that exists within Mother Earth, that nourishes you, that sustains you. And feel that energy coming back up through the body, out through the crown of your head, to the center of the galaxy. And the energy comes back down and it fills you once again. The only responsibility you have for the next hour is simply to be present. There's nothing you need to do, nothing you have to know with the mental mind. Simply be present. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
How about a question?
Okay.
Do you know how many people are viewing from afar?
You're talking about extraterrestrials and beings of light, or are you talking about physical people?
Thank you. Physical people.
Okay, because I had a different answer for you.
Give us both answers.
I don't know about the physical. What I heard for the non-physical is that there are more than you could possibly imagine. So anytime we have a gathering like this, you know, it creates this volume of light, this concentration of light, and many beings are very fascinated to see what's going on, so they'll simply check in and to be of service if they can be. So it's more than just your own guides and celestial friends who will show up to be of support. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi. Are you going to take
Sure, why not?
Okay. Something came up in the meditation, and I kind of lose track when I have to imagine the light. I get lost, and I try to marry it with my breath, but I'm still getting lost with imagining the light.
Yeah, because I'm hearing that you want to go out. You want to go out of your body. So they're saying that if you can imagine connecting just with the earth, imagine 2 points, one being the core of the earth and the other being any point in your body, whether that's your solar plexus, well, they're saying your solar plexus for you. Imagine the connection between those 2 points and just running that energy up and down those 2 points. If you see it as a rod of light, it's not expansive, and they're saying gold for you to see, that will be more specific, because when you get into the white, or especially white light, they're saying you're out. So yeah, just see if you can imagine that. And grounding is such an important thing, and a lot of us are really struggling with it. My guides have worked extensively with me over the last year to help me, because I'm somebody who can leave very quickly. And so they've really had me doing exercises that help me ground and connect, and doing physical things like Tai Chi. that get me to ground and connect, and I have to be very consistent with it. And it makes a huge, huge difference. And I noticed in all the private sessions, it would be the same conversation, that we're just not grounding. And for those of us who are empathic, we have a tendency to leave very quickly when we encounter something that feels challenging. And we were able to compensate a bit by doing that, by pulling our energy up so we didn't feel everything as intensely, and that worked for us for a very long time. It's not working any longer. So we have to ground and we have to stay present. And as we hit the outer edge of people's fields, as we're walking around, the first layer that we're encountering is typically all their stuff. And it resonates with our stuff. We feel it, and then we kind of go into contraction and pull up. And if we can stay open and push just a little farther, what we notice is that we start seeing all their divine energy. So we start connecting with the divinity within other people, and we only can do that when we're holding our own divine energy. If we're resonating with our own stuff, then that's the layer that we're going to see and experience in other people. So grounding is really, really, really important. Really important.
How does grounding help in that respect?
Because when you're grounded, you have an awareness. Well, there are two things. One, you complete an energetic circuit. You have to connect with the celestial realms as well as the earth, because we are part of Mother Earth. Our elements come from her. She keeps rhythm and pulse for us, for our bodies. And so when we start working with technology, if we're not grounded, we start to resonate, we start to entrain with the frequency of technology, which is not necessarily in sync with Mother Earth. This is why sometimes the cell phone can really affect us. But if we're really grounded, then we don't entrain to that frequency, we entrain to Mother Earth. So that's one reason, because we need to complete the energetic circuit so that we're in natural rhythm. The other piece is that if you're grounded, then you have an awareness of your frequency. You have an awareness of what's going on, where you're vibrating physically, emotionally, and mentally. So if you encounter something else that you have an awareness that, oh, this is where this person is vibrating, I don't necessarily have to join that frequency. I can maintain my own, so we don't fall out of our resonance quite as easily. It helps us maintain our frequency. Does that help? Yeah. Good. Well, we all do, you know. Somebody's angry and all of a sudden you're feeling really agitated, or you walk into a room after an argument and you may be really sensitive to that frequency right now, or you're not grounded. Then it's very easy to take that on, or to align with that frequency. Because it's not really that we're taking it on, we're simply choosing to align with the frequency.
How does grounding and attachment to the materialistic things are different? For example, some people are attached to the house, they are just attachment to the material things, and how the grounding, like the way we do it, we connect to the energy itself. How these two things are different?
Well, when you're grounded, I think you have the ability to be a lot more present. So attachment to me is something completely different, because attachment can be to anything. It can be to an emotion, it can be to a thought, it can be to a physical object. So the grounding, I think, helps us so that we have an awareness of where we are. Where am I vibrating physically, emotionally, and mentally? Am I going to that same frequency? And that's what the attachment is. It's the repetition of that frequency, trying to get the same result from it. Or trying to, really it's about connection. You know, ultimately, all we want is connection with source energy. And so we're trying to get that semblance of connection with source through our attachments.
This detail comes up a lot for me because I live in an apartment building and it's 3 floors up, and I feel like I can't always get to the ground to actually put my bare feet down. I mean, obviously that's ideal, but how much do semantics kind of play into this, where you feel like you actually physically have to be like cored down to the earth, or can you just imagine that?
Yes. You can just imagine it, and you know how much it's different, or how much each person needs to be physically grounded depends on your belief system. So if you think you really have to be on the ground, if that's the thought that you're running or the belief you're running, then you need to be on the ground. If you can just imagine it and know that whether you're physically touching it or not, you are part of Mother Earth, then you don't have to be there, all right? Because you're always connected with her. Yeah. So first, I would like to thank Rob and Kalina for putting this event together and all of those volunteers. It really is a pleasure for me to be here, and thank you to you and everyone who is watching this at home. I have been channeling for over 20 years now, and to me it seems impossible that it's been 20 years in some ways, and because it seems like such a long period of time, and in other ways it seems like I've been doing it my entire life, which I suppose at some level I have been. And when I first started, I worked with my own angelic guides, and I started with automatic writing, and then the Pleaidian Collective came in at the time when I was ready to start channeling verbally. And they are the guides who take point when I work publicly, but I actually work with many different beings from many different star systems. And the Pleaidian Collective is a group of about 2,600 beings of light. They don't have physical form. And they actually, rather than incarnate to a planet, they align with the celestial body. So they actually align with Alcyon, which is the central sun in the Pleiades. And they also work with tone and sound, which is one of the reasons why they were waiting for me to start channeling verbally, because they wanted to work with those sounds. It's not any one particular dialect. It's just tones and sounds that resonate with you at a cellular level. People always ask where I'm from. I'm from Kansas. And when I first started channeling, the Pleiadians sounded very British, and then the tones started to change and had more of an Australian quality, and that was a real workout for my jaw because there were vowels and positions that my mouth was not used to making. So just know that they are working on you energetically, and I'm sure this is true for all the channels that you're going to receive, that the guides are helping working in our field. They're not doing anything that you don't want them to do. Don't worry about that. So you want to make sure you drink plenty of water over the next several days, because you are moving a lot of things in your energetic field, and that translates down to the physical body. So the body will have physical releases. So just try to honor what your body asks you for. You might feel like you want to go to bed early, or you might want to move it more or less, or you might crave different foods. Just listen, and that's really it. So we did do a little meditation. For those at home, you might want to take a couple nice deep breaths. And I think the Pleiadians have a few things to say about the questions, and we'll see where we go. But they're going to start here, and then we'll get into some questions because we want to make sure there's plenty of time. Yes, hello, dears. This is the 9th Dimensional Pleaidian Collective, and it is a pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to connect with you. So it is quite the full house today. Each of you has brought along 6 or 7 additional people. So, you know, they're each vying for some attention and wanting to get bits and pieces of information in. And for those at home, know that we also are connecting with you. We know your questions, we know the information that you are seeking, and so we will try to incorporate that into our conversation today. But we want to start by talking about awakening within. And what does that really mean? In the simplest of terms, the easiest way for you all to awaken from within is to practice presence. And it isn't about doing anything special. It's about understanding that you have to start working with your state of being. And that feels very, very uncomfortable to most of you because you are socially conditioned to use just masculine energy. It's do, 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 do. And that's the only thing that really, from the societal perspective, has a lot of value. What are you doing? What are you creating as far as what is tangible? It's not about the intangible. You're creating an emotional state right now. Do most of you think you would be excited if your friend told you that they were creating an emotional state? Probably not. But if they told you they were building something that was external, that they were going to someplace, then you have a deeper sense of connection because of your social conditioning. Now, with the state of being, it's about first selecting a vibration, and that means getting quiet. You don't have to be sitting in the lotus position. You don't have to be doing anything special. It's just simply find a still moment for yourself. And imagine yourself creating a void within. a womb of sorts for all your creative thoughts. And then select a frequency that you want to work with for your day. Maybe you would like to work with peace, or maybe you would like to work with inspiration, or concentration, or connection, or joy, or abundance. And pick one frequency to work with for several days. So choose your frequency, and right now we'd invite all of you to find one frequency that you would like to embody for the day. Can you all find that? You're all such a quiet group. Thank you. And note how it feels in your body. Because every single vibration that you could possibly imagine, every emotion that you would like to feel, all of you have at some point already experienced it. So it's not that you don't have any sort of marker or any sort of reference point. You've got it. You just have to imagine it and expand it. All right? And then feel that emanating out from you. You've now moved into the masculine action. The feminine state was the imaginative, the reception of the frequency, finding it, locating it. And then you pulsed it out to the universe. That's the masculine. Now, you move back into a feminine state of reception to observe what's going on. What's coming towards me? What am I receiving? Think about a king on a throne who's receiving beings coming into him to give him information. And that's what you're doing from the universe. The universe is supporting you. It wants to be of assistance to you, and it will always match the frequency that you're vibrating. The problem for most of you is that most of what you're vibrating is coming from the subconscious level because you're not concentrating and focusing consciously on what it is you want to create for yourselves. So as you are observing the frequency, you say, ooh, that one's interesting, I want that one. And then you step out to greet it. It may be that somebody seems approachable and they seem nice and you want to connect with them, so you step out and you say hello. So you've moved back into the masculine energy again. And it is a constant oscillation between the masculine and the feminine. And this is what is so important and why you have to start working with this state of being. Because if you skip this step and just start working with the masculine, you all get very, very tired because you're not going into that receptive state of being. You're not recharging yourself. Because also in that receptive state, you are receiving source's energy. You're also receiving divine guidance that will help give you clues as to which frequency you might like to play with. As your highest self, you become more aware of. When your highest self says, we'd like to play with puzzle solving today, or we'd like to play with abundance today. That seems to be a big one on all of your minds right now. So you'll receive information and inner guidance as to the highest action for you, so that you know what direction to step into. Now, when you're working on your state of presence in that way, that's how you begin to awaken. You begin to get that divine inspiration about what to do in the world. So many of you right now are feeling stuck. We hear this day in, day out. I'm stuck, I don't know what to do. Because the idea, again, is about this doing state first. You're not going to that first step, which is about working with your state of being. What state of being do you want to experience? You think that the external world reflects back to you what is internally then going to unfold. So in other words, your incidents create your emotional reaction. But really, the initial emotional vibration that went out is what created the reflection that reinforces your emotional state. Are you all with us?
Yes.
And that's really, really important because you forget the first step. So the more you start working with that first step, you can direct reality a bit more, you can be far more present, and then you start to awaken. It's not complicated. The process of awakening is very, very simple. The process of ascension that we speak of is very, very simple. There are only two things you have to do. One is to ground and connect. The other is to be present. If you are doing those two things, everything else takes care of itself. You will have the divine guidance. You will have the higher wisdom of what action steps need to be taken, what beliefs need to be released. And quite often, it's not even so much about knowing the story about what your programs are. It's simply about choosing a new frequency, making a new choice, reinforcing your state of being. Because when you put yourself there, the universe then responds. Because you all are so mental, you're so mentally oriented, you have a tendency to need to know the story, and you're like dogs with bones. You're not giving it up until you know what's creating the situation in your life. The truth of the matter is, you don't have to know. You simply have to choose a new frequency to be in alignment with. You can do it the what we would call the 3D way, in understanding the backstory, because sometimes that can help you to have a perspective that allows you to release a bit. But oftentimes you all get too caught up in the story. Oh, this happened to me when I was 5. Oh, this happened to me when I was 15. And you keep replaying the story. So in other words, you keep pulsing out the same frequency, so you keep getting the energy back. Let the story be. Choose a new frequency here and now. Because every now moment is built upon an agreed upon set of circumstances. You have the collective energy of what you agree is the collective history. So in other words, this happened, World War I, World War II. Last week we had this event go on. You had an earthquake. You've got this event and that event. And then you have your personal history. What happened to you, the good, the bad, all the story that you continue to replay. And it's interesting because most of those are memories that you keep telling yourself about, because there are so many things that you experience in life that you have no quote-unquote memory of, which for the most part, if it's not in the subconscious, it simply is not a story that you're retelling. All right, it's not part of your agreed upon circumstances that this now moment is built. So think about it this way. There is a giant sphere where all now moments appear on the surface. There is no linear time. Time is a construct. And you can move from any point on the sphere. All right, you don't have to go in a sequential order. You can be here on this side, and then the next moment you could actually be 180 degrees on the other side of the sphere. But the story that now moment is built upon is vastly different than the one that you're telling yourself right now. So you're probably not going to move that far. When you do move that far, generally what you experience in your terms as humans is a miracle. You change the story that the now moment is built upon. You can have a spontaneous healing. You can have a dramatic change in event. And that's because you change the story, the frequencies that are being pulsed out. And this is so important for you all to remember, that it's not about knowing the old story, it's about choosing the new one. And sometimes you have to keep repeating it, even though it doesn't seem authentic to you just yet, in order to align with it. And one of the fastest ways for you to do that is simply to have gratitude for the frequency itself. I'm grateful that I have abundance in my life, because you actually do. It may not be the form that you would like to see it in, all right? Say it may not be the money in your bank account, but you do have a tremendous amount of abundance, all right? Whether it's through food, or whether it's through friends, or love, or comforts. All right, there are always things that you have in abundance. Even if you want to have a gratitude for the negative things that are abundant in your life, that's still a form of abundance. And the gratitude for having that abundance of negativity will also help you to release it. It's your dislike of having that keeps you locked into that scenario. Your judgment, because part of you is attached to that judgment. The minute you release your judgment, you are able to align yourself with a new frequency. Are you with us on that one? So, we know we don't have a lot of time together, and we want to make sure that we take plenty of questions, and we have the feeling that much will come up in the course that we want to get across. And of course, as always, if there's something we know you need to know, we will get it in there, so no worries, dears. We do want to talk very briefly about questions and asking questions. It is such an important part of awakening that it is a lost art form for you. You have forgotten how to formulate questions. You think, oh, just tell me what I need to know. And we would say, when you start to dig, that helps you because it helps you to define what it is that you are truly, truly interested in. As you start to formulate that question, you will start to identify patterns of behavior, patterns of thought or emotional patterns that you continually go through. And you don't necessarily observe them unless you start going through this questioning process. What do I want to know about? So as you ask questions today, we would simply say, phrase the questions in such a way that the group can benefit. To come up and say, what do my guides want me to know, is not really of the greatest service to you. So dig a little deeper. And we would also say if you can keep it a question that would benefit everybody, that will elevate you and the rest of the group as well. So keep those two things in mind. It's, it's not a hard rule for you, but we would certainly say most of you can dig a little deeper with your questions. And this is really important if you want to start channeling. Because when you start asking us questions in detail, we can start giving you detailed answers back. Because when you ask us, what do I need to know? We have to go through all your records and see how our answers are really going to affect you. And if it's a general and broad, we will generally give you a broad answer. So the more detailed you get, the more specific we can get with you. So it's important for those of you who are working on channeling as well. So is there anyone who's got a question for us?
I have one.
All right, so we'll give you a moment to get to the mic. And while she's making way, we're very happy that you're all here. And know that we will continue to work with you over the coming days, weeks, and months. If you request it, even those of you who aren't requesting it, we will observe, and if you need a hand, we're happy to lend it. Your own guides are always with you. You're never alone, never a private moment, believe it or not. And, we're here to be of support to you and help you in the best way possible. So yes.
So when you're in a moment of deep fear, even though you have practiced and you understand all the things you've just mentioned actually, but it's something that really grips you, how would you help us? What would you say to get us out of that state?
The first thing we would say is take a deep breath. The difference between excitement and fear is breath. So as you breathe, you're able to move through the moment. You're not holding it. When you hold your breath, you suppress the energy. So allow yourself to breathe. That's the first thing we would say. And then imagine resetting your frequency. What would you like to reset it to? Peace, acceptance. What is creating the fear in the first place? So you want to go to the opposite for most of you, or if not, simply go to love. All right, if you're not sure, go to love. Think of something that makes you smile. And when you're in the grips of fear, it can be very, very challenging to get there. We understand it. We're not saying that it's always easy. We know in the mechanics of it are very simple, but the emotional experience, we know your attachment to emotions, your attachment to thoughts can be a bit challenging to let go of at times. So we would say take a breath, focus on something that makes your heart expand. Right now, we would like for all of you to think of something that makes your heart expand. We usually recommend an animal or a place because you might have other thoughts about a person that are running subconsciously. And continue to breathe. How do you feel in your bodies? Do you feel different? The same?
More solid.
Yes. Solid, we would often say, is a way that you all express your groundedness, your connection. Because some of you are out of your body so often that your bodies feel really dense and heavy when you get into them the first time. So it can feel really solid. But also think of it as being a pillar. You're very strong. You're not going to be knocked off. And the reason we have you stop and do these exercises is because if we just tell you about them, most of you will not do them. Which is why we had you take a moment and imagine it. It's not difficult. It's just reminding yourself that there is a tool available to you if you choose to use it, which is also something that we often recommend, that you set an alarm on your phones, because you all carry your phones around. So if you can set the alarm, you're reminding yourself to check in. Where am I vibrating at the physical, emotional, and mental level? What's going on physically? Am I tense? Am I tired? Am I energized? If you're tense or tired, just imagine yourself taking a nice deep breath and all the stress and tension just dissipating. You don't have to know the source of it. Just reset. Where am I emotionally? Am I feeling angry? Am I feeling frustrated? Am I feeling joyous or expansive? If you're feeling one of the higher frequencies, then you want to expand on that. And if it's one of the lower ones, acknowledge it. If it's a time and a place that you can go a little deeper with it, great. If not, just acknowledge it. Don't push it away. Don't stuff it down. Say thank you for being there, and now I know what that vibrational experience is like. And then realign yourself with a new frequency. I choose in this moment to feel peace. And then imagine what peace feels like in your body, because you have at some point felt peace. Might not have been for 20 years, but you felt it. All right? And then what's going on in the mind? Your inner critic is always very busy. So what thoughts are you going through? How am I going to get this done? It's not going to be good enough. Nobody's going to want this. Nobody's going to like this. Nobody's going to like me. Those are all the kinds of thoughts that go through. And if the mind is very active, you can calm the mind. You don't have to know how. In other words, you're not giving the mind instructions with the mind. It's like breathing. It's natural to you. You automatically know how to do it. And so it will be as you calm your emotions or you calm your mind. Just allow all the thoughts to dissipate. Allow all the emotions to dissipate. All the stress in the body to dissipate. And just go back to your sense of connection with Source. All of you, in every action that you are taking, believe it or not, you are striving for your connection with Source. You try to do it through your relationships. All of you are looking for the one. And the one relationship that you really are seeking is with Source. And as you deepen your connection with Source energy, you deepen your connection with every being, all creatures on the planet. And you can walk around in love all day long. It's not one person who does that for you. You just allow yourself to be vulnerable and open and expand yourself so that you are connected to Source, and you think it's that other person. But really it's you allowing more Source energy to flow through you. That's what gives you the feeling of being in love. So in every single thing that you do, you are striving to have a deeper connection with Source energy. And that really was this game. This is a game of descension and reascension. So you as a multidimensional being had an awareness of your connection to everyone and everything. And you decided, wouldn't it be fun if we went down to play this game where we forgot who we were, that we forgot that we were connected to Source energy, and how would that change our vibrational experience? Wouldn't it be fun? You all are questioning that now. But trust us, on the other side, you're thinking it's a really fun game. And you thought, how far can we go in forgetfulness, and can we come out? And many of you are in a rush to get to that 5D experience. You're already there. You are already there. So don't be in a rush to get there, because part of you's there. What you didn't know, and what was so interesting, is how do I go from this forgetfulness into this state of full connection? How do I do it when it seems so real? That's what you came for. That's the fascinating bit to the soul. Again, we know the ego doesn't always feel that way. But what we tell you is pain is perception. You can stay there for 30 minutes or 30 years. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you. If you are attaching with a victim-perpetrator state of mind, then you are going to experience pain and fear. When you perceive a situation from a co-creative level, you release your attachment to polarity, and that's when you experience peace. Are you all with us on that one? We understand sometimes easier said than done. You might have to keep resetting that point, bringing it back to center. Forgiveness, gratitude, those are important pieces there. Well, speaking of, we want to give you a quick prayer for forgiveness, if you will, because many of you are in need of that, forgiving yourselves and others. So we would give this to you in this time and in this space. I now forgive myself and all others for all perceived wrongdoings. We say perceived because really you're co-creating it and it's just an adventure. Known and unknown to me in this lifetime and in all other lifetimes. And so it is. And that's really all you have to do. And again, you may not feel that sense of forgiveness when you're writhing, you're seething mad, but it's a place to start. Because that anger and that upset only is damaging to you and to your body. And ultimately, whenever you're experiencing anger, you are angry about the way that you have suppressed your own divine nature. So it's always showing you your situation with another. It's always showing you the ways in which you are denying or expressing your divine nature. It's really that simple. So what can you do to express more of your own divinity? Oh, I need to speak my truth. Oh, I need to hold my frequency. Oh, I need to nourish myself because I've had all this energy going out and I haven't replenished it for me. So it's getting really clear about what is the upset and what are you denying within yourself, the expression of your divinity. How? What are you doing? That's another big piece of awakening. All right? So we hope that answered the original question. We went off on a bit of a tangent there.
Yes, thank you.
You're most welcome. Is there anything else right now?
Hi, my name is Jennifer.
Yes, hello.
Hi, I have a question. The work that I do as a light worker, I love to ground into Gaia, pull in the light, and be a conduit. And this is what I've done. I found that my life force has expanded from that. I've also seemed to have collected some beautiful orbs, and they're around me all the time. The rainbow orbs, green and blue and purple. And then I have this purple, it almost looks like a horn. It pops out and then all the orbs start coming out. I know that I have beings with me. I know that they're galactic beings of light and they're working with me, but I want to be able to open communicate. I know when they're there, I know I can feel them, but I would love to be able to channel and have a conversation because I know they're with me. And if you could tell me who they are and maybe a little more of an insight on these beings that are with me all the time.
Your guides are funny. They're saying the horn, the purple, is like a horn of plenty. All right? And the energy moves through it. All right, so there are a lot of layers to this. First off, for you in particular, you're clairsentient. And that can, when we give you a quote-unquote label, what we're doing is telling you what your strength is. It's not that you are only one thing. You have a genetic propensity to either be clairsentient, clairaudient, or clairvoyant. And in your case, it's easier for you to feel through the body than it is to see or to hear. And as far as channeling goes, that's usually the most challenging of ways to receive the information because socially you're conditioned to perceive your reality through your eyes and through your ears primarily. You aren't supported in feeling things through your body. Because if you were to say, I feel this, most people would say, well, you're crazy, or you're too airy. You're not dealing with hard facts. So there's a social conditioning there as well. So understand that when you channel, it's not always about you wanting to receive information in a particular way. That it means that it's not always going to be that way. Part of what determines how you bring in information is your genetic propensity, but also the beings that you're connecting with and the information that they have for you. Because some of these beings that you in particular are working with aren't presenting information that you have a language for just yet. So you're taking it in as the soul, all right? And this is very much like working with the language of light, all right, where it's the universal language that all beings understand. So they're communicating with you in this fashion. And you're taking it in and understanding at the soul level, but then you've got to find a way of translating it to the ego. And that's what you're doing right now. You're building up that translation so you can put it into concepts that will bridge the gap between the two, because these are multi-dimensional concepts that you're getting. Now, the mind, the egoic mind that you are all playing with, It was set up to create the illusion of separation. You had to have some mechanism to do that, and that's the egoic mind. And that's also the part of the mind where the language centers are. So you are, again, just trying to translate this, but the ego mind didn't want all the multidimensional information because you wanted to limit your experience, because that would change how you experienced reality. You wanted to change the information coming in to change the vibrational experience that you would have. It's one thing to know that something is coming. If you know that you're feeling a bit desperate because you're in need and you don't have a clue where something is going to come from, that sets up a different vibrational state within you, which is very different than if you knew something was going to be there just around the corner. Are you all with us? So that's what the ego was set up for, to give you this idea of separation. So you're taking the information right now and bridging the gap. So know that it will come with time. Feel the information, because when you get into your heart center, that's when you connect with this universal translation. When you all connect with your heart, all the questions that you have, all the little small questions you have about life, have you ever noticed they all go away? Because in that moment, you realize they're not real. It's just the program and the fear that the ego has running. But when you're in your heart-centered space, you know that you are supported by the divine. You know that there will be a path that will open for you. You know that you are safe. You know that you are loved. You know that you are fully accepted. So what happens is you go into that heart-centered space, you get that reassurance, and then you go back to the mind to pull it apart. And you all do this, even when you start to get bits and pieces of information with the channeling. And this is important for you as well, because you will get hits, you will get ideas of, oh, this is what I think they're telling me, I'm not sure. And if you have that intuitive thought in the moment, go with it. Because as we said, then you'll move back to the egoic mind and you'll try to analyze it. And at that level of awareness, that information is not available to you. You have to be in the heart center to read it, to access it. So ask your guides for confirmation. Say, I think this is what the beings are giving me right now. And, could you give me some confirmation here? And it may come in the form of overhearing another's conversation or reading the information in a book, or it may be repeated signs and symbols. And if you're wondering, is this my confirmation? Take it as such, because you wouldn't have the thought go through your mind if it wasn't. So trust in that. And that is probably the most difficult thing for all of you who are interested in channeling and opening your communication with your guides or your higher self, is trusting what you get. Even after 20 years in personal matters, we still have to prod Wendy. We have to give it 5-6 times before she'll sometimes believe it. Because sometimes you all say, is this really the truth, or is this just what I want to hear? Sometimes those two things are one and the same. But all of you have an awareness within you that in that moment, you know what truth is. It resonates very deeply with you. And then it may be a fleeting feeling when you move back to the egoic mind. But in that moment, you knew. That was clear. Most of you will have maybe 1 or 2 experiences in your life that you are certain without a doubt it is you connecting with something other than this world. You're connecting with source, or you're connecting with your guides. You knew that there was some other force at play. And typically those moments that are so obvious and without a doubt are ones that are meant to really push you in a particular direction. You're veering a bit farther off your soul's path, or you really need to open yourself up. So you give yourself 1 or 2 of those moments. The rest, it's really subtle. So you're starting to work with subtle energies. These are not really obvious frequencies like 3D frequencies. They're very, very subtle. We would often say it's the difference between powder blue and baby blue. All right, they are different, but if you're not accustomed to observing the differences in the frequency waves of those colors, then you might not notice it. You say, well, it's blue. All right, so this is about you training yourself, working, observing what those frequencies are. And the more you practice, the easier it's going to be to observe that. Now, we do want to give you the last part of your question. There is some Pleaidian energy around you that's playing with you and coming through, and playing in a good way. And then you also have some Arcturian energy. and a little bit of fairy in there. So those are the beings that are around you right now.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
You're most welcome. Yes, dear.
Hello, my name's Karen. I'm new to this, and I've been getting information during sleep.
Yes.
Wakes me up. I'm sorry. Hi. Okay. So I'm getting information during sleep, and I'm having a very difficult time with insomnia, but I'm really interested in the information I'm getting. I write it down, and I'm trying to understand how to transition that energy into a different time point in the day.
Well, part of the reason why it's happening at that time is because that's when you're most relaxed. That's when you're most available. So your guides are taking that as the most opportune moment. Because if it was throughout your day, you still have too many things going on in your brain about what you think you need to get done, things that need to finish in the day, or how things are going to work out. So you're already in a relaxed state. They're saying sometimes you're actually in theta. So it's much easier to receive that information when you're at that level, as you're coming up out of that lucid dream, as it were. And so you're already doing the best part here, which is writing it out, get it down, and then you can go back to sleep. They say probably another 6 weeks. We know you're probably not happy with that number, but another 6 weeks, and that will start to die down, and you can start working more during the daytime. But they've got to establish a clear connection with you here at the beginning, so that you know what that frequency feels like. So it's going to be really easy for you to hone into it, and you're just using the nighttime, because not only are you the most relaxed, but so is your environment.
Yeah.
Everybody else, the craziness isn't going on outside, and all their mental energy of those who would be awake, that's also calm. So it's just much easier for you to read the frequencies and interpret them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We get a lot of questions about dream interpretation. So, we're not really here to tell you what your dreams mean, but we will give you some feedback to help you analyze your own dreams. Because it's really about you trusting in what it is that you're getting. Your guides work very often in your dreams. What does it represent to you? Energetically, what do you feel? Sometimes you're looking for a literal answer or a literal correlation. In some dreams, you know that there really aren't dreams. You have a sense that, I think I was really someplace else. It feels different. There's a different quality about it to you. Trust in that. In those moments when you're out of your body at night and having conversations and you want to bring information back with you, you will couch it in the form of a dream. And we would say, many of the concepts, again, they're multidimensional concepts, and you're trying to find a way to relate them to the egoic mind. So they're not always literal. So sometimes we have to work with you to find ways of communicating with symbols and imagery that you would understand in your waking state. If you're someone who does not remember your dreams, how do you feel when you wake up in the morning? Work with that feeling state, because if you're waking feeling anxious, you're feeling stressed, look at the rest of your life. Is there any place else in your life that you're playing that frequency out? It might look very different on the surface. Maybe you're feeling in your dream controlled. You feel like there's some hazy memory about being in school and feeling controlled, that you couldn't do what you wanted. Maybe in your daily life, you're overthinking. You're trying to control every single little event. You're trying to micromanage. Or maybe you're feeling that your mother is controlling, all right, and she wants to butt into your life everywhere. So observe where you might be expressing that frequency. It might be that you're over-expressing it or you're suppressing it. It's going to be one or the other. And then start to observe that part of your life. Where can I express more of my own divine light? How am I not perhaps speaking up? Or how am I co-creating that with another? That will allow you to make the best use of your dream state. All right, it's not always literal. And we guarantee that if you're playing out a frequency in one area of your life, you're playing out in all areas of your life. It's there somewhere. So just if you're finding that you've got a particularly difficult relationship, what creates the difficulty in that relationship? Are you feeling that it's a communication issue, or you're not feeling particularly supported? And then look for it in another area of your life. Maybe you don't feel particularly supported by your partner. And then you play it out with work with your boss. All right, so if you find it difficult to work it out with the partner, start healing it through your work relationship, if that's easier for you. Because when you clear your attachment or aversion to an issue in one area of your life, you clear it where it exists to that frequency in all areas of your life. And you clear in levels and layers. Many of you saying, well, aren't I done with this issue? Why does it keep coming up? Because you're taking it in levels and layers. Because if you brought everything up at once, most of you would be a heap on the floor. So you sometimes feel like you're running in a circle, but really if you look down, that's your perspective. But if you looked at it from the side, you'd see you're actually spiraling up. You are headed up. You're not just going in a circle around and around. You're leveling up. All right? Yes.
Hello. Hi. My name is Brooke, and this seems to be a question that I have had to ask many times to myself and to various guides. But basically, I have the internal and external struggle with dealing with the fact that I am, and maybe you can make a general application, so it's not just about me.
It's all right.
But where I feel like I'm growing, I'm awakening, I'm getting through all my shit, I'm working through all the stuff that does not feel good and that I know I don't like about myself, and I'm forgiving myself, all that good stuff. However, I married somebody at a very early age who does not at all subscribe to any of these practices. It's slow. He's having slow growth and is slowly working the words like manifestation or universe into his vocabulary, but it's very slow growing. So how do you maybe find some sort of support and practical application for feeling love and holding that frequency when you're in the midst of somebody or a situation that feels very mock-based when you know it's coming from your own self? Does that make sense?
By mock, we want to make sure we're clear on your usage of the word.
Yes.
As in not authentic?
Not authentic.
Or
both.
mocking
actually.
is making fun of?
Actually, both.
All right.
The concept of being made fun of, like, oh, well, that's like woo woo, that's silly, whatever. And I know one time Nora told me, for example, like no one else is going to say something to you that you don't already say to yourself,
Correct.
which I appreciate and I totally resonate with that. However, there's also the piece of, for example, my husband tells me, oh, on Facebook you look like you're just all about love and goodness, but to me you're just not a good person. And I feel like I want to be that good person to everybody, even people that sometimes pull that out of me. Does that make sense?
So lots of levels with this one. This really is about always working on yourself. Always. Every relationship outside of you is reflecting the one that you have within, as we were saying before. So if you're not feeling supported, if you're not feeling that energy towards you is authentic, where are you not being authentic with yourself? Where are you not supporting yourself? All right? And it's making sure you're taking time to do those things. And it's really about setting up this practice. It's not about just doing it once for 20 minutes in the morning. It's not really getting the job done anymore. You have to do it frequently throughout the day. So if it's a matter of telling yourself every half hour, I love you. You're pretty fabulous the way you are. That's one thing. We would also say speak to your inner child. Your inner child is the representation of your subconscious. It's where all those subconscious programs are that are playing. You're not enough, you're not good enough, you're not deserving, you're not lovable. Have a conversation with your inner child. What does your inner child need to feel supported? Your inner child needs something that probably takes 5 minutes to do. And it's usually something that's very simple. Maybe something like, I want to be outside in nature today. I want to talk to a friend today. I want to do a puzzle. I want to paint. I want to go skip. All right? And these are things that you actually can do. As you start to honor that inner child, you'll find that you start feeling safe. As you start feeling safe, you're going to feel that you'll be able to express yourself clearer. So for you in particular, this is about boundaries. It's really not okay to speak to me that way. If you're speaking that way to your inner child, which is in essence what you're doing when that subconscious programming, that inner critic gets busy, then it's okay for other people to speak to you that way because that's what you've taught yourself. So when you start to change that programming, the pulsation of frequency is different. So your result in the external world will be different. Now, we will say something about partnership. For all of you, to have a long-term relationship, there are usually anywhere from 11 to 13 points of connection out of about 100 that you and your partner want to work on together. Those are points of connections. So as you create reality, what you pulse out is what you get back, and what comes back is a vibrational match. So in order to play with other people, you have to be in resonance. If you're feeling yourself charged, then you're still in resonance, all right? It's showing you where you are suppressing your divine nature, because otherwise the relationship will feel incredibly flat. You won't feel one way about it or another. You'll feel a bit more apathetic. You'll have appreciation for it, but there's just nothing there. If you're finding yourself charged, it absolutely has the potential to serve you, because it is showing you where you are not honoring yourself or where you're not living your full light. Does that make sense? Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
It's always about internal practice first. You have to start giving yourself more love. And we know for some of you say, well, I am doing it. You're just not doing it enough, because what happens is that subconscious programming is constantly being pulsed out. It's a weak signal, but it's constant. When you consciously direct your thoughts, it's a very strong signal, and it's very, very potent. And depending on your emotion that's behind it, we always say your emotions drive it into being. If you're really excited or really angry, then that's got a lot more gusto behind it than if you're, maybe I'm kind of apathetic about it. That's not really going very far, very fast. What happens is that you'll pull something out once, and then all the subconscious programs are going right behind it and usually negating everything that you just focused on. So that's why if you're doing something repeatedly throughout the day, that's going to help you to maintain that energy flow and start to manifest it. Now, the other part with manifestation, you have to be in the same vibration in which you have pulsed out the frequency in order to receive it. It's like you've got to be at the delivery address. So if you are in a really high state and saying, I'd really love to have this amazing, wonderful thing, you pulse that out, then what happens is that doubt creeps in, the lack of self-worth creeps in, the manifestation process, the lack of faith in that creeps in, and now you're vibrating at a much lower rate. So you're not in the same space to receive it. But what you are in the space to receive are clues as to where your vibration is, what's happening at the subconscious level. That's why we say that the process of ascension is about being present in the moment. Because if you're really present, you know what frequencies are coming to you, and you don't know what you think you need to do as the ego to get you to this place up here. All you have to really pay attention to is what's in front of me. Oh, I'm not really loving myself right now, so others are showing me that. So in this moment, I'm going to stop and I'm going to love myself. I'm going to realign to the frequency that I want. The universe will always bring you what you need in order to get what you want. You've got to be back up in that frequency. So it's showing you the steps by showing you what's right in front of you. All right, does that help?
Yes, and lastly, that helps a lot. Lastly, I feel a lot of fairy resonation as well as mermaid energy. Do you feel that with me, or is there any one particular that I should kind of gravitate towards to heal?
Mermaid and?
Fairy? Or more angelic, maybe?
No, right now, whenever you feel aligned to a particular system, you're doing so because you're working with that energy of that system or with that species. So for you, the fairy and the fae in general, and with the mermaid energy, you're aligning with it because you're trying to bring in part of that energy, that playfulness, that joy, but you're also healing some of the energy around those species. That you're working on that process of integration. Some of you would like to say, oh, I'm from the Pleiades, or I'm from Sirius, or I'm from Orion. You're not really from any of those places. You're from Source. That's just another level of the game. It's the story that you're choosing to tell yourself to align. So there may be a particular moment where you feel like you're really aligned with the Pleiades, and that means you're pulling in the lessons and the energy from that system. Or you might feel Sirius. So with the Pleiades, a lot of that energy has to do with records, history, if you will, because Alcyon is the central sun where all of the records from the entire galaxy are stored. Suns are like libraries. And so you have teachers, you have librarians, you have those who work with crystals. A lot of that energy is from the Pleiades. Sirius and Orion, those are very competitive systems. So you've got a lot of competition, you've got a lot of diversity. So you might find that you're drawn to that system, or there are healing modalities that will come from that system, and you feel like, oh, I have this lifetime, and that's the one I'm focused on right now, because you're pulling in the wisdom. But you're not from any of those places. You are from source. So it's really important that while you might focus on that, it's not the only place that you are. So right now for you, this is who you are connecting with. There are many beings that are around you. Your own angelic guides are saying they're happy to help, they're happy to play. But for you, it's about lightness of being, and that energy feels very familiar and very safe to you. So that's why you're playing with that energy right now. And it's helping you to ground, actually.
Thank you.
All right.
We have time for one more quick question.
All right, I'll make this quick, but just a short foundation. Next week we have a significant astrological event,
Yes.
which is the culmination of 4 full moons, and also the lunar eclipse that's going to be occurring. And it, if you listen to, obviously, there's always doomsday sayers that say this is the mark of something negative happening. I'm sure most of us would agree that it's a potential of growth, like I've heard. And I just wanted to know if you see any significance of this event from your perspective, and if you do, if there's anything we can do to help assist ourselves to gain the most from it.
So we're very happy that you brought this up, because it's both an excitement and a worry for many of you. And we'll be honest, it's really no different than any other day for you. Because right now you're going through an exponential increase in your energy, and it's just another day in a sense. We do pay attention to the equinoxes and the solstices, because those are bigger days. In a sense, you're receiving information from your sun and you're integrating information. It's keeping you on track. Right now, we would say that you're going through a big period with the integration of Orion energies, and those are specifically around control, authority, and competition. And you're seeing it rampant on the planet right now. And so it will play out in many different ways. Primarily, you're going to see it in your institutions, your police states, your military, and your financial institutions. That doesn't mean that you need to be upset about it. It's simply showing you where the collective energy is. So how can you help yourself? How can you help the collective? Pay attention to your own stuff. When you start reading all of these stories about potentials and energies that are about to happen, how do you feel? Does that elicit fear? And if so, that's just showing you that's where you get to process. It might be safety. All right, so where else in my life am I not feeling safe? Oh, I don't feel like I'm safe emotionally expressing myself with this person over here. All right, again, it might look different on the surface. That looks very different than your fear about cataclysm or your fear about financial ruin, all right? But it's, again, an opportunity for you to let go of that and to know that you are divinely supported. Safety is your inherent state of being. The moment that you have a thought that you're not safe, that's what creates the ability for that to manifest in your reality. All right? So just resonate with your inherent natural state of being. Think of it like you being as your soul's essence, this beautiful light. All right? And that's constantly radiating out. And then you cover it with filters. For those of you who are familiar with film or lighting, gels. You're covering it with gels, all right? Transparent gels. And then the light has to pass through the gel, and it's going to be colored by the gel or the filter that you've put in place. So that's what's going to come back to you, because that's what gets pulsed out. The light within you is never diminished. All right? It's always brilliant. It's always bright. So it's dropping all of these limiting beliefs of who you think you are or what you're going to experience. That's it. That's ascension. So we would say with the financial institutions, we don't see any big dropouts. There may be some fluctuation and change. You're building a new foundation, and in order to do that, you have to pull down some of the old institutions. Part of the reason we wanted to talk about the Orion energies are the last ones to really get integrated into your system. It was a very dense system, very heavily controlled. But the Orions made their way out. At the end of 2013, you started to bring back online your galactic grid around the Earth, which meant that more information about your galactic history became available to you. And because it's now available to you in a more accessible way, it's easier for you to go into the records, get the information about how other star systems, other civilizations have worked through similar issues so that you can start applying them here. It's going to be different in how you manifest it, but now it's there and it's available to you. It's a bit like having a recipe. If you don't know how to bake a cake and you just throw ingredients together, it's a big mess. But if somebody gives you a recipe, you can say, oh, well, here's my place to start, and now I think I might want to add chocolate to it, so we'll do that too. And then you've got a beautiful cake at the end, but you needed some sort of reference point, and that's what accessing these galactic layers of the grid, there's the light language, which is now becoming more and more prominent on your planet. You're hearing more of the language of light. You're finding your galactic light codes all available to you. It's because you're finally ready. And, you know, these are all helping you find new ways of working with your institutions. So your institutions have to crumble just a bit. And we don't mean this has to be high drama. High drama happens when you're not paying attention. So if enough of you are paying attention to your own personal lives, you don't need it collectively because you're putting it into the collective record. So as you start working with that, it's going to be much, much, much easier. So you don't have to have the drama. So just observe how you feel about the collective events. That would be our advice. All right, we hope that helps. But we don't see any big, it's not going to be a day and night shift. This is going to be a longer process for you. There's more information that will start coming out here shortly about your stellar family. We see more of that kind of shifting. That's kind of a hot energy shift right now when we're looking at things from where we're standing. And also, please understand the nature of time. And we know we're getting short on it ourselves, but we want to point this out. That time, you know, you're constantly moving from these now moments. It's not a linear, hard track that you stay on. You can move to another version of the now moment at any given moment. Just because the collective may be having a difficult time doesn't mean you have to be having it in your personal life. You may choose to stand on a now moment in which the collective is struggling so that you can hold resonance for others, so that you can be the way shower. And in that moment, you can experience absolute joy, absolute bliss, even though what's happening from most people's general perspective could be quite challenging. All right, your experience is always colored by your perspective. Your perspective is all about what filters are you holding in place, or are you coming from the heart center where there are no filters? And we'll leave you with that. So feel free to call on us directly, dear. You don't need Wendy. We will continue to be with you over the course of the coming weeks. From our perspective, we are always with you from one moment to the next because we don't experience time. And until then, we will be watching and waiting and sending many well wishes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. So, first of all, I'd just like to a big shout out to Rob and Kalina, because I didn't know Rob or Kalina, and Wendy Kennedy, who's a good friend of mine, said, oh, Rob's this great guy. And the one thing I've really experienced in getting to know both of them is they have huge hearts, and I'm a real sucker for anybody who has a really big heart. And so when I meet that in this field or anywhere in the world, I'm always very touched. And I know how big a deal pulling something like this off is. So thank you to those guys, and thank you to all of you who wanted to be here, and those of you watching at home online.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So it was interesting at the beginning of Wendy's presentation, she was speaking about how many people now are channeling and getting in touch with their own intuition. And I began publicly channeling in 2004, which seems like a lifetime ago now, not even so much in linear time, but I met somebody outside who said she'd had a program of mine, 2007, the Freedom Exercises, and she said it was a big high. It was a moment for her in time, and we were then talking about how different everything is now from 2007. And for those of you who've been kind of opening yourselves or ascending since that time, it is rapidly different in terms of consciousness and how everything is being affected on the planet. And so while I began as a channeler, one of my passions has become, where do we meet these frequencies in our human energy templates and patterns, and how do we use them to open? So one thing I could feel in the room earlier was, how's everyone's third eye and head doing? So you might just want to put your hand there or be aware of that energy, because particularly when a room of psychically active people get together with the focus being channeling and bringing in higher frequencies, what can happen is, number one, the third eye gets very active because everybody is activating each other. But number two, and this is the bit that we sometimes forget, our human minds and the way that we store all our patterns and our templates up there start to panic. And so a lot of energy can happen here around the head. And what you can do is just put your hand there to let it calm. And you can also invite the energy that's moving through your third eye and your head to just come down into your body. Just imagine it coming down into your body and slowly breaking apart all of those little patterns and emotions. Because this is the thing that really scares us around ascension. It's the irony. We want change and we're terrified of change. And part of that is because we become a person in the world based on all of our patterns. And that's our gifts and our limitations. So we worry that if we release one limitation, well then, how am I going to speak to my mother next week? Because we only speak about limitations. So if I release that limitation, I'm not going to be able to speak to her. And actually, the truth is, if you are in a relationship dynamic with someone where perhaps it feels to you that they are more dense or that they are more living in limitation, this is a better time than ever before to be able to lead and to be able to, in a really grounded, open way, go, this conversation is not going to go well with her this time, but you know what? I'm just going to be loving, even though she'll push against me or she'll resist. And I'll leave the call, not necessarily knowing that the call went how I would like it to go, but the second and the third and the fourth time, she'll get a little more used to that frequency with me. So I know that in the transformation that you're going through in your life, not everybody in your life is going to be ready for it or wanting it, but I guess what I'm holding a flag for is what I'm witnessing is, as much as there is a lot of anxiety coming up for people, as their emotions and their lives are changing and outside us, everything on a planetary level is changing very fast, there is also a really strong opening to love. That even if people are afraid of it at first, they will get used to it. And so I'm kind of reminding you, not that you need me to remind you, but to remember that you're leaders, many of you, around that area. Maybe your mum is a much better cook than you, and she is leading on the area of nutrition. That will probably be true for some of you in the room. It's definitely true for me. But I would also just remind that we get frustrated about what we're not seeing in the outside world sometimes. I wish people were more conscious. I wish people were kinder. I wish people were more loving. And if that's a story for you, that's definitely a moment where you need to go, I'm fried. I either need to sit back for a day and stop, but also to remember that if I'm wishing to see it more in the world, I'm probably an ambassador for it. And even though I wish I could see more people in the world around to support me, so throw that affirmation out there. I invite more people in my life who reflect love, who reflect compassion. I also understand that that's my job. My job here is to be one of the people to hold that frequency and to help emanate it, because people are scared, and you know that. We all can get afraid, but people are scared a lot of the time when they are pulling back from being open or being vulnerable. So in my own personal journey, one of the things I recognize that this transformation work has allowed me to do, and the information from the channeling has allowed me to do, is to more bravely than ever before embrace vulnerability. And in embracing my vulnerability, I have to let go of some of my bullshit. some of my masks, some of the parts of me that used to keep myself safe a certain way. But I'm noticing that the more I can allow that, either the people who won't support it will pull away from me, not necessarily in a conflict way. They'll just go, oh, I don't really like hanging out with Lee because he's always talking about feelings. So that's great, you know, it's like, cool, at least now we know who we are, because I was, instead of editing or censoring myself or thinking, oh, I can't speak about this to him, I've kind of gone, I just can't do small talk for 30 minutes. I can do it for 2. I can handle it for about 2, and then I can love the person and walk away. But actually, if I'm going to have a conversation for 30 minutes with someone, I'm understanding my frequency enough to know this is what I need, and this is who I'm supposed to be. So I say that to the healer aspect in the room, because those of us who are healers, we're in, you know, often in over-giving rehab or, you know, over-loving rehab. And it's like, I was so nice to that person and they just kept being horrible to me. And it's like, well, when will you learn that they kept being horrible to you? So at what point do you release yourself from that relationship for the good of both of you? Because maybe someone with a different frequency, they're not going to want to attack or push as much. Someone they can sit and moan with, and then everybody's happy. But, you know, you're really ruining their day by being loving and open. So they get even more aggressive. So there is something to be said for knowing who you are, and I really enjoyed the questioner who asked, towards, I think it was maybe the last question to Wendy and the Peas. And the Peas' answer was talking about the self-judgment inside us that we then manifest outside. And it's a really key lesson to learn, because there are so many different beliefs in the world and in the spiritual world. And none of them are right or wrong. Because in one moment, something for you that can be true will no longer be true 3 months down the line. And I'm sure many of you have had that experience over the last few years. So it's about finding which one feels truest in your body and trusting that your relationships and your world will rearrange themselves as they are supposed to. But the reason I bring this up, and I never know what I'm going to say until I'm saying it, so I only know this now, is because so many people in the world right now have got a real frisson of energy running up and down the body. So for many it will show up as anxiety. For many it will show up as resistance or fear. This isn't a time to hang out in zones where you're banging your head against the wall with somebody. And you might say, but Lee, I live with them. And it's like, well then, just take a break from them that night. You know, go, I'm just going to go to the other room and do some drawing, or, you know, whatever it is you need to do. But there is this frisson of energy that's in people, and it's quite anxiety and fear-driven when it's unconscious. And this is not a time to be banging heads. This is a time for you to go, oof, this doesn't feel good. Either this environment doesn't feel good, or my interaction with this person doesn't feel good. And rather than make it about them being wrong, or about the environment being an evil environment that needs to be cleansed, in that moment you just go, oh, this isn't working for me, and I'm learning I can just walk away. Oh, I can breathe over here. Okay, oh, thank God. Just for 10 minutes I can breathe. And when I breathe, the energy field opens out again. And the P's talked about the contraction that we go into when we hit someone else's stuff in the energy field. And this is a time that's so rapid and so fast and so opening that you will meet these conflict moments with others that will be very unconscious. So all you have to do is ask yourself, okay, what do I need right now? Doesn't have to be about the other person being wrong. It's just more about your own sensitivity, which will be higher than ever for everybody in this room, whether you've just started opening to the idea of awakening or whether you've been doing this for 30, 40 years. The sensitivity is higher than ever, and so too are what I call the traffic jams between people and the bumps. And it's just about knowing where you need to get back to in your location. So I began channeling when I was, I'm not even going to try and work that out. It was 1998, 99 when I first heard the Z's, as I've come to call them. I was on an underground train, which is the tube train in London, where I was living at the time before I moved here. And I was going through all my thoughts like you do on any given day, and all my junk and all my self-judgment and all my self-doubt. And there was this voice that just came in from the left-hand side that was so clear and pure in its wisdom and also its lack of judgment of me that it was highly distinct to all the other voices in my head. And I had that moment where you go, is this really, is this just me? Am I just, what is this voice? And I would ask it questions, and it was explained to me, we're your guides, we're a team, but there's one of us speaking to you now, and we'll give you a name if you want a name, because I said, do you have a name? And they said, well, we'll give you one. We don't have one in your terms, but we know that humans like names. So Zachary is my name. And over a course of about the next 3 years, I wrote lots of questions at home to my guides to find out answers for things. And it very consistently opened me. It very consistently taught me things that my own human ego was not willing or yet able to see. So I kind of had the proof for myself, and then I started working with others. And I've been doing it publicly for 11 years. And today we're going to hear from them, whatever it is they want to say. And they will also take some questions. So, okay. There's a lot of laughter here, which is usual. Like, I often feel a lot of laughter with the channeling, but boy, there's a lot of stuff going on above this room because of you lot and all the channelers here. Whew, yeah, it's pretty crazy, really. I know my feet are at the bottom of this body, but I'm just having to remember them, so.
So they're crazier than us?
I like to think so, but they would say no. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? They don't have the human neuroses and the human patterns that we have. That's the one thing that I find so interesting about them. And I'm a big fan of not giving your power away to channeling. I remember when I first started working in channeling, I would see lots of people would give their power away to channeling and say, well, the channel said I need to do this, and the channel said this, and the channel said that. And what I would notice in those people was kind of a lift-off out of their own body and an inability to deal with the inner emotional density. And for me, there's a perfect balance point. It's like you can go to the higher guidance and see what's there and see how you can bring it down into your body. So they themselves will say, we're not in the body, we're not dealing with what you're dealing with. And yet it is easier for them to give us a higher vision and energy around the things that we're dealing with, because they're not down here in density having to deal with it. I remember when I met lots of different entities in my kind of collective of guides, briefly the two angelics that work with me came in. They hated it. They came down into my body. It was a whole weekend where I was meeting all these different members of the team. There was like an energy engineer. There were all sorts of different, and they were coming down into my body to see. And the angels, all I remember them saying, and I didn't like the feeling that was in my body around it, they were just going, it's so dark down here. It's so dark down here. Now, I say I should qualify what I'm saying, because my belief about our human journey is it's the dark and the light exists on the planet, suffering and love exist on the planet, and that's just what we're dealing with. And you can constantly reposition yourself into love, into light, and that's our job, to kind of keep finding our way back into the light, and thus emanating that and stabilizing that on the planet for everybody. And some days, as we all know, it's a job. You know, some days when you're having that hard day or that heavy day, or you're being very impacted by lots of things in your life, it's tougher than you would like it to be. But it reminded me that there's a reason that angelic energy doesn't exist highly densely in form. And there's a reason that people who have a lot of angelic energy in the human body struggle. Depression, addiction, all of these things that are a way of trying to cope with what they're experiencing here in the body. And I do feel and see that we are a generation that is really growing a higher level of bridging that gap on the planet. And it's not always easy. It's not always easy in your human psyche or your human feelings, but it's a constant movement that we're all in that's really powerful. And boy, is it happening rapidly now. And I'm sure most of you who can kind of track back through the last 5 years can agree with that. So make sure you rest a lot. Make sure when you're having that grating conversation with someone, you recognize your own nervous system is fried and you go, I just need to go and sit for 15 minutes. Because the other truth of this time is, if you are that diligent, it's amazing how fast you can reset yourself now compared to before. I think back to years ago, I would have needed 4 days in a dark room to recover from some of the stuff that I can now do in an hour. It's like, whoa, I'm fried. Okay, I'll go and sit here for 40 minutes. I'll hold a crystal, I'll get in water, I'll just sit and I'll let myself clear. And it's amazing, an hour later you can be back up. So obviously it's different for those of you who are really struggling with things that are quite deep, but generally that ability is there. And as the P's even said in one of their answers, we've just got to remember that we have that ability and have the wherewithal to focus ourselves on those things. So, okay, I'm getting a lot of get out of the way from upstairs, so I will. They're a charming bunch. No. Like, it's not about you today. I'm teasing. They're very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you might want to just keep a certain focus on your stomach. Again, putting the hand on the stomach or feeling the center of the stomach as an energy ball. This is something you might want to focus on during this channel and the whole weekend, because it will just help balance some of the volcanic energy that I can feel in the minds and the third eyes in this room. And it's great to have that opening, but it gets a little destabilizing and a little off balance if it's just all going up here. So just keep thinking, is my stomach with me? Are my feet with me? It's going to be important to keep bringing that in this weekend, and more importantly, then that becomes a practice when you're away from this group who are the amplifiers and this room which is the focus point for all of this energy. Okay, so if you would just like to breathe by yourself, it will probably take about a minute for me to start speaking, and I'll see you in a while. Welcome. Good. A pleasure to be here with all of you in what we might refer to as the Cosmic Council. That is because at events such as these, gatherings such as these, what you all do is you go back to the stars in yourselves. And this is very important for the evolution of humankind at this point, is very much remembering your star heritage. You are remembering that you are part of a galaxy, not just a planet. And as human planetary limitations start to break apart very rapidly and very distinctly, you too are remembering your place in the universe as not only a cosmic being, but also a cosmic consciousness. So this is why so many of you have been waking in the middle of the night, feeling as if you are having higher revelatory experiences in energy or in thought, because at night you are highly available when you are asleep. When you are asleep, your soul opens up once more. And the very notion that you are asleep when you are asleep is somewhat hilarious. For in fact, when you are asleep, you are far more awake than you are in the day, most of you. This is because your soul reintegrates itself with universal consciousness. And everything that you are processing in the daytime comes alive and gets reshuffled around into an order that helps you open again the next day to your path of growth. And many of you are here as light beings. Many of you are here as what we would call light emitters. You are the ones who are the flames. And yes, there are many moths who will want to gather around you, and without knowing it, their own desire for your light will put you into darkness if too many of them surround you at once. This is a story that you know well, yes? Ha! So, many of you have gone through the main layers of this. Many of you have gone through the main paradigm of needing to shake off those that would dim your light, which is a very difficult learning for all of you because you are programmed to give and bring the light. So it is a shock to your angelic natures to realize that not everybody you are giving or bringing the light to is going to be an equal guardian or giver to you in return. Now, again, the reason you all fell down at this first hurdle was because you understood that you do not need to receive from the very source which you give to. But like a lake that does not know it is being slowly drained, you became very drained, so many of you. So you did not want to have to become stronger or more boundaried. It was against your programming, or so you believed. For the truth is that the stronger and more boundaried you have become around only being at and going into areas that will support your ability to support your own light and not have it be drained, you become what we call megawatt amplifiers. Now, this is everybody from the figure known as Oprah Winfrey, who learned a great deal of strength in her public wattage amplifying. She learned to become more boundaried, more barriered, in order to continue to give out on the scale she did, right down to the what you would call non-public person. The grandmother who is single-handedly raising her grandson quietly at home, but in a community where she needs to amplify her frequency in order to protect and raise this child and give her light to it, while also learning lessons in her immediate community that allow her light to not be dimmed so that she does not lose it for her greatest sense of purpose at that time, which is raising that child. So many children on your planet right now are highly developed. We are aware that some will say, oh, this child has no concentration. This child cannot stay focused. This child obviously has far too much technology in its life. Those people who make those statements are not qualified to make such judgments, for they do not know the consciousness of this new child. The consciousness of this new child is here for a new Earth, and a new Earth will look nothing like Earth in the 1980s and the 1990s. Yes, there will be some remnants. There will still be aspects of the planet that all of you who have gone through those decades will remember in future decades. But the children who are born at this time came in highly amplified because they knew they were coming in at a charged time. So they are not so linear. They are not so slow. And they are not so interested in the old paradigms that perhaps some of you listening were willing to play along with before you learned how to rid yourself of them in your adult life. They do not have time. So understand that many of you who are here, you have no idea the light and the levels of love you are giving out at every single moment. It can be loving to be a little less, shall we say, touchy-feely toward a person who is anti-touchy-feely. It can be loving to have the awareness to sense what it is they need and pull back a little. You see, love is not a certain way of being. It is a frequency of meeting. And for some people, you will be highly loving to them when you meet them in the middle of their capacity. So those of you who are parents or teachers and you are good at your craft, you will understand this. You will understand that with one child, you will do well to be highly animated in order to connect with them, for that is what they are looking for. And with another child, you will do well to be very quiet and soft, for they are highly sensitive. People are the same. Imagine if you saw everybody's inner child. Instead of reacting against the little monster that you see in the adult form ahead of you, imagine if you understood that the little monster is having a bad moment or a bad decade, and that nobody has been able to open to them or hold them. And again, we will caveat, in the same way that if a child were to hit you across the face, you would work with that child to get it to understand why it should not do that. It is the same with your own energetic boundaries. We are not saying love everybody regardless. But we are saying to you that when you see and sense the beauty of the inner child inside everybody, at first many of you will be horrified by the pain you will see and perceive in the world. And some of you are in that stage right now. You are in a stage of withdrawal from the world because you are horrified by the suffering you see in the world. But remember, that is a point of focus you are passing through. Awakening goes through many stages. And there is a stage where everything is wonderful and light and bright. And then there is a stage where you come to be more honest with yourself about the darkness on the planet. And you might want to pull away. You might become too sensitized to the suffering and the pain in others, so you do not want to deal with it and you need to shut your door for a year or two. But then there comes a point where the two become available concurrently, and you can choose your point of focus on any given day or any given moment based on how you are resonating with the person in front of you. And there is no judgment from us as to whether or not you want to go out and love the world that day, or pull away and pretend the love does not exist that day, that people do not exist that day. There is no judgment from us, but there is a great deal of judgment from you. So we will say to you that laced throughout your spiritual wisdom of the ages and laced throughout your compassionate spiritual teachings, there are still limitations. There are still ideas that many of you are trying to uphold yourself to. The problem is, so few of you understand how loving you actually are. You will see someone else who is hugging everyone in the corner, and you will think, gosh, I wish I were as loving as she is. But trust us, some hugs can be empty. Think of it that way. Some hugs can be the kind of hug that you want to take a shower afterwards. So catch yourself when you have these ideas of she is more than I am less than he is. Catch the self-judgment paradigm. It is one of the great intimacy killers on your planet, and it was put there by design. There were rules and regulations that show up through religion and through governmental ideas and through the way that your school systems have been run that have been put there to keep humans smaller than their capacity and their potential. We are not interested in getting down a conspiracy or a dark road here in this statement. We are just asking you to open your eyes and see it. The reason being you have absorbed it and you are now running with it as if it is your own truth. But here is the good news. None of that is a mistake. None of that is a problem. You are not doing anything wrong. Goodness, imagine that. Imagine how much free space you would have in your mind and your daily life if you agreed that you are never doing anything wrong. This will be controversial to some of you, but we would give you a sentence to try on for size, and it is this. What if everything was playing out as perfectly as it should be? And that your default line was, what if everything is perfect right now? Every time you catch yourself judging another or judging yourself. It will allow you to drop deeper than the surface of the mental judgment that has combined with the emotional reaction. For lower than both of those, and in a far bigger place in your soul, is the part of you that knows that everything is happening exactly as it should, even the parts that you are seeing in your world right now that you do not like seeing, even the climate change on this planet and the fear it gives many of you and the judgment and blame it gives others of you. Imagine if this was exactly what you signed up for at the time you were supposed to be here experiencing it. Many of you will have already felt the tension moving from your shoulders in just considering that briefly. The problem that happens when you get into self-judgment is you tense up and you contract. And in doing that, you lose your own position and you follow the herd. which is a herd that is designed to judge others, judge the self, stay small. Now, the truth is, you are evolving your own generational history on Earth, both as humans and as souls who have been on this planet having other lives. So not only are you going through your own soul history in your evolutionary dance, this dance of awakening, but many of you have tried on genetic and generational ideas that the collective have carried in order to not only shift them for yourself, but shift them for everybody. And that is something that you often forget. So we will say one thing to those of you in this room and who are listening, to ask you to question yourself next time you are hard on yourselves about what you haven't done right or what you aren't achieving. Why do you believe an illusionary thought? Because you were programmed to. Now, children believe in Santa and Father Christmas for quite a while, usually. This is because everyone has told them it is the truth, and they go along with it. And at a certain point, many of them are told that this is not quite the story. Now, we would argue that, in fact, the spirit of Santa and Father Christmas is alive and well. It really represents the spirit of magic and benevolence. And that is why children believe it, for the energy of this magic and this benevolence feel true to them. So no wonder they burst into tears, so many of them, when they find out. For they cannot believe that someone is telling them that benevolence and magic is not alive. Because of course it is. But benevolence and magic was tied to the identity of this individual. And so when they learn this individual is not here, in the way they thought that this individual was here, they have a heartbreak moment and a belief collapse. If tomorrow all of you were told, self-judgment is not true, it's a lie we gave you all, it is not going to be so easy for you to just pop it open, for it is weaved into the tapestry of who you are, your emotional body, your soul, at some level. But we tell you that is what humanity is working on losing in order to get back to love and compassion. For if you will judge yourself, you will judge another. If you will judge another, you will judge yourself. If tomorrow every individual on this planet awakened overnight, there would be an energetic explosion on this planet that would cause a great deal of destruction, in fact. For the planet is not ready to stabilize it at that immediate level. So understand that the slowness that some of you perceive that this is happening at, the rate that you see it happening at and you wish it would be faster, it is happening at exactly the speed it is supposed to, for there is quite some mess to be cleaned up from the past as you step into a new and more open future. That is true for the collective, and that is true for you. So your own speed of evolution is highly important for the stability and grounding of that evolution. If ever you want something to go faster, ask yourself, what am I not being honest about underneath? Am I not telling myself I am truly frustrated? I'm truly upset. I'm truly angry. So a part of your mind is saying, I wish I could solve this and change this next week. Underneath that I wish part of the phrase is an uncomfortable emotion you do not want to deal with. A good way to allow your emotions to appear to you is to draw your attention to the ball inside your stomach. Imagine a large white ball inside your stomach. It is a sphere that is translucent, and it holds what we would call the human ego emotional reaction pattern. So many of you will find your human ego emotions and density will sit in the stomach. It is, if you like, the dropping point or the landing point for all that you have gone through in your life and all that you have energetically picked up from others that they have gone through. It is a storehouse in there. So many of you have not had depression, but because your friends have had depression, your stomach has an understanding of what depression is because you have imbibed it through their stories and your empathy when you have heard from them. And this is not wrong. The stomach is a brain. The stomach is a brain of emotion. So, whenever you find yourself wishing something was different, in a way that does not feel comfortable. You are a little amplified. There is some anxiety. You are not happy. Imagine yourself seeing this ball in your stomach, this white spherical ball, and let it reveal to you the emotion. You may see a word, you may see a color, you may have a feeling, but even just placing your attention and allowing that emotion to be present in your body will cause an immediate magnetic shift in your energy field. Why? Because humans are constantly asked to put the blinkers on when it comes to their emotions, especially the uncomfortable ones, and even the comfortable or joyous ones. For all of you are afraid if you're too joyous for too long, you'll have an almighty crash, and that will hurt. But it does not need to be that way. And the energy fields for humanity are changing at a rapid rate because you are remembering the energy of the cosmos every day at accelerated speed. And the cosmos does not have such an emotional energy field as that of the human being and the earth plane. So imagine this ball in your stomach being a place that you can just give some attention to whenever you are feeling a great need to hurry things along, change things, interfere with what is going on that day. And remember that if it is difficult for you to remember that what is going on that day is perfect, it is because you are forgetting that you are here to learn. It is very hard to find yourself in a relationship that is abusive to you in a certain moment and see it as perfect. It is hard for your mind to allow yourself to consider that possibility, for you feel you are in harm's way. And we fully understand and support that that is the truth for you. But what we are telling you is the abuse pattern is being held by an emotional pattern that you are holding yourself in. And while you put the blinkers on from that emotion, you will not see any capacity to change your inner body enough that your outer world could too also change. So just imagining this sphere in your stomach, letting yourself just give some attention to it. And even if you feel nothing, see no word, get no sense of what the emotion is, just the practice of drawing your attention and allowing your body to have an emotion underneath your anxiety or your impatience or your discomfort starts to tell the body, emotions are allowed. I do not need to fear them or quickly solve them with the mind or do something or stimulate myself or drug myself somehow to get through this. My stomach can handle it. Now, there are some of you who are feeling a great deal of relief and release in this, and there are some of you who are feeling anxiety and disconnection from what we are saying. Those of you who are feeling anxiety and disconnection from what we are saying, you would do well to look at some of your relationship patterns. Are you the one who always needs to be good for and to others? Are you the one who is so used to being the lover for your group that you have to shut the door on the days you can't go out to the world with a smile on your face? It is time for you to learn to go out to the world with no smile on your face. It is time for you to let yourselves be held by the world when you are down. And it will feel vulnerable at first doing that. You will say, I cannot go to that party for I'm not on form. But many of you are at a point in your lives where actually going to that party not on form is going to be important for you. For it will teach you something about the energy balance in your life. And it will allow you to be held by others. And it will allow you to get used to not always having to be on as a light being. So just this practice of returning to your stomach and giving yourself an emotional space each day will start to take away this part of you that is afraid to see the truth of your own emotions because of emotional entanglements that you have running in your ways of interacting with others. The fear-based thought in you, if you were to be able to bring this to consciousness, would run something like, I cannot feel that I am angry today. For if I feel I am angry, I'm not going to be able to be the lover to all of these people that I normally go and light up. Trust us. When you hug them that day, some of them will need to take a shower afterwards. Because human beings are many things, but they are not energetically stupid. Children and animals are a great barometer of who is open in the room and who is not. An animal will stay away from an unpredictable or a chaotic human being, or a cold human being, one that shows them no love or care. An animal will track, this human looks me in the eye a lot. And unless the animal has a trauma pattern, in which case it is going to be triggered by being looked in the eye, most animals will acknowledge and be present with a human being who they know has noticed them and is taking their presence in. It will make them feel safe. You are all the same. You like to feel seen and acknowledged and heard and loved. And there are so many wounds around not feeling seen and heard and acknowledged and loved. And those of you listening to this are often the medicine for those people in your life. You are the ones raising your hands going, I'm here, I'm the lover of the world. I can do that. Oh, not today, I can't, I'm exhausted, I must stay home. Show them that you too run out of energy, that you too can be vulnerable, and then you will find the ones who can support you and love you through it. This is a time that many of you who have learnt to stay at home for a long time are having to get out of the house. It is time for you to find the people who can support and love you, but also to clearly see the ones who, when you arrive at that party depleted, pay no sensory attention to your state because they are just determined to ask your advice about yet another round of battles with their husband. And it is time for you, when you realize they are not paying attention, to give them the grace of practicing by saying, I simply cannot take this in tonight. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you're struggling with this, but I'm actually very tired, and so it's important for me to just fill up a little bit here and not talk about conflict energies. I love you and I hope you feel better soon. Let's talk about this when I'm a bit stronger. And the reason you need to say that sentence is their reaction to that sentence is absolutely the key to what you do next. Because they will go either way. You will knock some of them into consciousness in a way that slowly they will start to learn they shouldn't just jump on you with their own agenda. They will start to learn that actually you aren't always a one-way directional fountain. And they will start to check a little bit more. It may be slow progress, but they will do it. This is you, again, being a leader for you and them. And some of them will completely ignore your sentence. And will say, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but can I just ask you this one thing? Just this one thing, because he really annoyed me this morning. And you see, the truth is, those people aren't really in their emotions anyway. An emotional drama is a combination of mind and emotion that is quite surface. You'll know this from your own life when you have been truly traumatized, truly depressed, truly knocked to your feet. You don't tend to have the energy to talk about it to other people. But when you are avoiding feeling something deeper underneath, when you are bypassing that sphere in your stomach, you need to talk to everyone else about it. You need to stir everyone else up. You want to get everybody else to feel the emotion that you are not. There is nothing wrong with the fact that people do this. It is humankind in action. It is humankind trying to heal itself. But understand that your leadership is not just giving to those people. It is teaching those people to listen. Because if you had a 6-year-old child who you recognize was not good at listening, you would work for years to help that child find a way to listen. Even if it took 5 years, you would identify that for that child's important life on this planet, the skill of listening was going to be highly needed, and it was obviously not their strength. So you as a parent would do everything you could to get them to that place. This is why we say to you, sometimes be a leader from your darker places as well as your lighter places. And the irony is, those of you that feel dark or dim, you say, I simply cannot go out tonight. I am too heavy. I am too dark. You radiate so much lighter than most people, even in that state. And you have no concept of this. For remember, the more open and sensitive you become, you only need to feel a tiny amount of darkness inside your body to feel like the end of the world. So be mindful of that. We really invite some of you who previously had to stay home to experiment. Go out. And before you leave the front door, say out loud or inside yourself, I am vulnerable tonight. I ask that I meet angelic love in the world. I ask that I am supported. And I ask that at any point I am not feeling supported, I remember, then I can return home. Good. Home is a state of being, and for many of you, you often say, I have no idea where my home is. Of course you don't. Because you are dealing with an old linear idea on earth that people knew what their home was, knew what their job was, knew what their marriage was. One very slow-moving linear track. That all blew apart in a very big way in 1987. 1990 was another gateway year. 2001, another. We could go through all of these gateway points. But multidimensionality started to hit this planet in a big way in 1987. You only have to look at the wave of growth around consciousness, and it is symbolized, but not because of or only seen in, the growth of what you would call spiritual or self-development, self-growth materials and interests on the planet, which grew exponentially after 1987. Your next 9 years, between now and 2024, are going to have an enormous amount of energetic openings, or what some of you would call or experience as speed bumps, human awakenings, and by that we do not mean consciousness awakening, we mean humans awakening not only to the state of the planet now and its future in the coming decades and generations, but also the state of the, shall we say, control ring around the planet, which is imploding from within. So we would ask all of you who are, shall we say, a little more conspiracy-minded, a little more disappointed about the control that you see in governments or banking systems or any of those things that can depress you, make you feel like you're a prisoner on this planet sometimes. Essentially, you're all prisoners when you're in the human body. Ha! You are consciousness landed into form. And any of you at any moment can, of course, end your life in various ways. And we would argue that we are not here just talking about the notion of suicide. You have no idea how easy it is for you to die. You have no idea how many what we refer to as death windows exist all through your life. Some of you have 42, some of you have 77, and these death windows are points in your life where you can opt game over. There is no destiny around an age of a life. There are multiple points and moments at which you can either go forward, renegotiate the next destiny path, or pop out. This is why so many of you are shocked that certain people die suddenly, because part of you will say things like, but it was not their time. It just was not the, shall we say, heavily stacked time that everybody else thought it was going to be. There are some people who choose to go very suddenly through a death window that even just a week before they were not going to take. So there are different levels of shock with different deaths because there are different speeds of choice around whether or not somebody is going to die. So do not stress yourselves too much about why am I here? You can be gone just so quickly. Just so quickly. And the irony is, as soon as you're gone, you will immediately look back down and around yourself and go, oh, it was so uncomplicated. It was so uncomplicated. And I bought all of that bullshit that they asked me to buy. But I'm so glad I did, because I had exactly the experience I was supposed to have. And you will laugh. You will laugh. Part of that will be the release for your nervous systems that are now leaving a bodily form. But you will also see the beauty of being a human being is that you get to be consciousness in form and consciousness in action. So be mindful, those of you that get conspiracy-minded. Whenever you focus on a government or a control force, you are focusing on but a pinpoint. This is a vast universe and a vast consciousness that you have on this planet. And when you zoom out and see all of it, you see it as a jigsaw that you can land on a different piece each day, wherever you choose, provided you choose. And to do that, you have to extract yourself from the emotional density you are carrying, or the emotional density you are being constantly invited to by everybody else's emotional density. So, energy masters, decide today you are going to drive the car in a different way from now on. You're going to invite yourself to change the destiny of your life by speaking differently, by choosing differently, and see it as an experiment, not something you are failing at, but instead something you are being invited to shake up the game for you and for everybody. Good. Ha. So, we will take questions. And everybody take a breath. And another. And whenever we are ready with the first questioner, we will begin.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. I have two sons. They're both in college. And my one son, he took a trip up in the mountains and just bathed in the vortexes of Mount Shasta. He had some real transformational experiences. My son did. But now he's back in college. And he's finding that everyone is in complete and utter chaos around him. He had an instant where he was invited into a party. He said, "Mom, I couldn't even breathe. My chest was so tight." He said, "But I found if I could just breathe, I did my 3 deep breaths and it went away. It went away, but I still wasn't comfortable there." Shortly thereafter, a big fight broke out. There was one guy that was jumped by 6, beat up, tossed off the porch of the house, and people were clapping. They were clapping and about this boy getting beat up. My son said, "Everywhere I go, Mom, I go to these bars, there's people fighting. Labor Day weekend, there were 10 fights." He goes, "I just couldn't believe it." He goes, I just need to meditate. I need to go by the river, and I need to find my spot, and I need to meditate." And I said, "Well, Daniel, when you do, send out your love and your light. Take your hand and just put out that love and light for those people because they're so lost." Now, there was an insane asylum that's very near there with many different cemeteries. It's a very old place. This insane asylum was then shut down. A lot of experiments were done there, a lot of stories, a lot of hauntings that go on in this university. And I heard once from a Native American chief, Golden Light Eagle, said that these beings can attach themselves to these people that are drunk, doing drugs. They find a way in, and they live through them. And I just wonder if this chaos, what's going on in this university, and how can my son then put out the light and protect himself? Because somebody just tried to pick a fight with him last night, just walking down the street. And he laughed at him, and he said, "Listen, nobody wants to fight here." And he took his hand, and he just waved him off and walked on. So he knows how to protect himself in that sense, walk away. But what can he really emotionally, how can he protect himself when he walks in these environments?
Good. This is a good question, for it focuses 2 different aspects. And the first is something that all of you listening will relate to. Your son went to these vortexes and had powerful openings. He reactivated a central core of himself that was before a little more asleep. Then he returned to the world. And this is something you will all relate to. You have a strong opening, and what happens is your energy field widens and your sensitivity grows. So it is not always comfortable when you come back. But the second aspect of this is your son's light is more visible. So we would say at this stage for him, it is important to not worry about putting out light. Quite the opposite. If anything, he wants to have a cloak of invisibility for a while he learns to stabilize this light inside himself. We will say that your son is highly protected in many ways, and we are wary of using that word, for we know it can be fear-based for many of you. But what we mean by this is your son's path is not going to be, shall we say, highly important in terms of what he does in the world for the next 3 to 5 years. From this time onwards, your son will start to land more in his potential. So one of the things he is struggling with is he is here in this university where there is this focus on who they are trying to become and what they are supposed to do and who they are here to be. And of course, what he is finding is he has become activated. And therefore, a lot of this old stuff feels dull to him and dulled. So he is having that personal reaction, but also shocked at the consciousness that he is around. Your son needs to be encouraged at this point to keep working and being with himself. But what he also learned here was an important lesson. It was important for him to have the experience of not feeling comfortable even with all of his breathing, because many of you miss this. If you cannot stabilize yourself in an environment or in a group, even though you try methods that usually work, then there is a learning to be had. This is not the right place or the right people for me. And however inconvenient it's going to be to excuse myself from this room, so be it. So for your son, there was no error in him being there, but what he will learn next time is he will sense in the energy of the room when conflict energy and violent energies are escalating. For even though violence can suddenly seem like it breaks out very quickly, for sensory or shamanic beings, which your son is, and your son just reactivated his shamanism at a deep level, which means his felt experiences of the energy fields of the places and the people he is now around have heightened. Even if you have that heightened ability, it does not mean you can always stabilize yourself when an energy explosion is about to happen that does not fit your frequency. So your son was not able to positively influence that event, it may seem, but we will argue that he did just by his presence. But we would say to your son that he does not need to mistrust his own ability to settle himself for long in the future. And in the future, he will sense this energy in the room and he will leave. The part where you speak about him having somebody pick a fight with him, when you are an open, light being, the darkness will sometimes target you. We say this not to make you afraid. It is simply how it works on Earth. It is not always the case, but if you are walking through an environment where there is a darkness that does not want to see the light or access the light inside itself, they will target the light and the bright person. This is why boundaries are so important around your light. It's not that you are going to, shall we say, withdraw your love toward the world, but it's that you're going to protect what is inside you while you are in a place or an environment where that environment is not supporting that, but instead wants to take a piece out of that. So you as the mother are very worried, and we would ask you to, for the best of your ability, to keep letting go of worry. Keep letting go of fear. For your own worry will resonate with him. He is a strong child, and he is learning incredible skills right now that he will utilize very wisely and as a leader in future years. But do understand that his next 2 to 3 years are going to be quite confusing in terms of the external world, for he has just gone through a paradigm shift. He is an old shaman who is now going to find his way in this modern world and find what it is he wants to give. But see to the part of you also that has tears about this. You are not just crying for fear of your son. You are crying and you are in despair about the fact that this energy exists on the planet. You are in despair that people will fight each other. People will want to attack each other. It does happen. We are not advocating it or in any way saying we support it. But we are saying that the sooner you come to accept that that exists, the sooner you start to smell it and track it, and know whether or not it's appropriate for you to be present when that is going on. And we will say here there are some in this room and listening who are highly equipped for conflict resolution. Some among you are gifted at diffusing anger and conflict, but we would put it at about 10% of you. The rest of you, it is not your job. Someone else who is skilled and equipped to do it will be able to help diffuse it. And sometimes the conflict needs to explode in order to let the energies again settle without diffusion. This is a hard one for all of you to accept. So we would say, look at your own despair and fear and see that side of yourself as something that you can let go of, and see that your fear for your son is that his light will have him shrouded by darkness. As for the entities, yes, they do exist. But we will throw this on the table to you. You speak about drunk and drugged people. We would say that far more of your society is drugged and suppressed, both physically and non-physically, than you would care to understand or realize. So we will say that the reason you all speak about drugged people who have entities is it is highly obvious with them, because they look highly schizophrenic. You can see that they have left their body. You can see that they are not who they are when they are not in that state. And it is an amplified example. But you can trace this all the way down to smaller examples of that in everyday society. In the woman who has not taken a drink or a drug in her life and is slowly seething her rage from behind the wheel of her car at other people that she is driving past. She is dealing with a rage entity. So entities are everywhere in the same way that your body have all sorts of parasites inside them that none of you would care to really see under a microscope. You get very scared about this, for you are so used to just seeing what's in front of your face. But as we have said, this is a highly multidimensional world. Everything is visible the more you start to see. So your son would do well at this point to work on stabilization and centering, not necessarily encouraging himself to open more, but instead to ground what he has just opened, and to recognize his senses are heightened. But a little like Lee was saying at the very beginning of his time up here, it is a time where you need to move away from things that do not resonate with you, not because you cannot save those people or because you are afraid, but instead because this is a time to go where you are welcome and where you feel calm. For these are such strong times, that will be the way to amplify. So your son is learning some very important lessons that will pay off in the future. And you as his mother are a little anxious and worried about watching him go through this. But do not worry. You do not need to fear conflict. That is something that you yourself have had a fear about in your life, for you have a soul history around conflict and anger that is a little activating to you still. Your son is equipped quite differently, and we will tell you this. In future years, your son will be one of those conflict resolution people. So at the moment, what he is observing is how energy rises into conflict. And the more he has seen this, the more he has witnessed this, and in the same way he was able to deflect the fight that was picked with him, he will become quite the master in future years at diffusing it. So do not be afraid that he is currently having to see these things. It is his path. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
We will take another question at this point.
Hi, Lee. My name's Karen, and I just want to thank you for all of the, hi, Z's. I know I'm not communicating with Lee, but
it is much more of a hybrid than you would all think.
Hi.
You see, the channeler, unless they are a true trance channeler, of which there are less and less of those on the planet at this time, for they are no longer needed to be in trance in the way they were 30, 40 years ago, it is a hybrid communication that you are experiencing. For the channeler is very alive for those of us that are being channeled through.
Well, thank you. And I don't know if my question's the one to end on, but I just have a couple of words maybe that you could speak about. Is you answered with her, but anger. I feel the lighter I become, the more I am attacked, and that could just be a story. And it brings up a lot of anger in me, and also what to do with the anger, when to engage and when to walk away, if that resonates. So you can speak to that at all.
It is a follow-on from the last question in many ways, and we will say this to you. Think of boxers on your planet, those who go into a ring and like to punch the living daylights out of somebody else for the sake of a contest that helps process everybody's barbaric anger in the ring and outside the ring. It is a very strange concept, but it is a form that seems to work for all of you, and we will say that in the olden days it was the Colosseum and wild animals, so at least here it's human versus human, and there isn't, hopefully, a death by the end of it. It is a slow evolution, but an evolution nonetheless. We will say this, that a good boxer is not good at throwing a punch. It is good at knowing where the puncher is going to come from and how to defend against it. A truly good and gifted boxer is a master of defense, not attack. So you will see many of your supposedly egotistically heroic boxers burn up quickly early in their career when all they have mastered is putting their own rage out through their body, for they do not know how to sense and deflect from the rage of others. You, dear one, are a sweet soul with an emanating heart and big, big, big bright eyes. And you need to learn to close these at the right time. We do not mean close your eyes so you cannot see where you are going. We mean understand that if you are Bambi, there are predators in the world. And we say that not in any way to diminish who you are. You have a great gift and it is beautiful. But this is the truth for all of you. Know which sources are going to reflect and help you amplify your light, and know which ones are going to push against it, and know how to defend yourself. We know this is contra for so many of you. For so many of you want to live in love and light and purity, and you will be able to do that if you are able to know when you have to bring your frequency down. A boxer cannot just run out into the ring dying to punch the other person, for they will fall on the ground quickly if they are not looking for where the punches are coming to them. It is the same with light beings. You cannot want to run out into the world loving and being open with everybody if you are not looking for those people who are going to push back against or deflect your love and light in a way that will impact you. So we would say for you, dear one, and we would say this for many, find the warrior in you as well. Warriors, like boxers, are masters of defense, not attack. The best warriors know how to defend themselves so they do not need to kill another. They simply are able to stop themselves being killed. So what we will say to you is, you may want to explore this physically through warrior-like work. You may want to learn self-defense. You may want to do something that gets you back into a martial arts state, not because you would then use it in the outside world, but because it would train your defenses and your reflexes in a way that will flow into your energetic life. So understand that your gift is your heart, your love, and those big, big eyes you have. And early on today, it was said by Lee that people want to be seen. So if they see someone with big seeing eyes, you are a magnet. And the problem is, unless they are conscious of who they are and what they are putting out and how they are interacting with you, they will not necessarily care about how close they get to those eyes and how much they are affecting those eyes. So this is where a loving parent, and we will bring this example up again, does not hate their child for hitting them across the face. It will patiently work with that child until that child learns to not hit across the face. You can be that patient inside your heart while having to boundary another. It is not an aggressive action, and in fact, if you do not boundary people, it will turn into an aggressive action. How many of you keep your mouth shut 8 times because you want to be nice? Then on the 9th time, you want to rip someone's head off verbally. It builds. It builds. Anger builds. Resentment builds. And it usually comes because of a need to feel you have to defend yourself. So, with you, dear one, you have opened yourself so beautifully. Now find your grounding, find your warrior side, and know that in your heart you want to be as open as you can everywhere you go. Therefore, start paying close and honest attention to those people and those places where your openness is not welcome and not supported, and you will find yourself living in openness far more than you are right now. We thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Good. So we are aware there is no more time. Is this correct? Yes. Linear time. Well, we trust that there will be so much you will all experience this weekend, and it has been a pleasure for us to be with you. And we ask you to remember to hydrate yourselves well. You will all forget to do this, but your cells are changing so fast, particularly this weekend, that the more water you can put into your system, it will not only hydrate you, but it will help with the emotional flush. It will help send a current of physical energy through your body with the water that will help your emotional and energetic bodies change quickly. And that is important for all of you, for if you aren't keeping a flow of energy going through your body in the next 2 days, you might find yourself hitting some stuck areas that will not feel so comfortable. So if you find you're a little off mentally, emotionally, energetically, make sure you drink, make sure you give your body something it needs. And most of all, remember, you are here to love yourselves and learn to love yourselves. And that is so important. So, we love you all, and be well. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, thank you. We only had time for a couple of questions, but they were great ones. So, yeah. Thanks for being here. I enjoyed being with all of you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you all for being here, taking part in this co-creation together. I channel Aishwa of the Yael civilization, and the idea is that they are part of our galactic family. They are very similar to us. They share our DNA. We share their DNA. We come from the same point of origination physiologically. And then we each went out in a different direction, and now we're coming back. They are a very loving civilization. They nourish, they're compassionate, they take care of everybody in their civilization. So they, in that sense, are quite different on that level. We've chosen to explore limitation and separation. And we've been doing that in amazing ways. So they're offering to help us remember how to let go of the separation and limitation, and then awaken from within and start living a life that's all they've ever known, living from the heart in that sense, knowing who they are. And Aishwa will say a few things. He might go 5 minutes, he might go 25 minutes. Try and keep it shorter here so you have more times for questions and sharings with him. I will suggest, understand that they live in the idea of their heart with each other, sharing with one another, taking care of one another, nourishing one another, and their self. So if you get a chance to ask a question, if it comes up, you might try and direct it and trying to understand what that is like and how perhaps they can share an example of that life that you can apply it in your own life, in your own circumstances. That might be advantageous for you to then be able to live more from your heart and more compassionately toward yourself and others. Or you can ask them about the weather on his planet if you want. You know, whatever you feel guided to, it's up to you. Yeah. So when he comes through to ask some questions, just if you get a chance, just ask whatever you want to talk about. And I will I'll step aside, and it's great to see all these smiling faces and loving hearts here. Thank you again for joining. And as he comes through, he connects to a grid of consciousness, and it's very connected to all of us. Like you could say your inner heart, your higher self, your spirit guide. So there will be some of each of all of us in the consciousness of the words that he's sharing. So it's not just Aishwa. It's the consciousness of all of us to some degree. So you might see some of yourself coming through. Some of your loving nature might be coming through as he's talking. All right, I will step aside. It'll take about a minute here, and then I'll bring him through. Enjoy. wonderful it is to be here with each and every one of you on this day of our time, to have the opportunity to explore together more of the infinite that we all are, more of the unconditional love as all of our actual nature. And with that in mind, the theme, the idea awakening from within, I will share some ideas and perspectives on this idea. There are an infinite number, and so I will share a few that are in the energy of the presence, those in the room in this moment. The idea awakening from within, one idea. Within each and all of you, all of us, within there is that which is existence itself, unconditional love. Two words, same idea, existence, infinite, all that is here and now, the one that is the all that are the one. Within all of us, you, me, the Yahyel, all life exists within unconditional love. That is all that actually is, unconditional love. And as you are conscious more of this idea, accepting that you are unconditional love, that you are all that is, that you are the one that is the all, you put that out, you get back more experiences of that, for this is how the experience in physical reality expresses itself. What you put out is what you get back. Giving and receiving, supporting and being supported by. This all is within all life, all of us. And the more therein, within, we allow ourselves to flourish, to nourish, to adventure, to discover within this infinite unconditional love that is our actual nature, eternally beyond the realms of time and space. There is this knowing, this confirmation, this sensation, this realization of infinite support, infinite nourishment, infinite sense of fulfillment, infinite intelligence of what to do, where to go, who am I in this moment, to feel this effortlessly, moment to moment to moment to moment, is within all life, is within all of you, within all of us. And allowing this to be an idea you can accept, validate, confirm, even perhaps define yourself in these ways, therein you will be transmitting, putting that out, and thus getting back or tuning into realities that confirm this for you in ways every day that become more enjoyable, obvious to you. Simply tears of joy flowing down your face. For seemingly no reason at all at times you can begin having experiences like this. And it is simply that is within you, awakening through your physiology, awakening through your mental construct, physical mind, finding its way into the awareness of your present beingness. More of the joy that you actually are, more of the infinite love that you actually are, flowing through your physiology, flowing through from the DNAs that are being turned on, the codons, the programs being activated because you're choosing to accept that you are infinite, all that is, the one that is the all, and that you always exist here and now. That anything you have ever done, that you are doing now and ever will do, is of unconditional love because, again, that is all that there actually is. And knowing this, then you can begin more easily to clear, transform, transmute, alter, change, redefine beliefs that are based on limitation and separation that you may have bought into or accepted or created yourself. That would only, in a sense, prevent you from realizing that within you is this infinite resource of your actual unconditionally loving nature. And thus, the more you allow yourself to know you are, have been, always will be infinite unconditional love, infinitely capable of creating nourishment, support in ways that you find fun, fulfilling, and fascinating, the more you accept this idea, And there are an unlimited number of ways you can accept this idea or choose to explore the idea. If you don't want to accept it, you can simply put your toes and fingers in the water and test the temperature of this for a while. Putting that out, you'll begin getting back experiences that confirm this in that way. So the proof in that is the tasting of the pudding. You put out that you are infinite unconditional love, truly putting that out. You will truly be getting that back. And there are, again, an infinite number of ways this can occur for each and every one of us, for you, for all life. And in that, then, as these experiences are coming back to you, begin awakening to that which is within you, that which you are, the unconditional love, your actual eternal nature. No matter what life form in any given lifetime you choose to incarnate in, you are always that which is existence, unconditional love, the infinite in that sense, always giving, receiving, supporting, and being supported by. This is what unconditional love, this is the function, the action, the activity, giving, receiving, supporting, supported by. So you exist. And you are the one that is the all that is the one. And how you experience being this unconditional love, the one that is the all that is the one, is determined by what you put out. That determines what you get back. The strongest emotions and beliefs and definitions and actions and behaviors that you put out attract the reality, the channel, the station that you tune into and experience. And as a civilization for thousands of years, you have chosen Earth to be a place to explore the ideas, going off into the forest or going into a haunted house on Halloween, in a sense, turning out the lights and having scary creatures reach out and grab you at certain passages down the hallways. It has been an adventure. You have created an amazing variety of limitation scenarios, separation experiences, generating the ideas of discomfort, disease, discord, disconsonance, discombobulation abilities. And it is then we perceive you are choosing as a collective to go within, to begin to experience your actual nature once again and awaken to more of the illusions, the beliefs based in separation and limitation, to let go of those, to no longer tune into those realities, those experiential realities, to recognize those realities as illusory realities. Awakening from within, knowing that within you always has been, always will be, is in every moment unconditional love. A pristine being, unconditional loving being, capable of coming to earth and creating illusions on a theater, on a stage, playing roles, playing characters, pretending that you or someone else isn't worthy, that you or someone else isn't good enough, that you or someone else won't measure up. And putting out those illusory beliefs, then you get back illusory experiences. And we understand you want to move away from that. And that is then in the vibration that you are sending out and wanting to move away from that, that we see you, that we were able to detect you, that we were able to discover you. To realize you share our DNA. For that is in the meditations over a couple of years where we discovered you, where we reconnected to your presence. As a collective society for a couple of years, we tuned in again and again and again and again to really get a sense of what it meant to be those who come first, of what it meant to be Shalanai in some other civilization's vocabulary of language. And in those 2 years, collectively as a civilization, us the Yahyel civilization, coming together and meeting sometimes as an entire civilization, unified meditations and global interconnectedness with our heart, our minds, our beings, our physicalities, our thoughts, our intentions, tuning in to our DNA. It became apparent that was the place to go. We followed our heart. We chose what for us was the most pleasurable and least painful thing to do as a civilization, as a collective society, to go into our DNA. We'd realize we would discover an answer to who it was that was calling out to us, in a sense. And it was then that we discovered Earth. We discovered your civilization. We came to realize you're a part of that which we are. We grow up already awakened, tuned in to that which is within us. And we realized over time you had devised ways to disconnect from your withinness, your inner unconditional love, intelligence, the consciousness of unconditional love, your intelligence had been disconnected in a sense, in an illusory way. It is just that you created so much chatter with all the limited belief systems, so much static. These beliefs have tones, have tunes, have songs, and when you put out an illusory belief, for example, I am not worthy of love, that's illusory because, again, what? Oh, you are love, you exist, you are the infinite unconditional love. So to put out an illusory belief that you aren't worthy of love, that's an illusory belief, right? You are unconditional love. But you put out, you learn to create these illusions, these beliefs of limitation. Maybe you're not worthy or someone else isn't worthy. Carries sound, such a belief. Has a tune, has a tone, has a consciousness. And doing this again and again and again and again, millions of you over thousands of years, there is a waveform of this static, creating dissonance. And it's so easy when you're tuned into that type of dissonance to become diseasing, disoriented. And that generates physically disabilities, discomforts, a whole disarray of uncomfortable scenarios. And putting those out, thus getting back more of those uncomfortable, disassociated realities, illusory realities. And so we discovered, and we then realized, as you started deciding as a collective to let go of playing with separation and limitation, the static, the dissonance started to settle down a bit. You started playing tunes that were of a heart register, that were of a frequency that harmonized with our heart patternings. And therein we discovered you, in a sense, on those notes, in those tunes, with those harmonies. Over years, then, we realized more and more ways to assist you in how you can be within and awaken to your actual unconditionally loving nature. To begin putting out beliefs that are always in harmony with you exist. The one is the all is the one, and what you put out is what you get back, and those always change. Everything always changes except those first three. They never change. Understanding this as a foundation for who you are within allows you to more easily create, intentionally, consciously, beliefs, definitions about who you are and who other is and what's possible for you and what's possible for anyone else based on the ideas you exist. The one is the all is the one. What you put out is what you get back, and everything changes except those first three. You exist here and now. The one is the all is the one is you. You're the one that exists here and now. You are the unconditional love. Creating through what you put out is what you get back, experiences that perhaps you were just a person. But within you, you exist. The one exists. You are the one that is the all. Experience your existence as a part, but that existence you experience is the same existence that is the one existence. That is all of the all, that is part of the one. It is all the same existence. It is all unconditional love. And in that, all expressions of the infinite, the all that are the one, are actually existence, are actually unconditional love. And there, in that actual nature, can none of these realities, these expressions, these ideas, these people, these life forms, these attitudes, these experiences, they all exist, so none of them are actually greater or lesser than any others that exist. All are equal. And they're fundamental, foundational, unconditional love, existing beings, quality that is always here and now. So to suggest that you or someone else is greater or lesser, understand that those ideas exist as illusions, yes. But because they exist and you're creating them with unconditional love itself, they actually are equal to all other things. So when you try and put a charge or an illusory quality, the idea that I am not worthy of love, that creates a dissonance, a static. Define yourself as unconditional love. Define everything you are as unconditional love. Even if you feel out of sorts, let that be to you an indication that you have a belief that is out of alignment with your actual nature. Again, the 4 ideas I've already spoken of is resonant of your actual nature. You can use those like tools. If you feel out of sorts, well, am I putting out a belief in the situation that goes, in a sense, against those 4 ideas? Am I acknowledging that I am unconditional love with this person, in this situation, in this circumstance? Because if you realize you're not, therein is the discord, the belief that is disconnected from your actual nature, the static tone of belief you are sending out. So if you're feeling uncomfortable, let that be to you an invitation to realize your instrument's a little bit out of tone, a little bit out of tune. You can ask your inner heart to assist you in getting your strings of belief creation back in alignment, back in tune with your actual nature, that you exist here and now. The one is the all is the one, is you, unconditional love. What you put out is what you get back, and everything always changes except those first 3. Use those ideas to tune your beliefs that you put out with your instrument of your mental, emotional, heart beingness. And in that way you can be within the instrument of your physical experiencing, tuning your instrument to put out beliefs and ideas that are resonant with actual nature, and you get back more experiences in resonance with your actual nature. And that you experience these ideas that are resonant with your actual nature is more obvious. You realize you are awakening. Understand it is coming from within, even though some of these experiences seem to be out here, without, in that sense, outside. But it is all here and now. We understand your unconditional love, and we know within you, you understand your unconditional love. Everything I am saying is within you. Invite your inner heart to unfold this reality from within you, that you will awaken to it in ways every day you'll find fun, fulfilling, fascinating, fulfilling to you, rewarding to you, satisfying, educational for you. Ask that this be so. Put that out and you will get back that reality. You will tune in to this station of existence that is right here and now. You all have this within you, always. And you can learn to do this in a variety of ways. Again, invite your inner heart to assist you in putting out beliefs in resonance with your actual nature and clarifying, cleansing those beliefs that are not in alignment with your actual nature, beliefs based in limitation or separation. Within you is the power and the consciousness and the intelligence and the know-how to do this. Each and every one of you, each and every one of us. If it exists, it has this ability. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. And that is just a concept, right? It doesn't actually, you can have non-existence other than an illusory idea that we can talk about. You exist, and this is all that existence knows how to do, is to exist. I am, I am, I am, I am. To be, to be, to be. I am, I am, I am. What you put out is what you give back, determines how you experience and transform your existence, whether from lifetime to lifetime or moment to moment, day to day, interaction to interaction. And understand that every person in your life, moment to moment that you interact with, has within them this knowingness as well. So you can tune into that knowingness within them. If perhaps you're feeling a little bit light in any given moment, maybe you don't feel top form, maybe you don't feel unconditionally loving in one moment. It might be a challenging moment. Understand that the other people you are interacting with, within them is the knowledge of how to be awakening from within your actual unconditionally loving nature. You can tune into that exists within other people. Or you tune into yourself that aspect of knowledge and you can share that with others. In a sense, others who are actually you. For the one that is the all that is the one. And in sending it out, in a sense, that way, it can work into their field like sympathetic resonance to awaken that ability within them. You have a guitar, you strum the C string, another guitar over here, the C string starts vibrating. Sympathetic resonance. You strum your knowledge that you are infinite, unconditional love, sending that out, and that can then within others begin to vibrate that knowing within them. So you can do this for yourself, and you can play these notes for others. And if they in that moment don't want to play along, well, that's their choice. Find other people, other instruments to form a band, a symphony, a harmonious orchestration of sounds, thoughts, beliefs, consciousnesses that stream harmony with your actual unconditionally loving nature. And again, there are an infinite number of ways to describe this idea. So, in this moment, in the sharing, in the collection of beings that we all are in this room, this is the way it came through in this moment. So I thank you all for sharing and co-creating this idea, this explanation. It's one of an unlimited number of ways to talk about awakening from within. If you have a question, if I can clarify something about this, perhaps you would like a technique, or if you want to know more about the idea of how we experience this in our civilization, where we are born, conceived, live our life with this awareness of unconditional love in ever so fulfilling, fascinating of ways, you can ask about this as well. We would love to share that with you. So, thank you for co-creating this idea about unconditional love and awakening from within. And with that in mind, if there are anyone that has a sharing or questions, I will open up this timing to that.
Hello, Ishua.
Hello. What is your name?
My name is Tasha.
Tasha. Hello, Tasha.
Hello. I was wondering if it was possible, if my hybrid children are here, if they had any messages for me or a way that I can connect with them more easily.
What do you feel about this?
I just learned of them not too long ago.
How did you learn about them not too long ago?
Through a channeler.
Through a channeler? And how did you feel when you learned about them not too long ago through a channeler?
Very exciting.
Very excited. Very excited or very excited?
Very excited.
Very excited or very excited?
Very excited.
Very excited. What does that excitement inform you? Perhaps it lets you know there is, yes, you have hybrid children. And in the excitement is the hybrid children communicating to you, connecting to you with their heart in that sense. Their joy for who you are in their life and experience. So they are present, yes. They are always in that sense able to connect with you. Is that something you would enjoy as well, communicating with them? In what capacity do you visualize? Do you feel you would like to enjoy communicating with them?
In my room.
In the sense they physically present with you?
I would love to see what they look like, hear their
Yes.
voices. I have heard them giggle a few times.
Yes. The idea is to invite in your heart's moment meditation, invite the communication to connect, to grow, to build a resonant wave from them to you, from you to them. A channel of communication. Your desire, your joy, your love for them, their desire, their joy, their love for you, intentions to come together will strengthen the signal until there comes the time where it is fully open and you begin to recognize their presence. And in that, more you will be able to develop over time an understanding of their language. They begin to understand your language, your sensibilities, as you understand their sensibilities. This can take a little time. Be patient. Enjoy the building of this relationship. Give it time. The more you step in your heart with an intention of love to connect with them in meditative moments, the more you do this, the more this strengthens this connection to grow, to build, to recognize each other, to develop a language you both understand and can communicate with. It can, but is not limited to, but it can be the ideas of thoughts, sounds, you heard the giggling, can be in your mind's eye, visualizations, yes, it can be a combination of these. You can explore other ideas. You might be able to write some messages that they are sharing. You might even be able to speak some messages they are sharing. So be open to the ways that the communication can occur and explore various ways of communicating to them. You can make sounds. You can laugh as an invitation to connect to them. Explore. Be creative. Follow your heart in that way. Let your heart guide you in this.
Thank you. Much love.
Tasha, thank you. Hybrid humor is on its way for you, dear one.
Hi.
Hello.
I am curious to know that as we grow and come to the higher vibrations that you guys are born into, I'm curious as a society what we're evolving into from a standpoint of diversity, and on your planet what the creative diversity is like. Like, is there a diverse amount of artists?
Yes,
and,
we have a variety
and
of
musicians
artists.
and all of
variety
that.
of musicians, yes.
And that's shared to the same level of diversity that we have here?
What is your
or does
level
it
of
simplify?
diversity? What is your level of diversity you are referring to?
Well, it just seems like take music, for example. You could have music from all the way from rock to rap to country to symphonic.
We
Do you guys
don't
have that
label
same?
that way in a sense, but we do have understand music infinite potential, yes, and how it can be expressed. So we have parameters, or you could say genres, that we most generally experience, knowing there is an infinite number of genres or ways to express music that we haven't yet discovered or connected to, or had a musician in our midst that conveys music in that way. Just as you in your world have perhaps not experienced an expression of an infinite variety of musical genres. So we do have a variety, as you do in your world. Ours are different. There are some that might be similar. But for example, some of our instruments are living beings. They aren't like a guitar, but we do have some things kind of like guitars and crystal bowls and Tibetan bowls. We do have things kind of like pianos, sort of. But we also have instruments that are living conscious entities unto themselves. And that can then create a little bit different kind of a music genre unto itself. We enjoy it, as you often in your world enjoy your music. It can open doors. It can expand experiences of being able to learn more about each other in musical gatherings. to surprise us in our depth of love and appreciation of one another is not something that is uncommon. We can have these surprises when there is a musical concert going on. Somebody simply reaches over and hugs somebody and just can't let them go because the love is so strong. Open that up was from the music that was being played. In your world, you have some experiences as well, perhaps like this, and dancing together. So music has a wonderful way of opening up and connecting. And our experience is very focused with music in that way. Does this give you a little bit of an idea with your question as an answer, or would you like to explore this further, or are you asking in a little different way than I'm sharing?
No, I think that that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you, dear one.
Hi. I've never experienced you before. This is super exciting.
Super exciting.
Yes.
Super exciting.
Super exciting.
Thank you, dear one. Super exciting for me as well.
So I was apprehensive at first because I already asked a question earlier, but I was reignited by the question that the lovely woman in the blue asked Tasha. It was very similar to mine. I have an inkling that I have hybrid children, which initially felt extremely out there to me. However, I'm embracing it, and I feel like I do, but I would like maybe clarification or maybe...
Feel like you do.
Yes.
How does it feel like you do feel? You don't have to, but could you share a little bit about what feel like you do feels like for you?
Feel like I do. Well, I happen to also just be a human mother. I have 2 little ones that that need me and are amazing and very high vibrational beings. And I feel like one of them in particular, I know of my own children, is kind of a sort of a hybrid in some regard. I'm not exactly sure how. And that same energy feels like there's more, if that makes sense. Like there's more out there.
Yes, they are communicating together, these two, your physical child and hybrid child.
Yeah.
You are tapping into some of their conversations, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Why do I giggle? I don't know why I giggled. I guess.
It's almost like they're texting each other.
Yeah,
yes.
No, you're right. Wow. Do you know how many?
Well, let's just stay with one for now.
Okay. Okay.
Get to know the one. Yes, you don't have to have them all jumping in at once.
A girl?
Yes.
Very cool. How old is she? I mean, I know age is not really a thing there, right? It's just...
This is beyond the age of toddler, yes.
Okay.
In what you would know in your world, perhaps you might think in the range 3 to 6 approximately, maybe 7, 3 to 6 approximately, and how you experience in your world that age group.
Okay, I like that. So kind of similar to a little older than my daughter that I have here.
Very well.
My human daughter.
If you say so.
Okay, and can I get first can I get a name?
Not at this time, but it will come perhaps from your actual your actual child.
It's not Sarah though, is it?
Could be.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just asking.
Ask your child about this.
Thank you.
And be very open. Be very hard open about this.
Okay.
You can just ask, as an aside. Don't get serious. Don't put a lot of attention or weight on it. Just, and by the way, do you know Sarah?
Okay.
Let it be light and easy.
I like that. Thank
Yes,
you.
be imaginative in exploring this.
Okay. I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Ashwa.
Hi.
I'm Magda.
Amanda.
Magda.
Magda.
Yeah.
Hello, Magda.
Hi.
Did I get it right?
Yes.
Magda.
Magda. I guess as mother are driven all by the same questions about the hybrid children. But I'm more curious in a general manner, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that on your ship you have a bunch of them with the Yaels, right?
They're getting out of hand.
Yes. The Yaewanis.
They really want to come down here,
Right. Well, this is my question. How do the Yael, as the Shalanayas, see contact being made, whether through the children?
We see it in a very heartfelt cooperation together through your civilizations. We see it coming together in a way, ideally, in which you all are knowing. In a sense, you go within and you awaken the knowledge that we exist from within you, for that is where the knowledge is already existing, within your DNA. We share the same DNA. Some variations and differences, but same also. So the idea is when more of you simply know who we are, and you're at a place where you feel excitement that we are, in a sense, coming back home. In a sense, where we have our home, as this in a sense is your home, coming back into your life, in that way coming home. When you have excitement, know that it is going to be happening, and there's enough excitement with enough of you having awakened from within this understanding. Therein we see a wonderful rush to be together, an embrace from coming together, as though we and you have been long lost brethren, family, embracing once again from the time apart. Similar to how perhaps at times you see families coming together at the holidays or at train stations or at airports when they've been apart, and they are just so delighted to be together after having been apart. Tears of joy, the love of coming back together. This is how we see this. And there are realities where your world sees it this way as well.
Yes.
So that is one of the ideal ways. Contact our world with your world, openly, peaceably, comfortably, enjoyably, excitingly, in which you know who we are. It isn't some mystery. I wonder what that UFO was. Are those the ones trying to contact us? I don't know. Those are all, in a sense, visual communications and opportunities for meditations of contact, to feel our presence more in sightings, to begin to explore the idea of presence of extraterrestrials. And again, not all of those are our crafts to begin with. But so the idea is, as I've shared, for you to know and to be excited, to understand, to be comfortable with who we are, to understand what it would be like to have us in your presence once again, to feel a part of the universe, a part of the galaxy, a part of your heart, a part of the infinite galactic family, to feel as though a piece of you that has been missing for thousands of years is connected back, fulfilling your sense of being a whole human expression and experiencer in life.
Yes. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my love to you and to everyone.
Oh, much love as well. Oh, thank you, dear one.
Hello, my name is Jennifer.
Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello. Well, I've been evolving and having things happening around me. I have friends that come in orb forms. I see them in pictures. And I understand that they have a language that I don't quite understand yet, is what I was told. What can I do to open up myself more so I can communicate and understand them? And what is happening with my evolvement? I understand I had a soul retrieval, Mount Shasta, with my past life in Atlantis, and that I had this soul retrieval. And I feel like things are shifting, and I wondered if you could help me tune in to kind of be able to communicate on this physical plane rather than just in my sleep when they take me. Can I have them here now to communicate, or do I have to just wait till I go to sleep at night?
You can communicate in your conscious awake state, yes. You're always going through shifts and transformations. Some are more obvious and apparent to you in that way. As this one sounds, the Atlantean idea was more, in that sense, exponential and shift, connecting you to some of the experiences in the Atlantean lifetime where you were aware of the extraterrestrial, where you were able to communicate with extraterrestrials, comfortable, in a sense, telepathically communicating with extraterrestrials and present in the room with you as well in that particular timeline of your Atlantean experience incarnationally. Therein now you can begin to tell yourself that you can learn, understand, recognize the language, even if others say you can't. Just decide you can, to know that it is within you to do that. Perhaps when someone told you that in that timing, perhaps you couldn't, but you're choosing to learn more about this, which is awakening more of the avenues and opportunities and frequencies where you can. So I share with you now, my perception is that you can. It is within you to do this. Again, similar as I said before, you can invite in meditative moments to expand within your heart beingness, your unconditional loving nature, your inner heart, if you want to call it your higher self, however you want to call this idea. Ask, invite this aspect of you in meditative moments to facilitate the communication connection with those that would be most enjoyable for you to connect with, that would be most educational, that would be the most uplifting, provide you with the greatest sense of fulfillment, and them as well in a mutual way together. Do this again and again and again. As long as you feel in your heart it is a joy to do this type of meditative intent to connect and communicate and develop vocabulary and language with these ones. Follow your heart. Your heart then, with your intention and knowingness that you can do this, will facilitate more information for you, give you more suggestions of what actions you can take. The information becomes more available as you simply put out, you can do this, you desire to do this, and you connect to your heart and put out the willingness to do this. That will allow you more easily to connect to those realities where you are doing this. And thus you become more tuned into the reality where you're communicating with them. So you can do this, the reality exists where you are doing this. The more you step and take time to do this meditative moments, and if it is a joy for you to do this. If there are other things that are more enjoyable for you, then follow your heart in those other directions. And in doing that, the timing when it is appropriate to begin communicating with them will find you in the perfect moment, in the perfect place. So if not yet you are communicating with them, but you are following your heart as best you can in each moment, then no, it just isn't time yet. It's not that you can't, it just the timing isn't there. So as with all things, each moment follow your heart as best you can, and if it isn't communicating with them yet, then it isn't the time yet. Do you understand this idea?
I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear one.
Hi, Ishwa. My name is Julie.
Hello, Julie.
How are you?
Oh, very well.
Good. My question is, I work with the public and in a grocer, and we have a lot of young families that come in that have small children. And I was wondering if there are hybrid children present now that we're experiencing or they're experiencing us. And it seems to me there's a lot of 2-3-year-old children who are extremely happy all the time, which is great. And I was just wondering, I don't have a lot of experience with small children, so I guess I was wondering, one, if they're already present, and two, if there's something more than just the giggles and tickles they want from us as far as communication goes, because they seem to be extremely intelligent.
Yes, they are around. They share and experiences with many of you, somewhat like, you could say, spirit guides or guardian angels in a sense, because they're not actually physically in your present dimensionality in that sense.
Okay, so they're not physically present.
There can be some exceptions in that sense, for there are a variety of hybrid children. In a sense, your civilization is hybrid. As you know, you have DNA from several extraterrestrial races in your DNA. So in a sense, you are hybrid yourselves. So you can begin to be more specific in the idea of what hybrid children you are referring to or wanting to learn more about or communicate with. Be more specific, more focused, more precise in what it is you are saying when you say a hybrid child. There are a variety, even those who are not of Earth in a sense.
Okay. how many hybrid types are there presently?
There
without
are numerous coming and going. The
zillions?
number's changing in that sense.
Okay.
The appropriate number is always present. They understand how to follow their heart. They are being co-facilitated in their functions here with, you could say, adults, so to speak. They aren't just out wandering aimlessly around your planet. They have, in a sense, like supervision, but they know what they're doing for the most part. But they do, in that sense, look to those with more experience at times from our world and other extraterrestrial civilization worlds for guidance in certain situations. They are not being abandoned. We are very aware of their functions and interactions, and their well-being is always being maintained and assured by the co-parenting, co-facilitation with those who are like supervising adults.
And are any of them, are there more, I'm wondering about the autistic child. Is that something that they participate in also?
In what sense?
Well, there's some work being done with autistic children, and I think that they're highly intelligent, but people are not really recognizing that. And I'm wondering...
There are autistic children who have, in that sense, overlays in their mental components that are tuned into realities quite different from what most of you tend to be tuned into, that can, in that sense, at times generate some seeming difficulty in their ability to communicate in the ways most of you are used to communicating and functioning as. They're choosing before birth to have these different overlays, imprints, if you will, in their genetic structure, so that they can be then carrying various and different frequencies that can serve to expand the rest of you in ways that, as a collective, you find to be beneficial, although how and just how that is occurring may not seem so obvious on the outset, but they serve a function in raising the collective consciousness of your civilization. So it isn't, in that sense, a accident, if you will, that they are in the way they are. It is a choice, and it has a function, and it serves to uplift the whole collective consciousness by providing a different range of potential that the rest of you and thus then are able to tune into on levels you may not be aware of, that serve and support you in ways, again, you may not be aware of, but that these do exist. Understand it is so to support the whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Oh, it is a joy to be with you as well, dear one. Thank you.
Time for one final question.
May I ask it? Well, from someone here, yes.
Hi, Ishua. I'm Deborah.
Hello, Deborah.
Thank you for taking my question.
There's a joy.
It's a simple one, I think. I understand that as a human being, I picked my parents, my earthly parents. Is the same apply for the hybrid children, or is it a random gathering of DNA? Or do they pick their parents?
Are they arriving? Yes, they choose.
They do?
Yes.
Oh my, that's great. That's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
And much love to you.
Much love, Deborah.
So they picked me.
Thank you all for co-creating this interchange, the sharing of consciousness and information in ways that allows us to grow, allows hopefully for you to grow, ideally in that we can be more in resonance together, to know from within and awaken from within that connection that you and us have. That we can find the time, the day, the place, the appointment to meet, to gather in the future, not too distant in your timeline. It is a joy for us to interact with you in these ways, to grow in these ways, to share together in these ways, to become more resonant in these ways. From within, awakening those frequencies where we share immensely together, where we grow wondrously together, where we play in abundance of things and experiences and aptitudes and skills and that are a joy for all of us together in very precise, spontaneous, synchronistic ways, day to day, moment to moment, always, in all ways, much love. We are with you, have for you. Thank you, dear ones. Good evening and good day of your time.
Thank you.
How'd it go?
Wonderful. Welcome back. Thank you. If you're thirsty, there's water right next to you.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay.
Do you know where you go when you... Do you remember anything when you're out?
A little bit. Like a dream.
Nice.
Like a dream.
Yeah.
So I don't remember now, but if someone starts talking about something that I was talking about, then I start to remember it.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kicking it with your hybrid children. That's what it is. Yeah.
The entire thing.
Well, you can hang out here and kind of. I know with Rob, he has to kind of like come back and like.
My name's Rob, and I am the ET Whisperer, and that's a clever name that myself and Kalina fell into, so it was a great synchronicity. And the reason that it fits is because throughout the last 7 years, I've contacted or channeled over 100 different ET consciousnesses. I've not done collective consciousnesses as much, but I have tapped into some of those, some Archangel. But for some reason, the ET thing sticks with me very well, and it fits the energy very well, so that's where I like to stay in. Aridif is an entity who has come into my awareness as soon as I started channeling Treb, but it wasn't the same energy that I understood. He always called him by a different name, and when I was doing a book with Jefferson, a friend of mine, then he came through just for a minute to talk, and ever since then, I wanted to make a better connection with Aridif, and in the last year and a half, that connection has grown, and it's been very strong. So he will be the one that comes in tonight, and he will be answering questions. Now, most presenters have presented for a nice chunk of time and then take questions. Usually Aridif doesn't have as much to say about anything. He's very interested about what you guys want to know, so when it comes to it, we'll probably start questions pretty quickly. Whatever he's got to say, he'll say, and then after that, we'll do questions. Yes, very detailed, very intricate with the way it does it. So feel free to ask whatever you guys want. My connection process is a little different than the rest of channelers. It seems a little odd to some people. But basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to breathe for a little bit, and then I'm going to make some very loud oming sounds, and then I'm going to breathe a little more, and then Aridif will join us. And the oming sounds are resonant tuning. You guys can join along if you want. You guys can breathe while you want. That oming gets your chakras vibrating, and that's how it helps me connect to Aridif. So enjoy yourself, and remember, every question you ask that's personal in nature is a reflection from your own consciousness. And Aridif will look at your energy. He'll see any energy that it connects to through your higher self, through your oversoul, archangels, whatever. He'll see it connecting to it, and then he'll be able to reflect it back from his perception and his connection. So remember to have fun, remember to enjoy yourself, and thank you guys all for coming in here tonight. Thank all of you who are watching from home. It has been an amazing, amazing day, and tomorrow promises to be just as amazing. So thank you guys. I love you guys. All right, I'm going to take a drink of water. It usually only takes about 3 or 4 minutes to connect, but you'll have fun watching me squirm and making weird noises in the meantime. So, yeah, you got on film now. All right, everybody, enjoy. Greetings to you all. This is Aridif, that is Aridif, and this is it spelled. I know that many of you have queries of your own in this evening. We will begin in one moment. But first, we wish to discuss the co-creation of the magnitude in which you have all placed your own energy, that you have all placed your own excitement and love, time and effort into making come to fruition for all others in your experience and outside of it in this evening. First of all, when all of you understand that many are aware of what is happening in this moment, in this time, but there are many who have no concept or clue that this event, in the way that it is happening, or that it is happening at all in this evening. But yet those who are around are still affected by your excitement, by your co-create collective consciousness, by your own desires and excitement you build. And this is what we have shared from the beginning of the time that we have come through Rob, and all of the time that we have connected to Treb Bor Yit NE and all of humanity. We have connected humanity for thousands of years in different races of humans, or different time periods of humans, different geographies than what we are now. But we always have the capacity to teach and to share what it is that we desire to teach and share with all of you. That is, that you create your own reality from thought. You create your own reality from your conscious mindset. That in your co-creation with others, that you are creating not only the physical structure around you, but all things that accompany the concepts of exchanging energy. Whether you are walking down the street and seeing someone nod and wave, that is a co-creation, but it is also created from yourself. This dynamic is difficult for many humans to comprehend. How are we able to create and co-create? Is the one across from me the one who is being created or is co-creating with me? What we would say to this is it does not matter. What matters is your own excitement in the moment, your own ability to create what you desire in each moment. You take your energy and place it in many thought formats. You place it in many thought forms as you go through the day. You think about the hardships that you've had in your existence, and that because you are who you are and because of your history, you should create more of that, and that is what your life is, and you have settled for it. But we understand that all of you who are here in attendance are starting to see greater aspects of yourself in each moment. You see yourself connecting to other people whose excitement matches. You are co-creating experiences with entities who are not aware of conscious mindset or what the word channeling means, but yet you see them liven up. You see their eyes sparkle. You see them come to an excitement in their own capacity to help co-create more excitements. That is what this evening is about, is excitement. It is about creation. It is about co-creation. What we have shared and what we will always share is that we have a part in sharing our love with you, and you may do with it as you desire. You may take the love that we send you and use it for your own manifestations of excitements, your own co-creations, or you may leave it at the door. We do not mind what you do with the love we give you. We just wish to send you this love, and this is why we express in all time periods that above all things that have been spoken of in this evening by ourselves, is that you are loved is the most important point. When you say the words that you are loved, it brings you an experience that feels different than when someone expresses that I love you. When I love you, this means that two separate entities that are segregated from one another share love and send it to another person who then accepts it. But when you are loved, then that is all that needs to be said. Love is around you. If you desire it, you can accept it and manifest with it. Love is what creation is. It is what all consciousness is made from. And you as a non-physical entity are aligned with that energy. If you desire to realign with yourself, all you must do is open yourself for the experience. Now, a part of that experience is understanding things upon a deeper level. So what we can share with you in this evening is perhaps give you a reflection on the questions you desire in order to co-create a better understanding for you to open your own energy up to the more love around you if you desire. And if you do not, we are still here to share it. You may begin with your queries at your leisure.
You are loved, Aridif, and I respect you very much, but I humbly request, please bring Treb, please.
Yes, and you are loved also, Savita. One moment, and Treb Bor Yit NE will come to say hello for one moment.
Thank you.
Good evening, Savita.
I love you, Treb.
Yes, and it is very exciting to see you this evening.
It's always a treat, Treb. I know I waste so much of time, expressing myself, but let me jump into the question. A lot of churning going on in me, so can you tell me what my higher self trying to give me message? And another part is I'm having my right eye flicking from quite many days. Does it has any message, or is just a body something doing?
Yes, first of all, we wish to explain to you your second question and answer this first. When your eye is twitching, this muscle feels as if it is convulsating within your head, and as you are doing this, that is both energetic and physical in nature. As you are experiencing that, your third eye is opening more and more, and as the energy flows more deeply through, it sends energetic waves throughout your physical body, and as the energetic waves come out to the physical body, your right eye and left eye sometimes begin to flicker, but it is also a part of your energetic self. There is part of perhaps we believe it is called magnesium that you can have more of that is highly resonant to your physical body. So with those two concepts being shared, this can help you accepting the concept of wisdom within your own experience, not judging wisdom from other entities. For instance, when you hear someone say something that you feel is very stupid or ignorant, try not to judge them too harshly as it is their truth and they are only sharing a part of themselves with you. So to accept that will help allow your third eye flow a much greater resonance from the heart. And as for the concept, when you are looking at your own higher self and the message that you wish to receive, there is a concept of your own higher self that expresses there is a great deal of backwards and forwards that your mind and heart play, that in your own essence of playing that tug of war, that sometimes allowing yourself to experience the greater aspects of both at the same time, this can be very helpful. And we know that it is hard for most humans to experience the concept of sharing the mind and heart space where one seems to pull you one way and the other seems to pull you the opposite way. But as you are connecting to both the mind and the heart, what we can suggest to you is to open your heart and allow thoughts through, but try not to make them where they are too taxing on you by judgment. So the judgment concept is very applicable to both of these concepts.
Thank you so much, Rob. You just know what thank you.
Yes, and you are very welcome, and I also love you very much. Yes! We wish to express to you that we love you also, and we will reconnect you to Aridif. And if we are not connecting again in this evening, We wish to leave you this evening in love and in light, and we will experience each other again very soon. Good night. We are back without hesitation or delay. This is Aridif.
Hello, Aridif.
Yes,
That's
greetings.
isn't it? It's good to hear your voice again, my friend.
Yes.
I've got a question about resistance. Now, there's things in my life that I used to do, that I used to enjoy, that are sort of out of alignment with what I'm aiming for now, with the higher, raising my vibration and consciousness and channeling and stuff. And when I do them things, I feel resistance, more resistance now than I did before. But also, when I do things that are more in alignment with what I want to do, and I'm staying healthy and I'm exercising and just doing everything in a disciplined way, I also feel resistance. So I'm wondering, is there positive resistance and negative resistance, or is it just the way I'm looking at it?
Yes, as you are aware, we do not see in terms of negative or positive. What we see is restriction or lack of restriction. In our perception, there is nothing of the sort that implies that there is such a thing as positive resistance. There is only resistance or non-resistance. And right now, you place yourself in a resistant area. It is because you are too hard on yourself in your thought process. You begin to believe that one thing is better for you than the rest, and that if you step outside of that zone, that you are not doing what you are supposed to do. But what you are supposed to do is be excited and follow that excitement. When you are looking at your conscious thought process when it comes to health, the mindset behind this is just as important as the food aspect or the diet aspect. That when you are looking at how to place an energy within yourself that is positive, your thought process and belief system must be there to back up the food and exercise. So what we suggest to you is continue working within your belief system. Although you are expressing that one side is resistant and the opposite is resistant, you are still not allowing yourself to play with both sides equally. When you are going to the side that says, I am able to relax, I am able to let myself go, there is still resistance there because there is beliefs that are split between the two concepts. When you invest yourself in a percentage of belief, what you are doing is not allowing yourself to create outside of that percentage. So if you are split 50-50, try to add weight on the scale of another side. Try to place your belief systems more strongly in one area than the next and go through that without falter. Do not beat yourself when you cannot go down that path. Accept yourself. Understand that when you are placing your energetic thought process into the entire process of opening yourself up to channel, that when you are thinking about it, then you're doing it wrong. It is a feeling. It is emotion, process that comes in feeling your physical body and allowing to see where resistance lies. When you think of this concept, shut your eyes, place yourself in a pre-meditative state for at least 10 minutes, and then think, why am I not able to channel in the way I desire? You will find resistance come into your body, and it can come in a variance of ways. First, you can feel tingling sensations on your arm. You can feel heat within your head. You can feel cold chills down your neck. All of those are telltale signs that you have resistance in that area. You understand your chakra system well. Look into that. If it is coming in your arm, you know that it is your heart chakra. If it is in your foot, it is your root. If it is in your chest, it is your heart. Assign yourself that chakra. See where the resistance comes from, and then look what in that chakra area am I being resistant about. Oftentimes, when you try to channel, it is not the things that you think are going wrong that are stopping or preventing you. It is your thought process in general being restrictive. It is yourself beating yourself for not being able to channel. When you perceive yourself as a channeled being or as an entity who is able to bring forward a channeled being, then you are 90% of the way there. Continue to work on yourself. Do not be hard on yourself, and allow yourself to shift the 50-50% belief system towards the one that is resonant. And when you close your eyes, when you let go of yourself and ask the question, you will receive which way to shift that percentage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Aridif. Love and light, my friend.
Yes, it is a pleasure to speak to you again.
Hello, Aridif. This is Jennifer.
Yes, greetings, Jennifer.
Greetings. I have a question. My husband and I were introduced to a business opportunity, and I'm very excited about it. We've teamed up with a group of people that have created successes, and this is our retirement and our future. And I just wondered if you could read my energy. That's a two-part question, actually. But if there's anything blocking me in my co-creations that I need to eliminate or get rid of, if you could look into my energy field and see where I'm vibrating, I'd love to know what my chakras are doing and how I'm climbing to the fifth. So
yes.
Tuning in to me and give
yes,
me an idea
first
where
of
I'm
all.
humming.
Yes, we understand. And first of all, when you are looking into your energy, there is a bit of fear that goes behind the concept of allowing yourself to be able to financially retire. And if you do an investment and it fails, that energy in itself can pull away from you, that you could lose what you have. That bit of fear that comes not only from you, but the male counterpart in which you are going into this energy with is resistant in that way. It is resistant in the concept that there is fear behind this. Now, we would never express to you what you should or should not do, but in our perception, when going forward in a business venture, if it has great excitement behind and no fear whatsoever, that is the one that we would place our bets on, so to say. So as you are looking at that concept, make sure that there is no energy of fear or resistance within that. If there is money to lose, there is always a feeling for most humanity that there is something in great danger. But if you allow yourself to only look at the exciting parts of it, to understand that as you manifest, even if you were to lose the entirety of your life savings, it would be for the greater manifestations of what you desire, and allow yourself to let go in each moment, then you can do as you desire within your financial realm. But it is difficult for humans to make these decisions when it comes to finances. You have been perhaps conditioned, is the greater word, to look into the financial arena and to place it as if it is a commodity that is as important as the physical life that you have. What you understand is that you desire to place your excitement in something that can help others. That in itself is the energy we would express that is most beneficial to look at. Now, as it goes within your chakra, the first chakra, there is resistance there because of your fear of this concept. It is an undertone fear or underlying fear, but it is still existing nonetheless. There is also a place within your throat chakra that does not always allow you to speak as you desire. So what we suggest, practice going from your heart to your mouth. Practice sharing all truth. Also, as we had suggested to Savita, try to not judge others as they share their information and energy with you. That is one of the things that block the third eye chakra that many are not aware of. That if you judge wisdom, and the combination of wisdom and love lands within the third eye. So once you begin to judge wisdom, then it will cause that flux of resistance within your third eye. Continue placing your energy and excitements would be our greatest suggestion, not only in this venture, but in all ventures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Aridif. It's humbling and wonderful to be in your presence for the first time.
Yes, greetings to you also.
I'm a light worker and basically just had a question about what I can do more, if I'm on the correct path, and if there's more I can do as a light worker to assist in this whole process that we're all going through. And two, I have a deep connection with the Pleiadians and the Syrians and was wondering if there's something behind that.
Yes, first of all, let us look at the first concept. You desire to know if you are doing what you should be for the collective consciousness. And again, we reiterate the idea that we never tell you what you should or should not do. We also never tell you what your path is, and this is a common misconception with many humans. I feel as if I have come here to do this, but yet they are feeling as if they are not doing that, and that causes great resistance. But the truth is that you as a soul incarnates into a system where anything is allowed, where free will reigns. Yes, you may set yourself up with certain energies to allow co-creation or creation of your desire before you incarnate. But if you do not hit that mark, you are not missing anything. You are still hitting other marks. The oversoul in its essence sees reality in a format of experience only. It does not see the positive, negative, right, wrong, this is correct and incorrect. And this is the way we prefer to see it also. So in the essence, are you doing what you came here to do? Yes, you are here, you are existing, you are speaking the question that is of your highest excitement, and for that we congratulate you. Secondly, what we wish to share with you on your Syrian energy, you are also excited of Pleaidian energy and wonder if your connection is there. Of course it is. All of you are connected to Pleaidian and Syrian energy. Both of those are 1/7 of your stapled energy within your DNA. As you understand, there are 12 portions of DNA within the human race. 12 different entities from throughout the galactic consciousness have come to connect their DNA to yours through 7 different means. So there is always a natural resonance there. But the reason you are feeling that resonance has nothing to do with your DNA. There are guides that are connecting to you, both from Sirius B and also Alcyone, the star within the Pleaidian region. Both of these entities are humanoid in nature. Both of these are connecting to you from the 5th density. They are connecting to you from a place of your dream state. So if you desire to find more about that connection, what we suggest is place an intent within yourself before you sleep. Express to your own higher self that I desire to connect to the guides within Sirius and Pleiades, that I desire to open that dialogue. I wish to also bring back with me the information in my sleep state, and then it will give you a great opportunity to retain. But as we express in all things, do not go into it with anxiety about what the results are. Only go in there with the greatest expression of excitement and love for the entities you desire to connect to, and you will find a great deal more about why you resonate so deeply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Aridif. My name is Omaira.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings. And I have a question about our hybrid children. A question for myself and for all of us. I wanted to know if our hybrid children are made from our sperm and our eggs. So I've been able to connect to 2 hybrid daughters, and I'm still a little confused if my eggs were taken, if I was physically taken, or if this was done astrally or in a spiritual way. Does that make sense?
Yes, we understand the concept, and what we can share with you is this, that each different race that connects with hybrid children are different. Some will use sperm and eggs, some will use DNA, some will connect yourself as you are in your higher dimensionality. Understanding that you are all multi-dimensional beings, that a part of you exists within the dimensions or densities above you, that you are now in 4th density and you have 1 in 5th and 1 in 6th. And that part of you is accessible to these entities. They exist within the plane of creation or the plane of vibration in which that part of you exists. And yes, they are able to access that both energetically and physically. Although it does not appear to be physical to you, the 6th density is physical for us. So as I am traipsing about through the 6th density, all the things that I experience are just the same as the ones that you are experiencing in this room this evening. Your body also exists there. That physical body is taken and connected to, and either DNA or sperm and eggs are taken out. But within your own experience, the hybrid children that you are directly speaking of, it is DNA that is taken from the higher density self, the 5th density consciousness. So it is not anyone taking you out of your room at night. There is no abduction that is happening in that essence. But if you were to vibrate yourself within the 5th density consciousness, either in sleep state or meditative state, you would be able to meet not only your hybrid children, but also the entities that are connecting to you to create them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Aridif, I'm Blake. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, greetings to you also.
I'm trying to figure out how to form this question. It's part personal and part hopefully relevant to the group, but my ego is trying to figure out a way to kind of come to terms with the term healer, because I have not yet accepted that I am a healer or comfortable in saying that, but it's things that I feel comfortable in saying that I know I have healing capabilities. And I was wondering if you might be able to recommend certain things that could be done to sort of put that into practice and sort of put my healing tendencies in practice, and what you might recommend for me personally to do that.
Yes, first of all, we wish to ask you a question, if this is acceptable.
Yes.
Please repeat after us. I am a healer.
I am a healer.
This is the first step. You must admit what you are. You are only what your conscious thought process allows you to be or believes. That question that we wish to ask is, can you feel your own healing ability?
Yes.
Then you have this concept already. Now we understand the mindset of humanity often goes with thinking and feeling and thinking and feeling and playing that tug-of-war game. It is a very difficult one from what we understand. So what we suggest to you, take the feelings, the part of your intuition that knows that you are a healer, work with that. You can work with it in meditation. That part of you that feels you are capable of healing, bring it to the surface. Right now, if you are feeling your throat chakra, if you are feeling your heart chakra, place your hands on them. Start vibrating with your voice. That energy you are able to feel. Continue doing that. Work upon vibrating the parts of your body in which the chakras relate to. Remember what that feeling feels like. Remember it. Take it. Place it into your own personal security vault of mind and heart, and allow that to be revisited at all times. Once you are able to finally feel that part of you that knows, let go of the label of having capabilities of healing and accept yourself for what you are. This is difficult, and we understand, but the repetition, the feeling, the emotional bringing, those are the keys that will help you bring that to a more intimate setting. And we thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to ask, like on the Vatican emblem and the Vatican seals, they often show what's called a black Moor head, like an Ethiopian type person. And I'm wondering, what's the connection? Why do they spend so much time and concentration on putting this image together? What exactly are they trying to relate to the viewer?
Yes, first of all, understanding that symbolisms have existed within your own race for thousands of years. They are often meaning different things, but there is a great negative connotation behind this concept. Although most look to religion for positivity, and although the very beginning of religion was meant to share passion and excitement and empowerment with one another, it had turned for use of control in the symbols with him. Now we understand your excitement is to look deeper than the veil of what is happening with you. We understand you like to look into the concepts of why people believe that they can force others to do whatever they desire and to keep them under their thumb. But what we suggest to you is that by focusing on that, you are creating more circles, and you understand that you have come to many close calls with your own physical safety, with your own well-being, so to say, in order to find these truths. But what you have done in our perception is by placing your focus into those concepts, you have brought about that energy right back to you. The universe is a very giving entity in that way. You ask and you shall receive. And when you ask to find what is behind these dark people, the dark energy comes right back to you. And this we understand you are seeing in great levels. You understand to place excitements and remove your fear. We are not saying you should not look into it if it excites you, but what we are saying is the continuation of those symbols will come back to you if you continue to place your energy there. Find what it means to you. Find what the symbol means. Try to make a positive connotation when it comes to that idea and symbol. Then you will find not only a new meaning for it, but you will find a new meaning for what the overall purpose of your desire to look into it was in the first place. And we thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aridif.
Hi. My question is, how can I best serve the incoming generations of children of light beings here in this time and space?
Yes, first of all, what we can share with you is this, that by existing, you are helping all others around you. And we wish to share with you the mechanics of how vibration works from our perceptions. When you are standing in the middle of the room and you are excited about sharing your love, about teaching the younger entities around them, then what you are doing is sending ripples of vibrations out, not only in vibrational pattern as a stone in the water, but you are also linking to the earth. When you receive energy from the earth, it goes into your heart chakra and goes out simultaneously upwards and downwards. So you are releasing energy back into the earth to give to other entities upon the planet, but you are also allowing it to leave your crown chakra, which does the same in essence. As the crown chakra releases into the grid, it connects to all other humans. So now your excitement is spreading perhaps like a very happy and positive virus. As it goes outward and it connects to others, you are helping them then and there. As you are placing your excitement and sharing not only your love but wisdom with all others, children are the most receptive. You understand that there are children who are very young age who have great amounts of resistance within them. You often wonder in your mind, what is it that could cause a child to be this way? Well, let us share with you. First of all, it is an experience, but secondly, they are vibrational learners. They do not need words. They do not need textbooks to learn. They learn instantly and directly from all of the entities around them vibrationally. So when they are around two parents who are vibrationally awkward, to say the least, in your perception, or if they are resistant in their vibration, it will transfer most directly to the child. The children are the greatest vibrational learners in the world. So just by being positive, by sharing that energy, by placing it in the grid and into the earth alike, you will find yourself being the greatest teacher of all, and nothing needs to be done. But if your desire is to expand more than just being a vibrational teacher, what we suggest is take what you understand, take what you have learned, place your energy into sharing it, either artistically or perhaps throughout your social media networks. By sharing that excitement and the knowledge that you have learned, it gives you the opportunity to both embrace sharing and embrace the own wisdom of your vibration, continuing it outward as a gift to the world. And all of you, each one of you who carries excitements, resistance, hatred, all of you are gifts to one another. And when you see the vibrational quality of yourself as it ripples outward, it makes it much more exciting to share what you are with the world. So we thank you for this.
Thank you.
Greetings, Aridif. It's a pleasure to meet with you again like this.
Yes, it is a great pleasure for us also.
I have a question. Recently I've been having these energy surges in my body, and they're becoming more frequent, that they're physically jolting to me. Now, I understand that they're an activation and possibly a clearing, but can you give me a process that I can implement so that it's not so jarring to my physical body?
Yes, first of all, we wish to congratulate you for feeling your energy. We wish to congratulate you for activating your own energy and experiencing that jolting experience. Now, we understand it can be uncomfortable, to say the least. But what we can share with you to help alleviate you is first inform you what it is. That energy, as you have expressed, is not only an activation, but it is also an energetic upsurge of your higher consciousness. Now, we do not wish to get too technical into how consciousness works, but what we will tell you is that your everyday mindset, your thought processes that you share in each moment, that is what we would label your lower fractal consciousness. That is about 15 to 25% of all that you are. The remaining percentages are what we would call your higher fractal consciousnesses, and this is the part that you activate in your sleep. It is the part of you that connects to your dream state, to your archangels, to your guides. That is the part of you that is always connecting to other energies. It is the part of you that knows how to connect to the oversoul. So what you are experiencing is your percentage of your lower fractal consciousness is raising, and that is for all of you. What transferring from the third density consciousness to the fourth density consciousness is a higher percentage integration of your higher fractal consciousness. You are bringing that higher fractal consciousness into the lower fractal consciousness, and you are feeling the ripples of energy outward. So what we can suggest to you by working with this is work in your heart chakra. Place an awareness upon that. If you desire a very specific meditation, we will give you one.
Please.
First of all, as you are breathing, this is always the greatest importance, breathing in and breathing out, very slowly, very deeply. Breathing in your nostrils, filling both your lungs and stomach, and then breathing outward, out of your mouth, deep and slow and steady breaths. Do this, and as you are doing this, picture the color of green. And on your intake of breathing in your nostril, hold your breath for but a fraction of a second. And this is the only exercise we will share that idea with, because we never suggest to hold your breath. It is not allowing your energy to flow. But in this instance, it allows you to catch up energetically to the color portion of this exercise. So breathe in for a split second, hold, and as you are holding, you are picturing that color of green. This is what some call green breathing, and it allows you to release your anxiety and imbalance. As you are breathing out all of the excess energy, anxiety. So breathing in, hold green, breathe out, that is your anxiety. You will feel the bottom of your feet, the beginning of the bottom of your feet will begin to tingle. That is the energy leaving your physical body and going back into the earth, so it may be recycled via weather. But again, we do not wish to go too deeply into that concept. As you are doing that, you are breathing out, you are breathing in, you are picturing the color green, and after you are done, we need you to visualize your heart chakra. As you visualize, it is approximately the size of your fist. It is in the center of your chest. As you are feeling it, you are seeing it, you are feeling it as it pulses. You are seeing how the energy moves from it. And as you are seeing this, what we suggest you is to place 3 triangles. The first one colored green, the second colored white, the third colored green, and place them superimposed upon one another in an upright fashion. So the bottom part is flat, the top part is pointed, and then you allow yourself for the triangles to sink in and to connect into the heart chakra and sink in now. Why we suggest this, it is a very long explanation, but the simple one is this. The triangle is an energy that helps transform energy or transport thought process and energy from your higher self to your lower fractal consciousness. Placing that in your heart will allow the better communication and the ease of the jolting as your higher fractal consciousness is now beginning to integrate. And we cannot express enough. We congratulate you, all of you, for the integration of your higher fractal consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you. You're so loved.
You are loved.
Hi, this is awesome. Hi, I have a quick question about being able to determine and decipher positive and negative, or type 1, type 2-ish forces, because I feel like that's a big portion of why I am not channeling, because I'm afraid from religious programming from a kid of channeling the devil, or, not that there is a devil, but, that whole exorcism vibe. And so I don't let myself receive anything because I'm afraid of it. So how do you basically only let the light in and push out the dark, or something like that?
Yes, first of all, we will give you the definition in our perception of type 1 and type 2. The type 1 entity are the ones that come into your existence knowing that they are connected to all that is. They feel, they experience, they express themselves as if they are connected to all other things. They see the value in you because you are a part of them. They see the value in themselves because they are a part of you. So in that expression, it is a complete knowing of oneness. They also look above them for inspiration, energetically, dimensionally. They look above them. Then they also look below them to distribute the newly found inspiration, love, and information down to those below them. They are a circuit in the board, so to say. They allow energy to flow through them. They do not ever connect to the concepts of stepping in the way of your free will. That is a type 1. The type 2 entity is a spectrum of different energies, and what we will express is first the definition, then the spectrum. The definition, those who do not fully see their oneness with all that are, usually they are only looking below them energetically or dimensionally in order to impose their will or to stand over those below them. They never look upwards for inspiration. They do not mind stepping in the way of your free will. Now, this sounds very frightening and very scary for many of you, but let us assure you, there is a great spectrum within the type 2 energy. There are those who are malevolent, those that you have called the ancient reptilian entities that have, perhaps in your mind, plagued humanity. And in that essence, it is the most malevolent of energies. It is the one that will step on you rather than look at you, or perhaps throw you out of the side to make their life easier. But there is another side of the spectrum for type 2 energies, and the type 2 energy can be a very loving being. It can be a group of entities that love humanity so wholly and so fully that they will go to war with another race to protect you. Now, that does not sound very bad to some of you. It sounds that they are loving enough to protect us, and they are helping us, and they are doing, but they are also stepping upon your free will. They are also determining that you are not strong enough to create your own reality, and they will impede, they will impose their own concepts. That is the definition. That is the difference. Now, when it comes to channeling, your fear of what you are bringing in, what we can tell you is this. We use the ancient reptilian energy as an archetype in expressing this concept because to most of you, they are the worst, the biggest, baddest, and scariest ones in town, and in your minds, they are the absolute hardest, perhaps. We are not thinking of the word, but often your sports people jump over them. Hurdle, yes, this is the word. So it is often the biggest hurdle to go over. Now, as you are experiencing these ancient reptilians, you believe that they are the very worst to deal with. They are 6th density on their way to 7th, but not if they have anything to do with it themselves. They are the largest energies, and now a way to move them, now a way to beat them. Some of you believe they cannot be defeated or beaten. They cannot be bypassed. They can always rule over you. But what we have is very great news in the way of this, that when you are connecting to your oversoul, which is a 7th density being, if you look at energy, what is higher is more, what is higher is bigger. When you connect to what you truly are, when you let go of your resistance, you are connecting to 7th density oversoul. And as we've expressed before, 7th density, much larger than 6th. So in that essence, if you wish to play those number games in your head, perhaps that can make you feel safe. But when you are aligned with what you are, when you are excited, when you carry the concept of doing something that excites you, and do it be damned, whoever desires to stop you or not, you will continue to do it. That is the energy that will only allow you to connect to positive energies. Your intent is one that is pure. It comes from love. It comes from excitement. The intent will weed out the negative entities. Your heart will weed out the negative entities. There are no such thing as negative entities attaching to you because you must fight them and because they desire to eat from you and all of these things and horror stories that many of you have heard of. Your vibration dictates your connection. It dictates your mindset. It dictates your creation in life. Why would it not dictate what or who you connect to? So in that essence, release the fear of concept. Release the fear of being not able to push down the energies that are too large for you. Let it all go. It is nothing but programming, and you are very aware of that in the wording of your questioning. So when you are looking at that concept, trust yourself, connect yourself, allow your excitement to dictate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Aridif. So I had a question about food allergies. Recently, in I would say the last few years, you hear a lot about people having wheat allergies, peanuts, things like that. I think I've developed something like that myself. But is there like an emotional component to that, like an emotional root cause?
Yes, there are 3 reasons for allergies in general. One of them is a vibrational resonance with the food itself. You express the concept of peanuts, you express the concepts of wheat. Those are beginning to be demonized within your collective consciousness. They're beginning to have processing that is not perhaps healthy. So some people or parts of your collective consciousness believe that they are negative by association. So that is one reason that your energy will not allow you to co-create with that. The second is your past lives. Many of you carry incarnations where things have happened, whether it be in proximity of a wheat plant or proximity of a peanut, and caused some bad experience in your life. Perhaps you were a peanut farmer and you were crushed by an ox, and this scared you a bit. That can carry over, and we are being drastic, but perhaps for fun's sake. Now, when you are looking at the third concept and the third ideal, that is just that you have not desired to connect with that food in this incarnation. There are many vibrations that are not fitting those of you who come from a higher vibrational start. Many of you have come here as what you would perceive as star seeds or entities from other creative and collective consciousnesses. And when you come, Earth is a very foreign place for you. Now understand, you all have a part of the incarnation cycle. You all, being human, are very human. But some of you have had very little in human experience. So rejecting the things that will not align with your energy makeup before your incarnation is often happening. That is what we can share with you for these things. We thank you.
Thank you.
What we wish to share with all of you before disconnecting in this evening, all things that have been expressed are very exciting and perhaps very fun for some of you. But to reiterate and not to bore you to death with it, but you are loved. And this is very important for us to say. It is very important in our perception for all of you to hear or ignore. You are loved. Thank you. We bid you adieu for this evening, and also greetings, Kalina. We bid you adieu.
Greetings, Aridif. Good night. Welcome back, baby. Woo. Are you fishing with Treb? That's what we call it.
The amazing Shelley Young. You don't need that microphone.
Oh, yes,
mic
that's
up.
right. You're already mic'd up.
We got multiple mics.
Hi. How y'all doing? So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I've been channeling for 11 years now. And I hear these amazing stories from the other channelers who had these spontaneous openings where, you know, Lee talked about being on the tube in England and hearing this voice, and these people have these amazing stories of they just come through and they don't know what's going on, and I'm always so fascinated by those stories. Mine was a little bit different. My awakening process started from a fetal position on my living room floor. So for those of you that have gone through the dark night of the soul, you might be able to kind of relate to that. I ended up in a place in my life where everything that could go wrong did. I was for several months asking what else could happen. Of course, the universe was very happy to show me what else could happen. And I wanted answers, and I was completely broke. I was unemployed. I was getting suddenly divorced. I was all by myself. My beautiful sister-in-law was going through a similar time in her life, and came to live with me, and we were just broken. We were just broken. And I wanted answers. And I would scrounge up enough money to go see a psychic or go see somebody for some advice. And all that would happen would be I would get one question answered, and I'd leave there with 25 more questions as your awakening process goes. So finally, out of sheer desperation and not knowing what else to do and having I literally tapped out, and I just said, okay, God, you have to take the wheel because I am not qualified to run my life anymore. You got to do it for me. And it was from that pure moment of surrender that my entire life changed and what got me here today. So from that moment, as if by magic, I ended up being swept off to hypnosis school. Never thought about being a hypnotherapist. And it was from learning the really cool tool of hypnosis combined with an insatiable need for answers of what my life was taking out that helped me finally open to being able to hear Gabriel. So for those of you that are looking to channel, please know that you can learn. I'm living proof. It didn't just happen. There wasn't a magical lightning bolt from the sky that came and hit me. That might have been slightly less painful, but anyone can learn. And so I want you to know that. Don't give up. And it was through the magic of surrender that everything happened for me, and that's what we're going to talk about today, and that's what Gabriel wants to present to you today. So I'm going to do things a little bit differently than what you guys have had so far, in that Gabriel has let me know that he wants to present to you what's called the Divine Combination, which is a recipe for awakening. And then he would like to lead a meditation for all of you to experience it in a way that is personal for yourselves. And then we'll do questions and answers if we have time. Sound good? All right. Okay, so I just need a minute to get myself, thank you, into my working space, so bear with. Greetings, dear ones. How incredibly pleased and honored we are to be in your presence today. We honor you for coming to anchor the energies of the group. And of course, when we say group, we mean not only those who are in this room or experiencing this transmission from their homes today, but also those who will be experiencing this transmission on your internet at a later time. And we would like to make you aware that each and every one of you in this room, in this right now moment, are here in an act of service to themselves, to each other, and to the planet. And we honor you for that, and we love you for that. We could not be more pleased with the topic of this weekend, Awakening from Within. We have been wishing to release the Divine Combination to many more people, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so. You all have every last thing that you need within you in order to awaken. And we understand that that can be a frustrating statement because we understand that you say, but Gabriel, how can that be? How do I get there? And that is what we are hoping to give you today. We like to make our messages easy to apply for people and accessible for everyone. The Divine Combination is a structure for enlightenment. It is like an alchemical formula. When it is combined together, it creates the magic of awakening or enlightenment. It is something that everyone can do. And it consists of 4 major elements, which are the elements of surrender, faith, flow, and trust. So, just as you would be baking an apple pie, when you have apples just by themselves, they are lovely, and when you have flour just by itself, it is lovely. But when you put all of the ingredients together, it becomes magical and delicious. If you were missing one of the elements, it would not be the same. And this is why it is so very important to understand that the divine combination works together. Each of the elements are essential. And this would explain to you why so many of you may surrender temporarily or get into the flow temporarily, and yet not get too far with it, because you are not employing all of the essential elements together, and that is really what makes the magic. So we will look at each of the individual elements for you, and then we will lead you through them in a way that you can experience for yourselves. Surrender is the most powerful act that a human being can do. And we understand that that is very difficult for you to understand. And we understand that you find surrender to be very, very difficult. You don't understand how to do it. What are the steps? How do I surrender? Well, we will be doing surrender and faith together, because in order to surrender, you must believe that there is something larger than yourself. And it does not matter what you believe is larger than yourself. It just matters that you have a belief that there is anything larger than yourself. So you could surrender to God, or you could surrender to Source, or you could surrender to your highest self. You could surrender to the grand poobah in the sky. It does not matter. You can surrender to anything. If you don't know what to call it, you could simply surrender to more, and that would be perfectly okay. Believe us, we are not going to stand there and ignore you if you don't call it by the right name. The act of surrender allows you to, most importantly, get out of your own way, because it is your resistance that is in the way of your divinity, of you knowing your divinity, of you getting in touch with all of the things within you that we talk about that you already have. The act of surrender gets the ball rolling, if you will. It activates your team of helpers, and it allows your highest self to take the lead. So many people believe that surrendering is an act of weakness. It is giving up. And we would say quite the contrary. It is giving up, you see. We will tell you that every dark night of the soul has a great purpose, and it is because it leads to surrender. And it is the moment that you surrender and start moving with the universe and surrender into the unconditional love that always exists for you, that the magic happens in your lives. It must be heartfelt. There is no special ritual that needs to be done. But you must surrender with your whole heart to more, or whatever it is that you would like to call it. And you must stay surrendered, which is the tricky part, we understand. So we are not talking about surrendering and then taking it back. That would be tug of war. We are talking about surrendering with faith into the flow, with trust. We will tell you that whenever a human being comes close to a time of surrender, your guides gather very closely. It is a time of great celebration. You might even feel some of that excitement within you right now, because all of your guides, all of the helpers, everyone gathers close because it is such a sacred moment. This is you stepping into living your life through your heart, not your mind. This is the model of empowered movement. You are not powerless with surrender. You are empowered with surrender. So surrender is deciding to get out of your own way and allowing all of the highest aspects of yourself to lead you. And it is the most efficient and fastest way to get to exactly where you wish to be, to having those wonderful right time, right place moments, much like this one. It is allowing yourself to live through your divinity. So when you surrender with faith into the flow, you will immediately bypass many of your blockages because you will be out of your own way. Resistance is what causes you great discomfort. Depression is caused by resistance to the flow. Anxiety is caused from being in accelerated movement and flow without faith and trust, you see. When you enter into the flow, you are supported in all ways. Your ego self, the part of you that simply wishes to keep you small and is not all that interested in growth, will rail mightily against the idea of flow. It does not like flow one bit. And the way around that is to reassure it. To tell your ego self, you still have a job. I'm not going to leave you behind. Come on. Give it a job. Tell your ego self, you know, we're just going to try this. How about you pay attention and see how this works? It's a wonderful way to get your ego cooperating with you. Can you see, as we are moving forward into unity consciousness, that trying to deny or separate yourself from any part of yourself is not moving where you want to go? We must unify. This is about unconditional love for yourself. It is about gathering up all of your pieces and working with your team. When you enter into the flow, you might bump right up against one of your old issues. And people get scared by that and they say, oh, I don't like this flow thing. Took me right into that thing I don't like. But the reason why it does that is because if you don't panic, it will swiftly move you beyond it. It will find new solutions, new healing. We cannot impress upon you enough the power of choosing this path of grace and ease rather than the path of struggle. The flow is the greatest gift that you can give to yourself. Now here's where it gets a little tricky for you. The flow will contain moments of accelerated, tangible movement. So many of you are feeling that. The energies are very, very fast right now. Many of you are feeling tangibly that there is a lot going on. But the flow will also contain what will appear to be a lull period for you, where it doesn't appear like there's anything happening in your life at all. And that is when all of the movement is taking place behind the scenes, you see. And that is where most people knock themselves out of their divine combination, because they are unsure that there are things happening. So they start to doubt. So we will give you an analogy that will help you never fall for that again. And it is something that most of you have already experienced or can relate to. When you get on an airplane, you have a very strong intention of getting somewhere. So you pay your money and you get on the airplane. and you have the experience of tangible movement while you are taking off, you really feel like you're getting somewhere. But when you're up in the air making the most progress, it doesn't feel like you're moving at all, does it? You're cramped, you're uncomfortable. You want to know when you're going to be there. But you don't jump off the plane. You understand that there is progress being made, even if you can't see it. It's on the other side of the clouds, that's okay. And if you don't panic, you will arrive where you wish to be. And at the landing, you will feel tangible movement yet again, as it is with the flow, dear ones. Don't knock yourselves out. If you feel like there's not tangible movement, we are telling you that is when the magic is happening behind the scenes. Do you see? The flow is the greatest thing that you can give yourselves. But yet many of you think, well, if I surrender into the flow, I'll be careening about wildly. You think that you'll be like a pinball in a pinball machine, bouncing about. And that is not true at all. Your flow has a steering wheel, you see. It is called gratitude. You give your feedback to the universe through your gratitude. And that is how you steer your flow, with your intention and with your gratitude. The last major element of the divine combination is trust. And this is what most of you struggle with the most. You think things should happen within a certain time period, or you think things should look a certain way. But when you are surrendered with your faith into flow, there is nothing to be worried about. It can only take you to a better place. So the difference between faith and trust, faith believes that there is something larger than you that you can look to assistance to. Trust says, I trust that not only does that thing exist, but it cares enough about me to catch me, to guide me, to love me. And once you start to experiment with the power of being surrendered with faith into the flow and staying there in trust, we cannot stress enough the miracles that you can create in your lives. You will always be in the right place at the right time. You cannot get it wrong. So for all of you that wonder, am I doing enough? Dear ones, if you are surrendered into the flow, you are just fine. So perhaps you surrendered into the flow at the beginning of your day. Perhaps you surrendered into being of your highest service that day. And not one thing happened. You don't have to go to bed thinking that you failed. Perhaps, just perhaps, holding your vibrational state was more than enough that day to be of your highest service. Your highest service does not need to be grandiose, dear ones. It is all the little efforts that are driving the shift on your planet right now. So trust. Play with the system. Start to see how much better being surrendered feels. If it feels like you're pushing a boulder up a hill, dear ones, you are trying. And enlightenment is not about trying, it's about being. The divine combination allows you to be. When you see how loved and supported you are, You will have the tangible experience of unconditional love, which then allows you to let go of your worthiness issues. It will be very healing for you. But it goes beyond that. When you start to see how loved and guided you are, you start to move into acceptance. You start to understand how each and every person has their own guides. The system works for everyone. And you can start to see how every person is exactly where they need to be. Acceptance means when you're caught in a traffic jam, if you're surrendered, you know it's absolutely perfect. Oh, I guess my energy was needed more here for a little while. You stop panicking about things. Acceptance is what allows you to move beyond judgment. You stop judging your life as being wrong. You start to see everything as being divinely perfect. Your trust allows you to start practice allowing people to be where they are. Understanding that you are the expert of your own life expression and each and every other person on this planet is their own master. What if you started understanding that? What if you started seeing that everyone was absolutely perfect exactly as they were? What a wonderfully empowering message you would be giving other people. Even the person that seems to be headed in the wrong direction, the person that makes bad decision after bad decision, all movement is forward movement, dear ones, when you understand that wherever a person's energetic bottom is exactly where they will surrender and open up to the system. Can you see that now? But the beauty is that you don't have to wait until you are battered and worn to surrender. You can surrender easier. You can surrender whenever you want. Discomfort is merely a redirectional tool. That's all it is. And what happens when all of a sudden you see that there is nothing wrong with you and nothing wrong with your life and nothing wrong with anyone else? That is when you enter into the space of peace and beingness. And then we ask, what are you going to do with all that spare time? You will create. You will create as the grandest expression of yourselves. Because your highest self will be taking the lead, that knows what all of your perfect matches are, that allows you to shine brilliantly. All you have to do is surrender into that flow and follow that path of least resistance and watch for the signs and synchronicities, and you will be amazed at what unfolds. You have all had days like that. You have had the most amazing, wonderful days where everything goes right. It's because you have been in the flow. It allows you to be present in the right now moment when you know everything is taken care of. You are beings of flow. You are a flow of source energy. Blood flows through your system. Air flows in and out of you. You receive energy and you give energy. For those of you who wish to channel, channeling is the ultimate of surrender, flow, faith, and trust. It is a grand act of surrender with faith. You will have a far more tangible experience of your guides if you will stay out of your own way and use your divine combination. You will also shift with the changing energies with far greater ease than ever before, because you will just naturally be moving with them. It is that simple. And we urge you to start to try it in your own life. So we invite you right now to take a couple of nice big breaths. And with your whole heart and your inner voice, declare, I surrender. And feel the excitement of your guides and helpers, the excitement of your highest self, as you commit to getting out of your own way. And starting to experience yourselves as the little divine pieces of source that you all are. Feel how loved and supported you are in this right now moment, in this sacred act of surrender. Feel your guides around you. Feel how loved you are. And we wish for you to surrender into the flow. And you can experience the flow as being unconditional love. You could consider it to be the amniotic fluid of Source or Gaia, if you choose. It sustains you. It heals you. Can you see how every single thing you want in your life is an act of flow? Love is a flow. Healing is a flow. Joy is a flow. It is all there for you, dear ones, right at your fingertips. You just have to choose it. So feel how the flow buoys you. Feel how supported you are in it. Feel how wonderful it is. Feel your guides and helpers with you. See how they have you. They're not going to let you fall. Feel the joy that comes from finally getting out of your own way. Feel how this will open the door to endless new potentials and possibilities for you that you never could have imagined for yourself, but are now possible now that you are allowing yourself to be led by the highest aspects of yourself. Living your life by your heart center, dear ones, is a flow. We do not want you to stress yourselves out. If you start to feel uncomfortable, you will recognize that you are out of flow and you will resurrender. A beautiful affirmation you can use if you're finding it difficult is simply, God is guiding me now, or whatever, more is guiding me now, whatever works for you is fine. Every single master that has ever been on your planet has used the divine combination. They may not have labeled it that, but they use these exact elements and they are available to everyone. So this is what we wished to share with you today. And we are happy to take questions if there are any.
Hello. Hi, I'm Brooke. I would like to connect more to the angelic realm, not necessarily any one specific entity or angel. It feels the most comfortable to me, coming from a very Christian background that I'm very much trying to get away from, in a loving way. I would like to just know maybe what you have for me or us, anyone trying to connect to that, and maybe anything that you have for me specifically that I could put value from.
We delightedly welcome you.
Thank you.
And we are always available to you. The angelic realm would feel like home to you. It is an energy that you have played with and know very, very well. We are available to you simply from asking a question. There are many signs that you can tell in your body when you have angelic beings close. So for all of you that are concerned with connecting with other beings, you may not know this, but you can use your body, your physical body, as a barometer of whether it is a higher being that you wish to communicate with or not. So any higher chakra activation, any chakra activation from the heart center up is always an indicator of a higher being. So when we say activation, we just mean a feeling of greater flow. There's that word again. It could be tingling. It could feel like heart expansion. When you have angelics near, it is very common to hear ringing in the ears. You may get tingling on your head. But we often come with a minty or mentholated sensation. It is called the breath or the kiss of an angel. And if you pay attention, you will often feel it under your nose, or the air will feel minty or mentholated. Our partner in transmission always feels as if someone has smeared a handful of Vicks on her chest when she is channeling. So those are indicators for you, but it is absolutely open to you. Another thing that we would like to say is when you ask questions, we understand that it can be difficult to trust. There's that word again. But we would say to you, stay with it. Try not to judge too much when you first begin. Know that all angelic messages will be positive and empowering and helpful. So you will never get fear-based messages, but always how to help you move forward. So be aware of that. But what will happen is if you continue with it and don't judge it, at some point you will hear something that will surprise you. And the second you get surprised, you know it is no longer your imagination. And that will be great fun for you.
Thank you. As a quick follow-up to that, what is the best way to be able to allow yourself to perceive them in some sort of either physical or, I guess, audio manifestation without fear, so that you're not, freaked out to be? Because I would like to see them, but I think that's the quickest, easiest way to be able to enter in this.
Well, if your intention is to work with a higher being, dear one, we will come.
Okay.
So. We understand that many of you have lifetimes where perhaps dabbling in this business didn't work out well for you. But those energies are no longer supported. And as you start to express yourself through your divine nature, you will only draw to you what will be in resonance with that. You are completely safe to play with this. But one thing that we do want to let you know about is what may work for you one day may not work for you another day. And this is a big frustration that many people experience when they're first trying to connect with their guides. One day they're driving in the car and they hear perfectly, and the next day nothing. Sometimes people wake up in the morning and they get a message, and the next day they get nothing. And the reason for that is because the energies are shifting so rapidly that what would be a place of alignment one day may not be a place of alignment at all another day. We understand that this is greatly frustrating to you. So the key to that would be to surrender with faith, flow, and trust into the alignment that is supported that day and allow it to come through.
Thank you.
It is our great pleasure.
Thank you so much for that sharing. I just feel an immense gratitude, and my whole being is vibrating with your love and energy transmission. And I'm very moved by the divine combination. It was just pulsating through me, the truth of it. And I'm interested to know the pieces where I am limiting it in my own life. I feel very inspired creatively, and I feel very connected to my intuition and to living in an intuitive way, yet my physical reality still lacks a lot of form and has a lot of uncertainty. And I feel it could be just a timing thing, but then I also wonder if there's just other pieces where I'm not committing enough, or my fear of being seen is still holding me back.
One of the most powerful things that you can do with the divine combination, and thank you for your lovely words, dear one, is to surrender into being of your highest service. That is what our dear one did from her fetal position on her living room floor. And what happened to her was she became a hypnotherapist. Now, this is a wonderful example of why we often don't tell you exactly what your purpose is. We wait for you to discover it. Because had someone told her that her highest service would be being a channel for an archangel, she would have said no to becoming a hypnotherapist and would have denied herself the tool that allowed us to connect. And while we are on that note, you do not need to use hypnosis to connect with us, just to be clear on that. It just worked very well for her. So when you surrender into the flow, pay attention to the things that show up to you with ease and grace and synchronicity. And follow that path. And there will be an unfoldment that will be much like a treasure hunt. Your life will get very exciting. You'll be so filled with signs and synchronicities and totems and magical things all about you. And that is what is going to bring the joy and the fun back into your lives, you see. So we would say to you, just surrender and allow the unfoldment and have fun with it. That is the greatest gift that you can give yourself, and it really is that easy.
Thank you so much.
It is our great pleasure.
Hello, Gabriel. My name's Jennifer. I was wondering, seems to be there's a lot of people around me in my life that are depressed and unhappy and really struggling with self-love and fears about life and anxieties, and what can I do to help uplift them when they're standing before me?
Do not uplift them. And we will tell you why. Because when they get uncomfortable enough, they will surrender. Allow people to be where they are. They are there for a reason. And you may not know exactly what it is that their soul wishes to experience. So know that their team of helpers is there. The universe works the same for each and every one of you. And we would say, be the shining teacher by example. Do you. Thrive, shine, and they will ask when they are ready. You will be the light for them. You will be the master on their path when they are ready. And that is the greatest gift that you can give. By allowing others to be the masters on their paths, even if you don't understand what they're doing, it is an incredibly empowering gift to others. If you are always running after them, trying to fix them, you could actually be preventing them from hitting that magical moment of life becoming too painful to stay the same and surrendering. Do you see?
I do. Thank you.
It is our great pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm new to the Archangel in this birth. So my gratitude and thank you for the gift of the smell. I cannot smell, but I did smell you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It is our great pleasure.
I have a question. I did receive my answer yesterday, but I want to know what you say about it. How to behave, how to be in grace, like how to behave gracefully, how to vibrate in grace. A little recipe, what do you say about it?
Well, the entire divine combination leads you to a place of grace and ease. Because what it does is it takes all of the stress, all of the doing out of things. When you are living through surrender and flow, you know that everything is always divinely perfect. And when you know deep in your beingness that exactly where you are is divinely perfect, there's not much to get worked up about. You will emanate an energy of peace, of tranquility. You will be embracing your now moment. You will be embodying unconditional love. And that is the sweet spot, is it not?
Yes, that's what I got yesterday. Thank you.
It was our great pleasure.
Hi, Gabriel. Thank you for being here today. I'm excited to be able to ask a question. I have a question for you, and it might be interesting for you to put into words, human words. I'm curious what it's like to be you, what it's like for an archangel. What is your experience?
We live from joy. And human beings, particularly enlightening human beings, bring us the greatest joy that you could ever imagine. We get to experience life through you and through your adventures. We love you for your mindfulness and your diligence as you are driving this grand shift on your planet. So we consider all of you to be the greatest show on earth. And we love you deeply. And we would urge you all to call on us more often because you see, to serve you is our greatest joy. So please, use the supports that are here. It is what allows us to be of our greatest purpose, you see. But we are beings of love and of joy. And we would wish that you would have more fun. We wish for you to lighten up. You're doing a fabulous job.
Thank you. And one hopefully quick question, because we have time for, I believe, one more after myself, and Ruben is patiently waiting. How do you guys work with star seeds? What is your, because I'm sure there's quite a few of us here, and I know a lot of archangels work with the Earth Collective, and some of us are we kind of feel a part of the Earth Collective, but we kind of don't, and we're wondering how you guys see us and how we can work with you guys.
I would simply ask. It is not that you have to be from a certain lineage in order to work with us. So what you will find is that you will likely, based on where you're from, have a greater resonance with certain beings than others. They will just feel more comfortable to you. But we are always available to you. And we are all, when it all comes down to it, just simply different flavors of the same whole.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Gabriel.
It is our great pleasure.
Ruben, you're next.
Hello, Gabriel. You mentioned the ringing in the ears, and the past 2 weeks it's just been off the hook for me. And Bashar says it's the phone ringing, pick it up, and and I'm always so I stop in the moment. I'm like, hello, hello, but I'm not getting any like.
And we are yelling, yes, yes.
Okay, and I'm just like, wait a minute, what's going on? And it's been really intense. Is it because of the the energy time thing that we're in, or is it something personal, or?
We have been connecting with you personally.
Okay. Can you answer the phone? Or I answered the phone. Could you speak my language? Because I'm trying to listen. But.
You have been going through an energetic adjustment to bring you more into that alignment. That is what you are experiencing.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. So if I leads into my next question, if I've been doing, I stopped, and maybe this is why it's been more of a ringing. I was doing toning meditation twice a day, and I noticed when I was doing that the ringing was less.
Yes.
Is that sort of a unconscious toning?
When you surrender into the flow with faith and trust, you are most open to energetic adjustment.
Huh.
So when you start trying to do things, sometimes it is counterintuitive. It cannot get you where you wish to be, because it could be that you are aligning with a being that actually has a very different energetic stamp, if that would make sense to you. So the beauty of the divine combination is you don't really have to do anything other than the essential elements. And everything will come into play for you as is divinely perfect. So when you are in that state of open willingness to move, you become very easy for us to work with, you see. You also become instruments of spirit. So a surrendered human being is incredibly easy to put in the perfect place to assist another. You allow us to align and offer assistance. In a sense, you become the answer to a prayer when you are non-resistant, because we can move you around quite easily and also adjust you quite easily.
So the ringing is sort of...
It is a spontaneous adjustment that is happening that would be an agreement between your soul and the angelics, to be very specific for you.
Okay. Just means all things are in alignment.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, Gabriel. I was wondering if I say I've got an oversoul that I'm a part of, what archangel am I a part of? Does that make sense?
I didn't hear.
Say everything goes up in the pyramid and it goes back to the one, and I'm part of an oversoul, and someone else might be part of another oversoul. Am I part of one angel, archangel? If so, which one?
Michael.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I actually guessed that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So can you say to him to pop by sometime? Is that okay, please? Yeah?
We would say that you just did.
Yeah. Yeah, I can smell the mint. Yeah. And I get this ringing in the ears as well. Is that him doing that, or is it just Same as you
Yes,
said.
it would be an angelic
Yeah.
assistance. He's been with you from the day you were born.
Okay, that's really nice. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thanks.
It has been our great pleasure.
Hi, Gabriel. I'm hoping that you can maybe give a little insight or understanding what happened to my son with an encounter he had with Archangel Michael. He saw himself standing there with Archangel Michael and had his gold armor on alongside of him, and they both just kind of fell over a cliff and landed in the water. And then Daniel just he just rolled and he floated and saw the big sky. And I said, well, what happened to the gold armor? He said, well, it was gone. I said, well, what happened to Archangel Michael? Well, he was gone too, Mom. I was just floating there, and it was so beautiful. And he's been with him ever since. And I just wondered, can you explain that?
We could not imagine a better question to end this session with.
Thank you.
Can you see how falling off the cliff, it was the act of surrender into the water, which was the flow? You wrapped that up brilliantly. Thank you, dear one.
Thank you. I got chills right up my whole body on that. Thank you.
We would like to leave today by saying that you are all so loved. You are our heroes. You are the Earth crew. You are the ones that are driving this shift with your tender hearts and your courage and your love and your mindfulness. Have fun. This is what you've been waiting for centuries. Enjoy it as we will enjoy it through you. And with that, we will bid you adieu. It has been our great pleasure.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Do you remember anything when you come back?
Yeah, I'm kind of in a I call it the isolation booth. I'm kind of
That's cool.
to the back, but I hear it go by. Yeah.
Okay.
And I
that's
feel
nice.
it. I was feeling teary. I don't know if people were teary, but
I was tearing up.
I could feel. Yeah, I still feel a little teary.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi. Okay, I didn't want to sit. How are y'all doing? Good? Feeling good? Feeling? Are you all feeling? Yeah, good. So I'm Nora Harold. I know a lot of you are familiar with my work. For those of you who are meeting me for the first time, I've been channeling consciously for about 20 years. But for all of my life, I was hearing things and feeling things and seeing things and knowing things, and I didn't have a context for it. I didn't understand it. Oftentimes it felt distracting and overwhelming. I didn't really understand that it could be an experience that would support or contribute to my reality. And then, much like Shelley, in 1996, I found myself in a bowl on the floor at the age of 29 years old, going through my Saturn return, my first Saturn return. And I was depressed and had gone through a very dramatic breakup. Isn't it interesting how we all share these common experiences? And felt brokenhearted. And you know, the beautiful thing about heartbreak is it opens us all up. And in that very open space, I was hanging out with a dear friend one night who read tarot cards, as I also read tarot cards. I'd read tarot cards for years. I'd played with crystals. You know, I'd started to tune in consciously at about the age of 20. But she mentioned that she had met a woman recently who channeled her spirit guide. And that woman was Wendy Kennedy. So this was back in Chicago, back in 1996. And I said, oh, I think that's what I'm looking for. And why don't we try? And she said, great, I've been trying, and she'd had some luck feeling something. But when the two of us sat down together that night with the intention to connect, it happened almost immediately. I felt the presence of a being that was so loving, so calming, and so nurturing to me. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced as Nora before. And it was a very quick moment. I felt his love, I felt his energy as male, and I knew his name started with an M. And then the tube on Amy's television blew out. As Amy was also having her own connection experience. And then very shortly afterwards, she and I got together with Wendy, and that was my first meeting with Wendy Kennedy. And Wendy, Amy, and I channeled together for play, for fun, for quite some time. That was how we spent our evenings, was hanging out, channeling for each other, channeling for our friends. You know, we didn't go to bars and get drunk. We stayed in my apartment, my little basement apartment in Chicago, and ate cookies and channeled. And then at some point it became clear that this was the service work that I was here to do. So it is now what I do. It's what I've done for a very long time. And my work has evolved over the years. I channel many different beings. The Pleaidian Collective is primary right now in my channeling work. And then Yeshua and Kalina are close behind. And then behind them, the Lyrians and the Archangels and all the other beings. And so many beings participate when we channel. You know, it's funny. You know, I'm listening to Shelley bring through Gabriel, and I could feel all the other energies braiding in and working through her, as well as true for everyone I've listened to yesterday. So the same will happen today. What I recommend for all of you is that you really allow yourselves to recognize your own experience of channeling while I'm channeling today. Because to be able to receive channeled information in any format means that you're channeling. Doesn't matter that it's coming out of my mouth. You're acting as the receivers for the information as well. Okay, I'm gonna sit down now. I'm gonna straighten myself out here. How's my hair?
Always beautiful.
I really want to thank Rob and Kalina for putting together this fantastic event. You know, to both operate as a channel and produce at the same time takes an incredible amount of energy. So I really thank you both, and I really want to thank everyone else who's supporting the event. Ruben and Daniel, I'm not going to remember everyone's name, Aluna and Aitan and the camera guy, Teru, right? And the volunteers, all of you are so wonderful. Okay, now Nora will quiet down. I'll tell you that when I channel, I'm very present. So you may hear from me again during the channeling portion, okay? Really let yourselves go right now. Fantastic. Greetings. This is the Pleaidian Collective. And as always, it is so wonderful to connect with all of you beautiful universal beings of light and love. Look at you all. Look at your beauty. Look at your light. Look at the beauty in the projection of your light bodies into your physical reality. See yourselves right now as the beautiful beings you are, both beings of light, beings holding physical density. Feel your bodies. Put your hands on your bodies. Yeah. Put your hands somewhere that particularly you don't like, all right? Find a place on your body that you perhaps might not think is so beautiful, all right? And just breathe and connect. This is your light. What you're touching right now is you, your light. You are love incarnate. You are nothing else. All around you is love incarnate. Nothing else. Doesn't matter what it looks like, feels like, the costume it's wearing. Love incarnate. The table, the chair, the ceiling, the walls, the air, the atmosphere, the Republican, the Democrat, the Illuminati, Yeshua, us, you, love incarnate. Love playing a game. That's all this is. And that's all there is to the idea of awakening from within. And as we look at all of you, what we see, all of you here in this room, all of you listening in, all of you tuning in at a later date, is you're already awake, right? Who in the room feels awake? Yes. And yet, you continue to awaken. Because this is the game. You wake up, you remember, right? You all remember that. Yes, remember when you woke up? Everyone here had some sort of an awakening moment. It may have been very small, it may have been gigantic, it really doesn't matter. Every single one of you at some point came in awake, went back to sleep, because that's what happened for all of you. Most of the children coming in now, they don't have to go through this, you know. They're not going back to sleep as you all did. Sometimes they take little naps, all right? They forget for a bit of time who they are, and then it's very easy for them to wake themselves up and remember. But you all, you came into an incredibly dense environment, awake, and then went back to sleep because that was the game plan. That's the program. You weren't supposed to remember throughout the totality of this incarnation that you are love incarnate. You were supposed to come in, forget that, throw on a costume, create a whole bunch of drama for yourselves, work through a myriad of issues, traumas, most of which have nothing to do with this incarnation. All right, so think about that piece right now. Anytime you've given yourself something to work on in this lifetime, what you've also been doing, and the main reason you gave yourselves those things to work on, is you've been clearing up with yourselves all of these unhealed traumas from all of these other lifetimes that didn't happen in the past, that are happening right now, because all is now, right? Every version of you that you see as a past life version of you is truly existing right now in a moment in time, currently experiencing whatever pain, whatever loss, whatever grief, whatever anger, whatever hurt, whatever anguish, etc. And throughout this incarnation, you have picked up again and again and again and again these pieces of your oversoul that are sitting in distress. You have interacted with them. Send them transmissions of unconditional love as you have worked on your own stuff. And suddenly you find yourself then to be a much more powerful, clear, and sovereign being. All right, so this piece of the work, it's still ongoing, but it is not your primary work any longer. That all changed on the summer solstice. With the advent of your last solstice, you received a transmission of information and energy that deactivated all of your enslavement and enslaving programs. Take a breath, right? Feel it? Slave race no longer. Doesn't work for you. Can't wear the costume anymore. Try it. Try it on right now. Try to remember what it is to be a slave and a victim and really convince yourself that's who you are. Yeah, it doesn't work. Can't hold it. Can't hold the vibration in your field any longer. Because with that transmission of energy on the summer solstice, all of those programs were deactivated in your first chakras. So this deactivation of your enslavement programs has been an ongoing experience for all of you that really initiated at the end of 2012. So at the end of 2012, you had those deactivations occur in your upper chakra systems, and you began to apply this theoretical understanding to yourselves that you were no longer slaves. But in your bodies, you still felt, a lot of you, pretty stuck, as if you couldn't manifest at will, as if there were still perhaps the big bad beings called the Anunnaki or the Illuminati or the reptilians, whatever, the big bad monsters really running the show, and you were limited because of their involvement, all right? And then, on this last summer solstice, all of those programs were deactivated in your first chakras. All enslavement and enslaving programs, which means any version of you on any moment of time and space operating as either a slave or an enslaver can no longer run those programs. You're not just shifting, you're not just reascending, isn't that enough, right? That's what y'all think. This reascension thing is awesome, and it's also really challenging at times, yes. But you're not just doing that. You are changing the very nature and fabric of this universal construct. The epicenter of the universal shift is occurring on Earth. You are shepherding not just the shift on Earth, but a universal shift. We collectively are in the process of co-creating a new universe together, and you are driving it. Right, take a breath. Now breathe into your hearts. Now shake your hands out a bit. Remember how exciting this sounded to all of you before you incarnated? Yeah. This is the hottest ticket in the universe. Why do you think you've got so many beings incarnating here exponentially right now? You're not overpopulating. You're growing the committee that's shepherding the shift, partially because you need these many bodies, this much energy to do it. Yes, because you're still working in this physical density, so you're running all this energy through your bodies. There's got to be more bodies on the field for the shift to occur. All right, so the other big thing that occurred on the solstice, along with the deactivation of all of your enslaving and enslavement programs, and notice how we say both. You've got to own that you're also enslavers. You cannot just say, oh, poor me, the slave race on the slave planet. You've got to remember, in duality, in polarity, you play it all out. So both of those programs deactivated, and then also you unplugged from the karmic construct you had been using on this world to create your stories for eons. Yeah, take a breath. Because that we are not just talking here about other lifetime karma, we're also referring to ancestral karma. So there's no more, well, I'm this way because, everyone in my family is this way. Everyone in my family has this issue. No, not anymore. You don't have to take it on any longer as part of an ancestral agreement. what we have seen is a lot of you have activated issues in your physical, emotional, and mental bodies over the last month or two that seem to be related to ancestral programs, because you're really wanting to remind yourselves to clear these programs, right? Yeah. Oh, that's why I got that thing going on now that my father always had. It's not because he's my father. It's because I have an expectation, because of ancestral programs, that I'm going to run this issue. So I started to run the issue to get my attention so I can say, oh, wait, I don't have to do that. I don't have to follow that path and follow that ancestral line, all right? So those programs have been deactivated, okay? Along with that, all of your species-related karmic programs have been deactivated. This is the first time we're saying these words to you. So take this one in. All of your species-related karmic programs have been deactivated, meaning it doesn't matter what's in your DNA. Pleaidian, Sirian, Sirin, Lyran, Arcturan, Cassiopean, Zeta, etc. You're no longer tied into those stories. You no longer have to play something out because you hold a particular extraterrestrial component within your physicality. Now, the upside is you can pick and choose. You can say, well, today I am going to pull from my Pleaidian lineage that I feel here in my body and benefit from all the Pleiadians bring, or all the Sirians bring, or all the Arcturans, etc. There's so many races. But you don't have to get stuck any longer in conflict. Now, one of the big things you all came here to do was resolve long-standing conflicts that originated during the Orion Wars. The Orion Wars, from our perspective, was the darkest period of time in this universe. What's happening on Earth is nothing compared to the darkness, the fear, the destruction that occurred during the Orion Wars, when all of the intergalactic races and species basically went to war. We're just summing it up for you. All of you have played out aspects of those wars in this lifetime. Every single one of you at some point ran into another being, physically incarnate being, meaning another earthling, ran into another being, and we like to call you beings. So don't be confused when we say being. Don't think we're talking about somebody in a light body. You're beings, all right? All of you have run into one, if not many, other beings who you were in conflict with during the Orion Wars. And often through what seemed like very ridiculous experiences in this lifetime, you started to resolve those much greater conflicts. You're no longer doing that work. That resolution has occurred. That is the gift of this equinox. The gift of this equinox, as you experience it, as this energy comes in this week. So the equinox is going to occur on the evening of September 23rd in Pacific time zone. You all can look up your own specifics. But what's going to occur for all of you is a true understanding of oneness within yourselves. And you're going to look at your neighbors, your family members, your friends, everyone on this world, and all of the beings you connect with. And you're going to see it. And you're going to feel it in your bodies. And that Orion War then, and all of those wars that were spawned from that galactic conflict will begin to come to an end. It is the beginning of, this is Nora. So I'm feeling, obviously, a tremendous amount of emotion as this is coming through. So I'm just sharing my own process with you. I've not heard any of this information before. Yeah, I love you all too. So it's just profoundly moving for me because they're showing me that as we step out of that blueprint of the Orion Wars, which have seeded all the wars on our world, all our conflicts here are going to end. Greetings, this is Yeshua. We greet you with love and joy and honor your light. We want you to really honor yourselves right now. For so long, so many of you have felt exhausted, like you were foot soldiers as light workers in the shift, birthing a reascension that felt endless at times. So feel that right now, and we're not just talking about this incarnation, because you, of course, have been at this reascension game for eons. It was always the plan. None of us were ever sure when we would begin to see here on Earth the physical manifestation. There was a probability that it would occur during this window of time, and you're bringing it about. So feel your power, your strength, your light. Feel your exhaustion. Know that we are with you. We love you. We, the Yeshua Collective, operate as the guardians of humanity. You are our sole responsibility in all of this universe. It's why you have the big Jesus story, right? And we are at your service. We are at your disposal. We should be your go-to in any moment of fear, trauma, crisis, darkness. Call upon us. It is what we are here for. We're here to serve. And there are many of you incarnate, physically incarnate, carrying with you the frequency of Yeshua, who feel called to do the same. And we honor you. All right, this is the Pleaidians here, so we think this is a nice time to take some questions, don't you? So why don't you all get yourselves in a line?
Hi, I'm Deborah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Deborah.
I appreciate this so much. I have a question. Yesterday, I had a wonderful, wonderful time at day one of the channel panel. I felt huge energy in my heart. I felt huge energy in my throat. But last night, from approximately 10:30 till 11:45, my heart freaked out. It went into overdrive. It was going nuts. It was erratic. I didn't even know what the pulse, I couldn't even count the pulse. I wasn't particularly so scared, but I did think, well, I don't want to go to the hospital because I'll miss day 2 of channel panel. So I thought maybe I should ask for some help. And then I wondered why I don't ask for, I've never asked for help.
Yes.
But I did, because I wanted to be here and I didn't want to ruin my friend's time by taking me to the hospital first question, like, why did my heart do this, and why don't I ask for help? And I just realized I don't ask for help.
Yes, this is the Pleaidians here, Deborah. So there are a number of things we're aware of. One, you had a fear, an underlying fear, that somehow you were going to wreck this weekend for yourself. You aware of that?
No.
Yes, you were holding that somewhere in you, that something was going to occur that was going to disrupt your adventure this weekend. So you started to play that fear out. Now what we see is you stopped it. You stopped yourself. Now the other thing we noticed when you talked about your experience, and this is something that we often see for all of you, and this is always how we answer, all right? So we'll answer a bit specifically and then we give more general information. When you talk about your bodies and you talk about aspects of your bodies, you tend to isolate them out. So you said, my heart started racing and then it felt this way and it felt, all right, say it again, reframe it. We're going to work with you specifically a bit. Tell us how you felt. Say, I feel. I felt what, Deborah? What did you feel in the moment?
Oh, I felt like I was racing.
Yes.
Like I was quick
Yes.
about my brain was going.
I
as
was
well.
racing. That's it. You don't even have to say my brain, because when you say my brain, you create a fragmented piece of you called your brain. Yes, right. Part of the reason you had the experience was so we could have this conversation as well. Yes. Around asking for help. Well, what we see for is you were programmed as a young person in this lifetime to just take care of it yourself. And then what you began to tell yourself was, oh, well, that creates my identity. Look how strong I am, that I can take care of this myself. Well, I'm not going to ask for help because that's an indication of weakness. But it's not. Asking for help is one of the strongest steps you all can take. Allowing yourself to be vulnerable. You're doing it right now. Look at you up here in front of everyone as we take you apart. Yeah. And how are you feeling right now?
I feel really good.
Yes, yes.
Like I released something.
Yes,
yeah.
just breathe, yes. Mm-hmm. Asking for help allows you to be vulnerable. Vulnerability allows connection. Connection brings healing. So, the next time you feel afraid, call on Yeshua.
I will.
Thank you, Deborah. William.
My name is William.
Hi, William.
I want to make a question. Like you were telling to us that we have been going through physical issues, all of us. And I want some insight and deep understanding about the ideal state of the physical being. What I mean is that doctors, for example, say that people like me that are fat is an illness.
Yes.
I want to know your opinion or your comments about it.
Wonderful. We'll talk about being fat, one of my favorite topics. Something I've been familiar with since I was 8 years old. This is the Pleaidians here. We'll handle this. All right. Well, Nora could easily handle it. However, you're asking for our opinion on this, although Nora might help us with this because we don't hold the physical experience. So we don't understand what it is to be fat. We run our energy through Nora. We have a better understanding. We run our energy through you, William. We have a better understanding. It's part of this game. Deepening understanding. Compassion, empathy. All right. We're going to ask you a question. Do you feel healthy?
Sometimes yes.
All right.
Other times no.
When you feel healthy, we want you in those moments to really celebrate your health. Step away from any and all ideas about standards and models and a physical construct of health. Your physical expression of your light body is incredibly complex. It is not as simple as your physical expression is an indication of the health of your light body. That is ridiculous. And many of you can see how ridiculous that is because your light bodies are perfect, all right? Your physical bodies are giving you right now the perfect experience you need to have. For you, William, we want you, and we want everyone else here, we want you to pay attention to, as you operate physically, is my body allowing me to have the life experience I want to have, or is my body limiting me in some way? That's the first question to ask yourself. I'm sorry, I'm just going to hold for a second here. All right, we're going to come back now. That's the first question to ask yourself. All right, the second question is, do I like my body? How do I feel about my body? Not do I love my body, all right? That we want you to do, that you all can do very easily, right? You all can love your bodies exactly as they are. Very few of you like your bodies. Very few of you are having a friendship with your physical expression. So decide right now, all of you, you're going to become best friends with your bodies, with your physical bodies. And then start to ask yourself, all right, as my body's best friend, how do I want to treat my body? Is this going to lift me up? Is this going to weigh me down? It might be. Your best friend wants to be weighed down. Sometimes the thing your best friend needs from you is permission to go ahead and be as low as they need to be. More often than not, what your best friend needs from you is simple love and acceptance and support so you can maintain your higher vibrational state and allow that higher vibrational state to emanate from you in the way that is appropriate for you. Fat, thin, whatever it is. So we're not giving you a simple answer here because your bodies, as we said, they're very complex. You're using your bodies to work out so much within your own experience here. But be in a deeper relationship with your body. Thank
Okay,
you, William.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Tara.
Hi, Tara.
I'm really happy to be meeting with you today.
Thank you.
I guess my question is about the frequency of the Earth planet right now. The Schumann resonance is measured or was measured at one point at 7.83 hertz, and that's been going on for quite a time. But I'm reading and hearing about it raising or shifting. Can you comment on that
Sure.
and the significance of it?
Yep, this is the Pleaidians here. So we don't want to talk about third dimensional technology because that's a limitation when it comes to the reascension process. For instance, there's no third dimensional technology out there right now that could accurately measure the transmission of energy that we are bringing through Nora and all of you. And remember, we're moving through all of you as well. All right, so yes, Earth's vibration is increasing as humanity's vibration is increasing. You are reascending in tandem, all right? Earth itself and humanity. This is what's never occurred before in the universe. Species have ascended in the past. Planetary systems have ascended. Never before has an inhabited planet ascended along with all life form existing on its surface. You see, we put quotation marks around that because really, you're on it, you're in it, you're with it, you're embedded with it, you're not separate from it. all right? That's why you've got all these questions about, are we on Earth or are we in Earth? It's both, all right? Because you are interconnected, you're having an interconnected experience, the Earthlings and Earth itself. So as you are all integrating your fifth dimensional identities and reascending through the fourth dimension into the fifth, Earth is doing the same. Currently, you are transiting through the fourth dimension, both humanity and Earth itself. That's why you're not on linear time any longer, as was spoken about yesterday. You can jump from now moment to now moment. You can be wherever you want. Yes, try to measure time now in a linear sense, all of you, right? How easy is it to remember what a week ago felt like? Remember how easy it used to be to remember what a week ago felt like, and now you try to remember a week ago and you have no framework for that any longer because it doesn't exist anymore for all of you. You've co-created something new. So yes, you are raising your vibration in tandem with Earth as well. And yes, there is not going to be a third dimensional scientific way to measure that right now. Those kinds of sciences have yet to be remembered here on your world because you're not yet running that full mental capability of fifth dimensional understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Salman.
Salman.
I felt this when I met Nora, and I have with a couple of people here. But the second I laid eyes, I feel like I've known Nora, or I've had some sort of connection, like I've always known her. And it happened with a couple of people here as well. That's my first question. And I've been getting a lot of signs with the Pleaidians specifically lately. I want to know if them or any other race have anything they want to tell me.
Sure, this is the Pleaidians here. We'll speak about we'll answer your second question first. So when you get hit over the head on your world by anything, okay, there's always a reason for it, all right? So all this Pleaidian coming at you, right? On some level, it's by your hand. It's your own orchestration. You've said to yourself, all right, as part of my awakening process that is ongoing, it's time for me to now remember my Pleiadian origins. It's time for me to remember the DNA in my body that's Pleiadian in origin, and also it's time for me to remember the other lifetimes I had as Pleiadian being, and perhaps it is time for you to also establish your own direct connection with the Pleiadian collective. All right, because we're already connecting with you. So all you've got to do is remember that it's okay for you to pick up the telephone and hear what it is we're bringing to you. And when we say hear, that may be a feeling experience, it may be an auditory, it may be a visual, it may be a sense of knowing. And that's more what you're experiencing now, this kind of knowing. Aha, I know this. I know the Pleiadians, and I know Nora. All right, now we'll talk about Nora. So the reason you're running this experience with Nora specifically is partly the Pleiadian energy that she brings through. Nora has been genetically modified. She was genetically modified at the age of 3 years old. So she is, in some ways, more Pleiadian than Earthling. I hate when they channel about me, when they talk about me. All right, this is us again. So you're picking up on that, all right? You get in Nora's presence and you say, oh, okay, I've been hit over the head by all this Pleiadian information. Oh, look, there's a Pleiadian standing right in front of me. All right, I want to interact with that Pleiadian because I recognize myself to be Pleiadian. And then perhaps there are some other lifetime connections that you've remembered as well in Nora's presence and with some of the other people in the space. You know, this is Nora here. When I was describing the event, I called it an intergalactic reunion, right? I said that on Facebook a number of times. So that's happening for all of you here, you know? You're meeting up again with beings that you have loved before. Thank you. I don't hate when the Pleiadians talk about me either. But that particular piece of information that I was genetically modified at 3 years old, something I don't speak about often publicly. So it surprises me when they decide to speak about my experience. Of course, I've given them my permission because I'm not a victim or enslaved, right? Okay. Jen,
Hi.
Jenny, Jennifer.
Yes. Hi. I was curious. I've been told I have a strong connection with Pleiadians. And I was just wondering if there's any messages there, and how do I'm very similar to his question. I get a lot of tinglings and physical feelings in my body. Is there any messages that are there, or is there a certain time of day or a way that I can tune in to maybe hear more of a voice and pick up that phone and have a conversation?
All right, this is the Pleaidians here. So first, don't want to receive our message in any one particular way. Often that gets you all very constricted in your channeling abilities, because you'll watch someone else who channels and you'll say, oh, well, that's the way you do it and that's the way I want to do it. And then you start to deny your own experience because you're looking for something else that seems better or more genuine or more important. So what you want to do is build on what it is you're already creating. All right, so you're already having sensation in your body when you connect with our energy, correct?
Yes.
Are you also having emotional experiences when you connect with our energy?
Well, I do have bursts of excitement, like I want to just feel joyful, and I
Fantastic.
do get bursts
Yes.
like that.
So we would say that that's
Happy.
an emotional and energetic experience. Yes. You're having an emotional experience right now.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, right. That's right. That's the emotional experience we were looking for. All right. So
Mhm.
breathe. Just breathe. Yeah. Breath is essential in connection. So inhale, exhale, and just allow. As Shelley and Gabriel spoke about earlier, surrender all your ideas about how this should go or who you should be. And feel us right in your heart, all of you. Feel us right in your heart, or feel us wherever we land in your bodies. Feel us in your toes, if that's where you establish the connection, or your third eye, or your stomach, wherever. And just breathe into it. And then what will happen is, over the course of the day, as you do this more and more often, suddenly you'll have thoughts, you'll have ideas, you'll have understanding that you will know to be from us. Don't expect the big voice. Run your process the way you run it and allow it to unfold.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Nora. And the Pleaidians, thanks for the opportunity to be here and ask a question I didn't know I was going to ask until I heard you start talking.
You're so welcome. Scott, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
You had mentioned the summer solstice and how things had happened, what happened. And interestingly enough, there was a synchronicity with myself days after that happened. This is a great question for star folks like you. A star seemed like it was trying to get in touch with me, which is very strange for my existence, but I accept it because life is life. So I was wondering if there is a way, because I've been looking into it and trying to connect with it
Yes.
in some way, whatever it's trying to do. It's rather persistent, and I'm open to
How is it
whatever
persistent? What's the experience you're having, Scott?
physical interactions with the actual thing in the sky and flashes and weird things that
Fantastic.
I can't even.
How do you feel in your body
Oh,
as you're connecting?
oh, I feel amazing.
Great. This is the Pleiadians here. For now, just like with Jennifer, build on the experience you're having, meaning for now, don't need more understanding, don't need anything other than to fully be in the moment of that connection. And like with Jennifer, what will occur for you is suddenly you will have thoughts, feelings, ideas, understanding. Your mental body will catch up. All right, so here's the thing about your mental bodies. Third dimensional mental body is not set up to process channeled information. Third dimensional mental body is set up to filter out anything that is of a higher vibrational experience than the third dimensional experience, right? So you're not supposed to use your mind to channel or your mental body. You are supposed to or would benefit from allowing a true heart chakra connection. Really let your heart connect with that star being and know it to be a being.
So it's not a system, it's a being.
Every system is a being.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right.
We're just trying to help you see that.
Mhm.
Earth is a being. Earth is not just this solid planet. Earth has, light body, soul, same in your skies. Yes. So really have that heart-centered connection with the star. Feel that, all that you've been feeling in your body, and then allow for the lag time that's going to occur, where suddenly your mental body goes, oh, that filter's released. I can understand it now. I'm safe. Because it's a safety issue. Your mental bodies were set up to filter the information out, because if you stayed awake throughout all your incarnation, you wouldn't have been able to play the game you intended to play it. And in fact, most of you probably would have left. You would have said, why am I hanging out here? I'm remembering all of this other stuff. I suddenly have all this other access. Oh, incompatible, can't exist on planet Earth anymore, Must deactivate, and you'd be gone some way. Suicide, car accident, cancer, whatever, out. Yes. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Two more questions.
Hi.
Hi, Liliana.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
What would you like to know?
Yes, why I am so drawn into the military, and how can I handle the energy?
So drawn into the what? I'm sorry.
The military.
The military. So when you say so drawn into the military, please explain that a bit more.
Well, I've been in the military for a long time. And
do you feel trapped?
Sometimes.
Okay, good. This is the Pleaidians here. Breathe into your body right now. Let go of your hands, really, yep. Relax yourself and open as much as you can here. Know you're safe to do this. Okay, find the place in your body where you feel trapped. Where do you feel that feeling in your body?
My hands.
Right. So just breathe right now into that feeling and don't judge it. All right, trapped is not a negative feeling. There's no negatives, there's just sensations. So just breathe. All of you all can relate to trapped. Yes? Find it in your bodies. Access the feeling of trapped, stuck, whatever. Not free, right? We're looking at an enslavement program here that's not fully deactivated. That's what you're asking about. So find all those enslavement programs that actually have been fully deactivated, but you were so enmeshed in the enslavement programs, you're still habitually trying to run the same program. All right, so find it in your body, feel it in your hands there. All of you feel, and don't judge, no judgment. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with the feeling. There's nothing wrong with being a slave. There's nothing wrong with anything in this universe. Just feel the truth of the aspects of yourselves that still believe or want to believe they are stuck, enslaved, trapped. Breathe into these areas of your body. And now put your attention on your heart. Connect with your own internal, unconditional love centers. And as you inhale, magnify your unconditional love, and as you exhale, send that vibration of unconditional love to the aspects of you that still want to believe they're a slave. All of you do this anytime you find yourself stuck. And what you'll suddenly find is, oh, that's right, I'm a creator. I can either be here or not. It's my choice. Maybe I'll stay because I like it, but I won't stay any longer because I feel I have to. And maybe I'll leave because look at all the other adventures out there, because I no longer have to be here. I don't believe I have to be here. Thank you. Okay, Michael.
Thank you. I'll leave that there. So I've just been going through like such a transformation the past year of my life, and I've recently, through a series of events that were part spirit-led, reconnected with my twin flame, Amira. She's right here, and she's right here. And my first question, I have two things that are kind of intertwined, but is just more along the lines of what can we expect now that we're reunited, moving forward. We're both very connected to the spirit world, to seeing faces, seeing people. Our third eyes are both very open. We're very sensitive, and we're just navigating that together. We're activating and finding closure together so much, but what can we expect in the next couple of months as we continue our life together and continue to move forward?
All right, so we don't like to give predictions because you're not on linear time any longer, so really, right? How can we look down a line of time? We don't mean to give you a hard time, Michael, but you gave us a perfect opportunity to address predictions, and we'll also, of course, address your relationship and your connection. We can't any longer look down a line of time and say, oh yeah, this is what you're going to be doing, and this is probably what's going to happen. Very rarely we'll see something and say, wow, you would really have to make dramatic shifts to do something else. But so we want you all to get away from what's going to happen because it's a huge distraction.
Okay.
It takes you out of your moment.
So how can we live best in the moment together?
Yes, fantastic. So what he is demonstrating so beautifully here for all of you is the importance of asking questions, and asking questions that will trigger guidance-oriented information. So for those of you who are connecting more with your guides and looking for information from your guides, stop asking them what's going to happen and instead ask, how can I create this? Right. So it looks to us like what the two of you are desiring, and we'll speak to both of you, is you're desiring to co-create together a genuine, honest, connected experience. What's going to be most important for the two of you is that when you activate each other, and you will, because this is part of the work that soulmates and twin flames and all of those dear soul friends do with one another. And you two are going to activate each other like no one else can. Yes. So the first thing to do is when you activate each other, recognize, this is what we want. It's not a problem. It's not a conflict. It's not even a fight, even though it might look that way. It's what we came together to do. Yes. So if you can celebrate that piece and then also have the fight in the same moment. Yes. What you're doing there is you're running your third and your fifth dimensional technology at the same time, right? So the ego self is saying, fuck you blah, 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 blah. You haven't gotten there yet, but you will. You'll get to that point where, yes, it's inevitable, all right? It just is inevitable. So enjoy it so there will be that. There will be, the ego, you will be very invested, like you did this and it hurt me, you hurt me. And your fifth dimensional self will be saying, oh, I'm a creative being. Nobody can hurt me. I am choosing to experience hurt right now. Oh, I'm grateful for you for pushing the hurt button in me, while the third dimensional version of you is saying, apologize to me for hurting me. And then what happens is suddenly it's not there anymore. The buttons. Because you've given yourself permission to play it out. And that's what a lot of you need still. You still need to play this stuff out. So we would say to you, for those of you who are in relationships, any kind of relationships, make agreements with your partners about working through conflict. Have conversations before the conflicts happen about how it is you would like to manage your energy during the experience, and the truth that they're going to come about because they are. They just are. You're still in the process of integrating peace on your world. You're taking a gigantic step forward this week in the integration of peace, as we spoke about earlier. So you're going to do it collectively, you're going to do it interpersonally. But it will be an evolutionary process. Thank you.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. Yes. All right. We want to thank you all so much for bringing your beautiful selves here today and co-creating this experience with us. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you. I love you so much all as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you.
The stage is all yours. Brad Johnson, guys.
All right, so how are you all doing? Great. All right, well, thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. Thank you, Rob and Kalina and Portal to Ascension, and everybody else who's making this event incredible. I've done quite a few different events in California now for the past 6 years. California is like a home away from home. It's my second home. I'm from Vancouver, BC, Canada, and we have kind of like spiritual adolescence there. If I say I'm kind of a spiritual guy, I say, oh, you do a lot of yoga? No, I do like channeling what, like watching TV? No. So it's been kind of an interesting thing, just being able to really be in a very like-minded crowd, and I feel California really carries that energy very well. So I love all the Californians here. Every time I go here, it's like, oh my God, Brad, it's you from the YouTube. I'm like, what? You know me? What? How? So it's quite a convenient thing to get into that energy and to talk to people about this subject. And I think that's one of the hardest things, is that when we're awakening ourselves, when we get into this flow, one of the hardest things is actually meeting people who are rapport, who we can share that information with. And California is the place to be for that. So again, I'm very excited to be here tonight. And sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. I was in the middle of flights. Had a lot of flights happening. Went to a wedding yesterday with my mom's second wedding. Then finally came here and arrived just before midnight. But I heard it went really well. So for those of you guys who are here for the first day, hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you're enjoying the second day as well too. So I will talk a little bit about Adronis. And has anybody here heard of Adronis? You can just raise your hands. Oh, okay, good. We have a pretty good amount of people that know that. And people are like, Adronis, is that like a fruit drink? No. No, okay, so basically, with Adronis, he represents my higher self in the closest way I could put it. I started channeling him in December of 2008. I started getting involved in channeling in around August of 2008. And around that time, I was just making a book. Oh, this is called The Inbound. This is actually a TV series that I'm making with a buddy of mine, Daniel. We're getting it going here, so we're actually looking to make it as big as possible. But I was writing a book called Day Zero, and I wanted to make it about the extraterrestrial presence. I wanted to make it as real as possible, a non-fiction science fiction. And so I just started to research a lot of stuff, online, YouTube, etc. And I discovered that everything that they were saying about extraterrestrials and how to connect with them was all about meditation and getting into meditation and developing a greater aspect of spiritual consciousness, and you see how you're connected to all things. This fascinated me, and so I put the book aside and I went in and just started to learn how to meditate. Went into my library, took out a book called Learn How to Meditate, read it from front cover to back cover for about 7 days, did all the exercises in it, and I started getting these downloads. I'd start going to sleep at night, I'd wake up the next morning knowing things I didn't know before. So I basically am what you would know as a universal channel in that way. It's not just channeling that I do. Channeling is one aspect, but I can basically just access the matrix, access the universal mind, and start retrieving a lot of this information. It's been incredible. The hardest thing is trying to perceive that information and trying to interpret it in the best way you can, because you only just have your vocabulary and comprehension to fall back on. But it's been an amazing journey these past 7 years. And so here I am now in front of all of you. And if I can do it, anybody can do it, because I never thought I would be doing psychic work. I never thought I'd be doing channeling. I was a marketing guy. I was, I was doing marketing. I was doing computer tech support. I was always a writer, but I never thought, psychic ability. No, I've never been into that. So this just changed my entire perspective in a very short amount of time. So I feel like I'm 80 years old in a 36-year-old body. That's basically how I feel. All of this information coming in at once and just receiving all this flow coming through. So when Adronis comes through, you'll notice that he's a very deep masculine energy. He's very technical, very scientific. And he's just very direct in certain ways. But you'll feel that kind of immediate rapport with him as well, too. He can really connect on a deep feeling level as well. But a lot of what he represents is getting right to the point with things and just sharing a really great amount of information. But he does exist in what's known as a 6-density consciousness that exists as starlight within the star of Sirius A. That's what he represents himself as. I also have channeled in the past his feminine counterpart known as Rayar. And she, again, just represents that feminine, nurturing, loving energy as well, too. But Adronis is who you're going to be hearing with today. Also, if you guys want to always check out the community booth down there where my laptop is, I did not bring business cards, so you just take your camera, you can take a snapshot of realitywhisperer.com. I was trying to be innovative, right? There's also a very neat little thing there called a light circuit. Now, basically, this was created through the flow of Adronis. Actually, Rob saw me do this earlier, right? So basically, you guys can do is take your camera phone. You can take a picture of the light circuit that's there. You guys will get a Syrian download tonight from Adronis, right? So that's a neat little thing. You just basically print it out like through a printer, or you can have it on like your iPad or anything like that. Do a meditation on it for a few minutes if you have to, but if you have just a piece of paper you can print it out on, put it under your pillow when you sleep, and you may wake up knowing something you didn't know before. So that'd be pretty cool. Light circuitry is a thing I do a lot through realitywhisperer.com, which is my website, realitywhisperer.com, right? But anyways, yeah, so again, our topic tonight has been a lot about awakening from within. And basically what Adronis is referring to, from what I've been getting just before, he's going to be calling it Awakening Unleashed. And so this is basically what we're going to be talking about. And we're going to have a lot of Q&A as well, too. So he's going to be talking for about 15 minutes, and then we'll get into long Q&A, because it's more important that I interact with you guys rather than be up here blabbing for 60 minutes, right? So I'm going to go ahead now and tune into Adronis. It only just takes a moment or two. Basically, it's a conscious state of channeling. So I'm just basically still here. It's kind of like a turntable. I'm basically two minds. I can come out of the state and ask Adronis a question. I can come back into the state, and Adronis answers the question, right? So that's kind of the relationship I have. It's kind of like being in a daydream state from when I start to channel. But anyways, I will go ahead and bring Adronis through. Enjoy the energy. I have had one person actually fall out of their chair one time because Adronis' energy was so intense. But hopefully that doesn't happen this time. But it does get pretty intense because he goes, whoa, yeah, like right away, right? So it gets really, really intense. And I'm just giving you guys forewarning just in case that happens, right? Especially if you guys have coffee and you spill it on yourself. And I don't want your cleaning bill, right?
Some of these guys just came from seeing Bashar, so I think they're well versed.
Well, then they're pretty good, yeah. Yeah, Darrow Anka is great. I know I talked to Darrow back in 2009. He actually helped me a lot to channel. This is why some people say, oh, Brad, you kind of feel like Bashar in certain ways when you channel. I said, well, Darrow taught me a lot of stuff when I was just starting to get things going. Like we just contributed stuff back and forth with emails, and I talked to him like on a radio show and stuff like that. But a lot of what he said really helped me and grounded me in that way. So it is a very similar style that I have with him. But anyways, I'll stop talking, and I'll go ahead and I'll bring Adronis through. Let's enjoy a Syrian transmission. Here we go. Soul Star Sirius We are here at this time, and we bid you greetings and thank you very much for the opportunity of this interaction today. I am Adronis of Sirius, sending love, appreciation, and gratitude to all who are tuning in to this broadcast being brought forward through all of you here. How are all of you this day of your time? Awesome. We thank you very much for the loving interaction that you have bestowed upon this conduit and through us as well, associating energetically through his mediumship. We thank you once again, and we will elaborate further in regards to, firstly, allowing yourselves to get relaxed, get comfortable, and tune in to the vibrations of Sirius so that you may synchronize, harmonize, and align to all of the information that we have to share. Also understand that all of the information that we shall provide today is simply that of our perspective, our point of view. For all knowledge, all information, all creation itself resides within your very being, heart, and soul. We will elaborate in the idea of awakening from within, unleashed. What we mean by this is that you all understand that yes, you are moving through intense periods. You are basically going through a tidal wave of transformation upon your planet. The idea is that you already are in the alignment of becoming fourth density beings, from what you may also understand as fifth dimensional beings as well too. So we would ask each and every single one of you, how does it feel to be multidimensional? Oh, well, you know what's splendid. It gets me from A to B. You are A and B simultaneously. That's the whole idea. You are no longer a singular event culture. It does not take one event to impact you anymore. It takes many. And that is basically what you are going through as you move through the shifts of this September month. That you know that your upcoming equinox, your autumnal equinox in that sense, is coming together. And you are moving more so into that particular type of alignment. But the idea of awakening from within truly comes from a state where it's not so much about you attempting to ask questions about how you awaken. It is more so about you asking yourself the questions about how you are aligning. The idea between alignment and awakening is that awakening simply gives you the realization that something has changed. And again, that creates a lot of questions. But the realization of alignment is you doing things and you being things. And so the whole idea here is for you to be in alignment with the idea of what you feel truly resonates with you. What is the best way for you to align to what you wish to bring forward? Be it. That's it. And that comes to the state of F-E-E-L-I-N-G. Feeling. That's all you have to do. Understand, humans, you actually have a pretty easy job here. Really, all you're doing is feeling things. Really, Adronis, is that all you're telling me? Is that I just have to go around and just feel things all day? Precisely. That's it. That's your entire role on this planet, is to simply feel the way that you wish to feel. And so when we say that you are awakening from within and becoming unleashed in this idea, you're unleashing your state of feelings. We are not talking about emotions. You don't even need them. And in that sense is being, shall we say, very much blunt and to the point. Emotions themselves are simply generated in regards to extremes. It is the idea of when the feelings themselves are being stacked up like a stack of pancakes, this is what eventually generates an extreme sense of emotion. The idea where you may be extremely happy, the idea where you may be extremely sad or extremely fearful or extremely depressed, etc., are all parts of feelings that you have neglected yourself to express. And this is the idea of moving past the idea not just of awakening, but of aligning. Aligning yourself to the feelings that you know serve you. Here's a question we like to ask all of you. Why do you hold on to feelings that don't serve you? Bad habit is one answer. Do we have another?
Familiar.
What was that?
Familiar.
Familiar. All right. It is familiar for me to feel inferior. Now, can we see that there is something there that does not compute? Simply because you have only been bred to the idea of feeling that you are not worthy, that you are not able to move into the vibration that you feel, because what has caused that? Physical reality programming, correct. Everything that you feel you have been raised by through your parents, everything that you have felt you've been raised by through educational factors, through media, through friends, through belief systems altogether, is what has prevented you from moving into the feelings that you prefer. What happens when you move into the feelings that you prefer? You become your natural self. You become aligned. You become awakened from within, unleashed. And so the whole idea here is that giving yourself the question, Joe, Jenny, why do I feel I'm continuously moving into feelings that I do not serve, that do not serve me, and that does not serve anything? Simply because I don't feel I'm worthy to do this. Do you think that this entity here is the only one who deserves to be on this stage? You all deserve to be on this stage. You all deserve to be in this room. You all deserve to allow your voices to be heard. You all allow yourself to be moved into the action that truly references yourself as a human being, as a being of creation. And so the whole idea here, from what we are sharing, is to allow yourself to get into the state of feeling that serves. Now, understand that there are 6 universal laws that you are abiding by very commonly here on this particular planet. The first law is the law of free will. The second law is the law of karma. The third law is the law of love. The fourth law is the law of light. The fifth law represents that of the law of attraction. The sixth law represents that of the law of equivalent exchange. So, if you are moving fundamentally through the states of all 6 of these laws, which basically are telling you this is the laws that are bringing yourself into the alignment of freedom. Now, how can you have free will? By making the choices that you know serve you. How can you have love? By embracing the acceptance and creativity that you hold within yourselves. How can you embrace light? By allowing yourself to be a flow, a conduit for knowledge, letting the stream of knowledge flow through you, not attaching to one idea, but allowing yourself to realize that knowingness truly is the answer rather than knowledge. So you're moving into the knowingness that you are in a flow. No ideas, no kinks show up. The law of karma, all karma is memory. We will say that again. All karma is memory, which means that the past and the future are side effects. They are created through memory. They are created through the illusion of the continuity of consciousness. Everything that represents time is karma. So, the only time you're karmaless is when? Here and now. Do you mean that if we're present, we're karmaless? Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. Because you are simply centered. You are simply aligned here and now, that this becomes your reality. When you pull focus from what happened yesterday and you're fearful of that, that's a karmic tie to memory that brings you back into yesterday. When you may be fearful of the future, that's a feeling of a fear of memory, hypothetically, that is created that pulls you into tomorrow, right? So all you're doing is pulling yourself into yesterday, into tomorrow, into last week, into next week, into last year, into next year, etc. When are you here? That's the idea, is to be here and now. And that is how you are karmaless. The only time karma truly functions is when you give so much meaning to the idea of memory that continues to haunt you or plague you to the point where you feel that you're not worthy. That's all the basis in regards to what karma represents. And so this is how you are, again, unleashing the state of awakening and moving into alignment of what you prefer. So again, the law of karma is simply telling you the idea of the functioning of memory. When you move into the law of attraction, the law of attraction simply represents your group mind. It represents everything that you feel you hold within the forefront of your reality that is orchestrated based upon the idea of conscious expression, that is also orchestrated in the idea of subconscious expression. There may be the idea that some people come up to us and saying, Adronis, I don't get why I feel I'm attracting so many negative people in my life and I'm such a positive person. What's going on? The whole idea is that those negative people are attempting to tell you something and you're not listening. You're not getting the memo, as it were. So the whole idea here is that you attract such people into your life because a message is attempting to be conveyed about what you are continuously piggybacking off of, because you're not giving yourself the permission to evolve by listening to what the negative person, that way of their interpretation, is attempting to say to you. So it is very, very important, very, very important to look into the idea of everything that represents your reality merely as contrast. And this is how attraction will work. You can attract the most negative people in your life and you can attract the most positive people in your life. But it is all based upon a state of balance. That balance represents the idea of the next law, the law of equivalent exchange. In order for you to obtain something, something of equal value must be given in return. Basically what that means is that everything comes at a price. If you truly want to bring about positive transformation in your life, positive people in your life, You need to give up the idea of feeling that you have to have negative energy or negative people in your life that are constantly telling you, hey, we want out of here just as much as you do, but you keep attracting us in this particular way because you hold on to a type of melodrama that continues to cycle itself over and over and over again. So you are able to finally realize that this is what's happening. You're finally able to tie up the loose end that represents that negativity, and now equivalent exchange will allow that energy to leave and bring positive energy in its place, because now you have a placeholder for it. Does this make sense to everybody? Yes. So the whole idea is that the 6 universal laws have an alignment to them. And the true alignment in the idea is not for it to go off into extremes, not to the point to where you feel that drama is leading your life, not to the idea of feeling that you are choiceless, or feeling that you must remain so much in the state of confusion that you will simply be there in a forever state of realm. The whole idea really is that you have the ability to attract whatever it is you want to attract. You people, all of you, have the ability to become as wealthy, as prosperous, as financially happy, as career happy, as spiritually happy as you wish, if you feel you deserve it. If you do not feel that you deserve the idea of spiritual happiness, financial abundance, career excitement, relationship, etc., you will continue to attract everything that is opposite to that frequency, that does not represent yourself. The idea of extremes is that they can also be referred to as the out of bounds. Just like your football players on your football field, when they have the ball and they keep running out of bounds, the referee is blowing the whistle and saying, hey, will you stop? And now they're going off into the crowd and they're knocking people down and they're still running past the stadium. Hey, 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 the whistle has blown, you're kind of out of bounds. Well, this is basically what the universe is attempting to tell you. Oh, no, I don't deserve to change. I don't deserve to change. I'm still running down and plowing down people at the same time. When you have the opportunity to hear that whistle, this is where realization comes in. And this is how you are unleashing your state of alignment. Listen to where you have the out of bounds. You have a popular board game on your planet called Operation. You know that when you take the tweezers and you hit the edge and it goes, eh, that is, again, the sound that you can manifest for yourself. My goodness, I don't feel good today. Eh, what was that about? My goodness, the turkey was burnt. Eh. So whatever it may be that you feel is creating the out of bounds, let yourself gain a realization of knowing that you are out of bounds. It's not to say that you can never get out of bounds, because all the football player has to do is say, oh, I heard the whistle. I'm coming back through the crowd. I'm picking up the old ladies that I knocked down accidentally. And now I'm crawling back onto the field, and I'm moving away from the out of bounds. I've come back to center. Okay, good. Now the game can resume. Same thing with all of you. Be very mindful in regards to the idea of what you consider your out of bounds to be. If you are doing a job you do not like, think about it. If you are in that sense in a relationship that you know is not harmonious to yourself, think about it. If you are not appreciating yourself each and every single moment of each and every single day, think about it. You are the creator of your own reality. Now again, you may have heard that of very, very many times through the idea of your spiritual metaphysical circles. But the whole idea is that the only person that's here right now is you. There's nobody else in this room. Everybody else is a reflection of you. They are a catalyst. And this is the sub-law that exists within the law of attraction, the law of catalyst. You are attracting people around you right now that are attempting to give you a perspective about how you see yourself through their personality. So we would ask you right now to look at the person to your left and say, look at the person to your right, shake their hands and say, I love you. Go ahead. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Look at what you've attracted today. That shows great appreciation for all of you. Giving yourselves love. We love you as well. Thank you. Giving yourselves the love and the encouragement of saying that I appreciate myself because I was able to share I love you with this other. And this other was able to say I love you back. How does that feel? Awesome. Continue that every day. Continue that every moment, because this is who you are. You are designed to be a loving being. That's who humanity is. Everything that is created upon this planet was created out of love, was through the idea of manifestation, to bringing yourselves into the state of alignment. And that's where you're moving into a fourth density consciousness, moving into a fourth density culture, to where you are, yes, moving into the heart space. But what does that mean? What does the heart represent besides the idea of love? Acceptance and connection. Connecting to all things, not just your fellow man and your fellow woman, your fellow child, your fellow animals. Have you noticed how much more friendly your animals are on your planet now with all of you? Your fellow nature, your fellow trees, your fellow vegetation, your fellow elements, the air that you breathe. Everything was created out of love. And all of you, in greater aspects, have created that. And now you're here in these remote devices you call human bodies, experiencing yourselves through the creativity of perspective. And that, our dearest friends, our dearest family, is the awakening from within unleashed. We thank you once again for the opportunity of this interaction, and we will now bring forward the idea of a Q&A time with us. Any of you who have any questions for us, please feel free to share. We thank you once again for your presence.
Hi, Adronis. I'm Deborah.
Hello, Deborah.
Hi. I have a question. I
Yes.
recently found out that my oversoul contains an 8-foot-tall reptilian being.
Yes.
I believe it to be of a male orientation.
Yes.
But I'm wondering if you can tell me some more about this being, where they're possibly from, and if they have a name. And they help me in a great way in a dream state without showing their physical form to me, in an appreciation that I might be fearful of their physical form. So that was so
Yes.
fantastic that I'd like to know more about this being. If you
All right. He enjoys playing patty cake. Just kidding. The whole idea really is that this truly represents, in that sense, a family member that has come back. Now, the whole idea is that you have association ties pertaining to this particular civilization. And so this represents, again, another reflection of yourself from a parallel reality that, in that sense, is in conjunction together with your own physical reality. And that they have come back, in that sense, not to intimidate you, because they know that many human beings are not ready for their full-out physical appearance, and not to give an impression to create any particular type of fear within the mind. Get it? Yes. So the whole idea really here is that he has come back as to serve as a teacher, as the idea of a family member who is reconnecting back with you and helping you to remember the lessons of love that you have already gained in many different experiences. And so his presence represents the energetic reminder of that remembrance. And that's primarily his idea. Now, in regards to his particular forms of appearance, physically, yes, the idea is that he is extraterrestrial, as you would understand it. He does exist very close to the idea of associations containing that within the Orion constellation, also within the idea of the Taurus constellation, very closely to what you would know as the Pleiades. He is very much what you would call a celestial ambassador of sorts. Now, have you received a name for this entity?
No, I have not.
All right.
So,
We will attempt to see if there is something acceptable that he can share with us now.
thank you.
Now, the funny thing about this is that he simply is reptilian, yet he is referring to himself as tiger. So again, that's giving you the idea that he is reptilian, but also the idea of the feeling of the cat is also in a strength of resonance to you. And although he is of reptilian nature, his heart very much is that of the feline. So, enjoy petting your tiger, playing patty cake with him.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for your question. Questions?
Hello again, Adronis.
Hello again.
Okay, so my discussion is, I want to know, I'm very curious to know about who was Hindu god Krishna. I feel that I have a connection. Give me the story if there is some story.
Yes, well, again, you do have associations to the idea of the Krishna energy. Now, it's more so in the idea that much in regards to the renditions of the Krishna energy has been, shall we say, perceived by many to give indications of many appearances to him. But very much to the idea, in this short version of it, he was in that sense a young boy who in that sense went through many different trials and tribulations, broke himself down, and eventually was able to, shall we say, see the light. And so the whole idea in regards to much of his own spiritual upbringing, to how he in that sense became a messenger of humanity really is not much different from the idea of Gautama Buddha or the idea of, shall we say, Jesus Christ, or through the idea of Prophet Muhammad, etc. They all had very similar experiences, just in regards to the accordance of different alignments representing different forms of cultures that best brought about their essence, sometimes in that sense exaggerated to the point of archetypes, rather than the idea of the actual person. So the whole idea is that much in regards to his energy really was no more different than the idea of what you would know as your typical gurus. Yes? So basically looking into that particular type of association, the archetype has rung true because you have heard these stories before, in lifetime, past lifetime, past lifetime. So this is basically giving you a ringing of a bell of what you have in that sense appreciated for one in that sense who would give up so much of his love to ensure that his fellow brethren, his fellow sisters, would be able to evolve themselves into the next level. And so he gave much of himself to allow the teachings of anew that came together upon your planet to evolve your culture to the next level, to where he represented a catalyst to that degree. Make sense?
I feel that he was an alien.
He was a witch?
He was an alien, E.T.
No, not really. He was more so in the idea of, shall we say, of a hybridization, but not so much in the idea of, shall we say, actually born of another planet and coming upon yours. He was very much human, but in the idea of design, shall we say, certain forms of genetic patterns opened up a little bit more further in earlier age in order for him to accumulate many understandings. And so the whole idea is that this is what has happened to many of your ancient popular masters upon your planet. They were not extraterrestrial, yet they had extraterrestrial influence helping them along the way to making them an example, because for them to simply be extraterrestrial, to come upon your planet to teach humanity, misses the point. It's the idea about how humanity itself, a human being themselves, can come upon your planet and share the idea of what it is to be human in this way with the rest of humanity.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, and it's true that his connections are very strong within the area of Lyra. Yet again, that is more so in the idea of the influence that he brought forward. But yes, very much human. We thank you for your question.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Brooke.
Hello, Brooke.
And this is my first time interacting with you in a face-to-face situation.
All
It's
right.
very cool. So
We
thank you.
Well, we
Thank
can be
you.
hot too, that's fine.
Oh yes, that's true. So I have the question of spirit guides and guides in general, and trying to, I guess, discern the difference between, there's obviously the angelic realms, and there's the whole alien piece, and the reptilian and cat feline, and the whole thing, and it can be a little bit heady if I
Yes,
let
because
myself
it
get
is
in.
a vast cosmos.
Exactly. So I would like to figure out, one, where the guides are within all that, and then what my guide, who, if there's a name, like Nora talks about, Mirando was her name. Is there a guide for me? Are they here with me, and who are they?
Well, firstly, we'll digress the idea of what you would know as spirit guides. Now, spirit guides themselves truly can be anyone. They do not always have to be human beings. They do not always have to be elementals. Sometimes they can be extraterrestrial. Sometimes they can be angelic in that particular way. The only reason you have spirit guides is because of the asking. Now, there are two different types of spirit guides. Ones who will interface with you, others who will have nothing to do with you in the idea of interfacing. They will simply remain as, shall we say, background proxies. And what we mean by that is that they are simply assisting in the idea of your own evolution, in helping you to, shall we say, tweak much of yourself so that you can continue to prosper. The idea in regards to a particular type of guide that we have represented through you may again represent a very popular form, but again it is that one of Mother Mary. Secondly, it would represent the idea of the Count of Saint Germain. Thirdly, you would also understand that there is, shall we say, a guide that simply represents themselves as a shape, from what you would know as an octahedral structure. You refer with the octahedron.
Sort of, yes.
Two tetrahedrons interlocked, one atop, one inverted.
Okay, like
This
a
would
macabre.
represent, again, a non-linear or crystalline consciousness that you could simply refer to as ABBOX, A-B-B-O-X, X.
Okay, I like that.
All right.
And
So,
secondly,
yes.
How can one, any of us, cleanse, forgive, whatever needed to, I don't know whether you call it entities, whatever that is, the beingness that makes you just kind of free to where you're like, all right, I am ready to shine my light as bright
So
as
you're
possible.
referring to entities that you may feel are intrusive.
Possibly, or just maybe even whatever you want to call it, maybe a filter, like a film over you that's maybe kind of making the light
But
not
understand that
shine.
you're the one accepting that filter. That's the
Yeah.
whole idea. It really doesn't take a lot of work. Again, as we stated, everything within your reality is feeling. Now, feeling itself is a program. So as long as you are continuing to run a program that represents feeling, the being that is tied together in that feeling will be that film. So in order for you to, shall we say, transcend that particular being in that feeling that you do not prefer, alter your arrangement of feeling that you do prefer to create a whole new reality where you are completely devoid of such an entity that you may feel to be intrusive.
Perfect.
So it's all about being able to transform your feelings. Feelings are not permanent. They are no more different than going into a shopping mall and buying a can of beans, simply because that's your choice. So again, this is why you're going back to one of the universal laws that represents free will. Make the choice to change and bring yourself into the feeling that you do prefer, and that way no other particular beings can associate. They can only associate in regards to the gravitation of the feeling that you have aligned through yourself to make that type of relationship happen. It does not have to be done with smoke and mirrors. It does not have to be done with sage and holy water. All that is basically happening here is taking one feeling that you don't prefer, forgiving that feeling, and bringing another feeling in that you do prefer. It is that simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jonas.
Hello.
So more on the topic of
And who are we
spirit
speaking
guides.
to?
Oh, Ben, sorry.
Ben? Hello.
Hi.
How have you been, Ben?
Never heard that before.
All right. We're happy to be the first.
So occasionally I'll be seeing beings out of the corner of my eye.
Yes.
Or
Are they making funny faces at you?
They could be.
All right.
That's more of my question. As soon as I look at them, I don't see them anymore.
All right.
So how can we
Because
more
you're not meant to see them in the foreground, in the idea of your
Yeah.
true vision. The reason being is because many of these beings are not meant to be seen in that way. As we just talked about, there are certain guides that work with you that are not meant to be interfacial. So you may, in that sense, even encounter them in the slip of the eye, the corner of the eye in that particular way. And that's simply the association they have with you. Simply giving the impression of saying, well, something's here, but I'm not really able to interface it. Understand that interfacing is a two-way street. It is a co-creation. It is not you feeling that if you send out a communication to a being, they have to answer you. Sometimes they don't, because they're not contracted to communicate with you through the idea of conscious self-interface. So they will basically work together with you behind the scenes. So many of these beings in that sense are simply, shall we say, astral beings, not meant to interact with you in that particular way. Doesn't mean they don't love you. They certainly do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working with you. But they are working with you in a different type of agenda that is helping you to elevate yourself. Understand that many of your bodies are being worked upon through other particular beings, tweaking DNA, working together with different energetic matrices, combinations, also helping you in that sense, shall we say, edit particular degrees of thought forms, thoughts that can be taken out that have no more power, and in that sense bringing forward certain forms of influences that are enticing to gain realization for.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Questions?
Hello, Adronis.
Yes.
My name's Aaron.
Hello, Aaron.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you as well.
I have a guide from Sirius as well, and I wondered if you could tell me anything about him. His name is Ron Deans.
Now, hold on a moment.
Yeah.
As you have this guide of Sirius, is
Yeah.
he, shall we say, shy?
Shy?
Yes. Has he not told you anything about himself?
Yeah, I spoke to him once through
All
Rob,
right.
but I didn't ask him every question I wanted to.
Why
I
not?
don't know if he's from the same place as you.
Well,
and-
why not?
Because there's 3 stars in Sirius, isn't there? So
There's 3,000 Siriuses.
is there? Oh, right, on different, okay.
No.
You've
The whole
caught me out
idea
there.
really is that if you have established a connection with a guide, it's not so much in the idea of feeling that there is no possibility of not knowing a particular type of, shall we say, symbol or word that represents their vibration. That certainly is available. Now, yes, Sirius does contain a great deal of beings, but that doesn't mean that you cannot feel that you can have some type of conversation with him. If he is an interfacial being, you are able to ask and address these particular types of questions. So we would ask you right now to close your eyes. Have you done this?
Yes.
We would ask
Yes.
you now, in your mind, to bring about that spirit guide as if he was walking right in front of you. Do you see him?
I just see his blue light, really.
His blue light, all right. So we would ask you now to look at his blue light and just give yourself the permission right now to say, is it all right for me to ask a particular point of word or name that I can call this light? Did you receive a response?
No.
All right, look closer. We would ask you to take both your index finger and your middle finger from your right hand and brush off your third eye a total of 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as you do that, imagine that this blue light is now coming closer to you. And look inside the blue light for a word. It is there. What do you see?
No, I can't see anything.
B-E-L-O. Bellow.
Bellow.
Bellow. All right?
Okay.
That's giving you a particular label reference that you can use to connect with this entity. Now again, understand that's not really the entity's name per se, but that is something that you can utilize to refer to him as.
So what was Rondine's, the name I got before then?
Rondine.
Rondines.
You're referring to a different entity.
Okay, so it's changed because of the
No,
probabilities
it's just a
changed.
different entity you're communicating with.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is basically the being that is summoning between our energy and yours, not
Okay.
between the energy of a previous channel and yourself. So understand, again, you have more than one guide. So again, this is one of the particular energies that came through, a blue light. Yes?
Yes.
So that is basically the energy that you are focusing on right now. Bellow simply represents the vibratory sound complex that is appropriate for you to summon this type of energy as you are just looking at it now. So we would ask you now to clear your mind. See nothing but void. Have you done this?
Yes.
Now we ask you in that sense to say out loud, bellow 3 times. Please do
Bellow.
so.
Bellow. Bellow.
Keep your eyes closed. What comes forward? Does the blue light reappear?
No, it just sort of appears randomly when I'm not thinking about it.
Yes. So again, this is something that you will need to attune yourself to. Again, what we stated is that wiping away your third eye helps to bring about clarity in this particular sense. So being able to ask for bellow in that particular way with the entity, because they have already shown themselves, are giving you the impression. In order for you to channel, here's a simple thing. Keep track of thoughts. Just say what you're thinking at the time that the transmission comes through. So again, that is how you can fundamentally communicate with him much more. Clear your mind, surrender yourself, and receive the transmission that is coming through your thought flow, and let the words become themselves. All right?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Cheers.
welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Questions?
Hello, Eduardo.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Ma'am.
Ma'am?
Ma'am.
Spell it.
M-A-M.
M-A-M.
M, yes.
M-A-M-M?
No, just M-A-M.
M-A-M. All right. Ma'am.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I haven't spoke to you before, and I feel drawn to ask you a question.
Yes.
I feel like I've had contact for most of my life, and that with extraterrestrial or out of or angelic beings. I feel like at some time around 6 or 7, I've accepted a form of amnesia to maybe help me adjust and maybe lessen the severity of the experience. And I'm really feeling I'd like to have some clarity around it, and I would like to find out if there's anything that you can help me share, that you could share with me about this experience.
So what you are saying is at the age of 6 or 7, you experienced a type of amnesia.
I feel like I had contact and that I accepted the fact that I should probably forget.
All right.
And it would be safer if I didn't remember.
Well, this would be very closer to the idea of a shift of a walk-in experience.
Maybe. I don't know.
So basically what you would understand is that it's not so much as the entire soul being, shall we say, shifted away, but it's very much in the idea of a higher increment of your own essence, your own life force in that sense, that has been, shall we say, rearranged to appropriate yourself in a type of walk-in experience, where you felt that these energies in that sense were communicating with you, but because of this energetic shift that was going through, the memory does not always apply.
Is that what you see as experienced?
Yes.
I don't have a memory, and
Of
I'd
course.
like to activate it. And so part of me is just asking for permission to receive.
Well, again, the whole idea is that when you activate the memory, it comes together in the right time, in the appropriate moment that it does. So the whole idea is that associations in regards to memory come back through when a certain form of relationship-based event comes into your life for that memory to return.
Okay.
So giving yourself that particular type of recollection. But really what we are receiving is that it's not really important for you to remember it.
Okay, so I don't need to remember the
Because more so of the
event.
experiences that are ahead for you will give you more memory in regards to what you have been going through as a child up into adulthood.
Okay, I was hoping that I didn't have to undo something that had been done. So if you're saying that I can just move forward and that I'll receive
Of course,
information.
because again, there's a reason why you don't have the memory.
Yeah.
Because it's not too important for you to know. If something is indeed important for you to know, it will come.
Okay.
Right now, it is not important. So it is more so in the idea that the upcoming experiences that are moving your way will reveal more than what you felt you have gone through at the state of childhood to where you are now.
Okay, thank
All
you
right?
so much. Yes, that's really helpful.
We thank you very much. Questions?
Hello, my name is Jennifer.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi. I'm just curious, a few of my questions were answered, so I'll jump right into
Yes.
it. I'd like to know about my guides. I have a lot of orbs around me, big rainbow orbs, big purple horn that opens up. I get a lot of orbs around me, colorful ones.
And they are nameless.
They're nameless. Okay, is there any one particular guide that's working with me or somebody that I can call on to help me?
There is a brother in an ancient form of lifetime, not too ancient, but in that sense, last lifetime that way, that would refer to themselves as Jeremy. This would be very similar to the idea of a little brother that you have taken care of, and basically in that sense, grown up now, to giving you the state of inspiration, to helping you in that sense achieve goals in that point where times have been procrastinating, where they are basically in that sense the voice of your conscience telling you to move forward. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yes. So this would be one entity that you could call upon. Very similar to the idea of a young adult.
Okay.
Caucasian in that alignment.
Mhm.
Similar to the idea of your own Western European people.
Okay.
All right?
I just have a quick question. I just found out that the man that cuts my hair is a witch. He's worships the dark, and it's the horn god and this and that. So I'm wondering, I realize, am I in any sort of, by him touching my head, is there any sort of pulling of my energies that he can attract from me, or am I in any, I mean, it's all what I believe.
We
I
cannot
understand
say
that.
primarily based upon the idea of his own thoughts.
Mhm.
But the idea in that sense is if you feel uncomfortable around the person in any particular way, you always have the option to leave.
Okay.
Now, we cannot say in that sense if he's actually done anything like that. It does not feel so. But that certainly could be an opportunity down the road.
By allowing myself to be in that chair.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Through the idea of infatuation.
Thank you.
Yes. We thank you, Jennifer. Questions?
Hello, I'm Christina.
Hello, Christina.
My question for you is about me being a control freak in recovery in relation to this work. So somebody that likes to have a particular process for things, I became a psychic through going through a certification program,
Yes.
and a medium from going to a program and taking classes to learn the structure for how to do it.
Yes.
Yet when I go to channeling classes, it's a little different because you're giving away all of your control to some extent.
Yeah.
And so I was really curious about the way that you explained how you learned how to channel, because I've done it a couple of times, but it never felt like it stuck like some of the other things that I've learned. So I would be really curious to hear what you have to say about that. In particular, how channeling can affect your health related to your throat chakra.
4 words. Let go of control. That's it. Now, if you're feeling you're a control freak relating to, again, everything that you are experiencing, that's where restriction lies. The best type of channelers in that sense are ones who can completely surrender, who do not care, actually, in regards to what needs to be shared, because they trust themselves so much that all the information simply becomes itself altogether. So they follow a 3 key principle: open, trust, interpret. They are open to all possibilities that come forward. They trust themselves to receive the particular type of transmission in question. They are able to interpret it in the way that they feel is appropriate, be it automatic writing, be it vocality, be it singing, be it artwork, be it dancing, whatever it may be. That is basically their three key principle. And so the whole idea in that sense about what you feel is appropriate for channeling is to completely let go of yourself, is to completely release in that form that control needs to be necessary. Because here's the thing, there's never a time where you've actually controlled anything. Control doesn't exist. We liken it to the idea of separating that word basically in two. Control. A troll that has created a con. That's basically what control is. So the whole idea is that you don't need to be a control. You can simply be an expiring human being, a being in that sense who releases themselves. Be a released human, a surrendering human, rather than a controller. So again, that's the whole idea. The more that you surrender yourself into the idea of the channeling process and simply let the words become themselves, because this is exactly what this channeler had to learn as well too. He had to learn to surrender the information and allow it to become what it was, rather than feeling that control, all it's doing is distorting the information. Because they will basically bring about certain forms of understandings that is not being shared, that comes through the idea of fear. And all control is a type of fear. The idea of feeling that you have to compose yourself, that you have to apply a filter, and in that sense, wear a mask. So we would ask you to take that mask off. We would ask you to throw away all those filters and let the information come through solidly, purely, like a river. Make sense?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Andronis.
Hello.
I'm Magda.
Magda, hello.
How are you?
We are wonderful. How are you?
Very good.
You're very good. All right.
I was made aware a little while ago by the wonderful, beloved Treb
Yes.
that I have a guide, a sixth density guide from Sirius.
Yes.
And then time went by as I perceive it. And this summer I was in a lot around water. I was actually in a body of water. And I did feel that specific connection. And I thought it'd be fun to ask a Sirius entity if water is somewhat of a
Sirius
common
vibration.
way to communicate with
Yes,
Sirius energy.
it can be. Yes, so water in that sense, dolphin energy as well too, can be part of that. Your own sun in that sense can be a reference. Many Egyptian forms of symbologies can also be a strong reference to the idea of Sirius and to Venus.
Venus.
Yes.
That was my question.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Liliana.
Kalina?
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Liliana. I have a question. Do you have any suggestion for me so I can understand the images that I see on my head?
The images that you see on your head, what type of
Yes.
images are you seeing?
Many images, like flashes, but I don't understand what they
Are you referring
mean.
to flashes of color?
No, images like let's say a fountain or a dragon, or it's like a flash of something, and I never know
Yes.
what it means.
Yes. These are symbolic references, very similar to dream symbolisms,
Yes.
that are actually basically bringing themselves into your awareness to giving you a message subconsciously. Now, the reason being is because much of your guidance will not flat out tell you something, because that's defeating the point. Many of these flashes, as you see through imagery, are basically very similar to what you receive in the dream plane when you experience a dream, attempting to interpret it. So if you are in that sense discovering that a fountain, for example, is an imagery that you are discovering, after you have in that sense had a very positive experience, perhaps in that sense doing a healing, you will notice that you are becoming this sprouting fountain, that the water is flowing, that the energy is moving. And so they are giving you these particular types of references on a symbolic, metaphorical level to giving you an indication of your own state of being. That
Yes.
which is present and that which is may yet to come.
But I don't understand what they mean.
Well, the whole idea is that have you been writing down these particular forms of visions that you have been getting?
No, I haven't.
Good idea to start.
Okay.
The reason being is because if you don't keep track, you're not going to be able to make sense of what's being shown. So if you feel that you are having trouble with that, look more so into the idea about how dream symbolism can be in that sense effective. You may feel that you have a flash of a white dove. You may have a flash of an airplane going by. You may have a flash of you actually being able to take off and fly. So again, these are giving you the ideas of different courses of freedom.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So again, look into, firstly, writing things down, and then being able to later look into the idea of decrypting their metaphors.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
We thank you. Questions?
Love you too.
We love you too. Thank you.
Hello, Adronis. My name is Rebecca.
Hello, Rebecca.
A while back, Aridif told me that I was traveling at night with some folks by the name of the Ninja. And recently, the ships I've been going on seem different. And I believe that I might not be with the Ninja any longer.
All right.
So, could you look into that for me?
Would you be able to describe the vessels, please?
Wow. They seem to be translucent. I go through the stars. They go rapidly. They
This
disappear.
is a multicultural civilization. They are not based upon one principle of an actual form of race that is singular. You are basically dealing with cultures. These are basically what you would refer to as multi-civilization crafts, or in that sense, different types of spacecraft that may appear actually crystalline in design, that are basically transiting through different levels of the galaxy. They are basically, in that sense, humanitarian in that way, but also share the idea of common goals through that of a multicultural civilization. Here's the thing. Just because you go on board spaceships does not mean that you are talking to a singular race. There are many spacecraft that exist that contain a multitude of different beings. Some are visitors, some are actually indigenous to the craft. Some, in that sense, do not have any particular names or associations. Understand there's more to your galaxy than the idea of just Pleiadians, Sirians, Arcturians, Andromedans, etc. There's much more that truly do not have labels in regards to comprehension. But what we can sense from what you have just described is the idea of a multi-layered, multicultural spacecraft.
And they're just taking me out to show me the galaxy?
No, not really. They're here to help you understand yourself by being the reflections of Catalyst, showing you who you are in that type of theme.
And that would be by all the
Well,
patterns?
look into the idea of the associations of what the beings meant to you. How did they interact with you? How did they respond to you?
They show me beautiful geometric patterns.
Yes. So again, they're showing you aspects of yourself through the state of geometry that is reflecting back into yourself, because that is their language.
And the visions that they show me of faces,
Yes.
would that be them?
These would be other particular faces that can represent, again, other perspectives of you.
Of me?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Lifetimes shared upon their craft.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question before we conclude.
Hi, I will take the opportunity.
And who are we speaking with
My name
today?
is Ruben.
Hello, Ruben.
A couple of weeks ago, on an ayahuasca journey, I was sitting next to a friend. It was his first journey and my third. And I felt like it was more of his journey than mine, in the sense that I got a lot of Syrian downloads, in the sense of it felt in the moment while on the medicine
Yes.
that I got dolphins and I got water and all the things sort of
So
associated.
very much to what we just shared.
Yes, exactly. Very much associated with the Syrian energy. And I had researched a bit about the Syrian archetypes, and I just felt he went deep. He went into a whole crazy trance, and he did this kind of a lot of arm language with his hands
Yes.
aligning, and he sort of did this reverse palm to the chest thing, which I sort of interpret as a Syrian greeting.
These
of
are,
sorts.
again, different types of languages, yes.
Okay. And
Expressed through the idea of telepathy while using hand movements. You would understand that there are certain beings like the blue avians who simply use their hand gestures while they are communicating telepathically. There are also other particular forms of beings who use resonant tuning while they are also doing hand gestures, while they are also, in that sense, flashing telepathic spirit light to you. These
So-
are all just different types of transits pertaining to translation.
So was I correct in assuming that he had sort of connected with this?
He basically was communicating as the Syrian being.
I see. And yeah, his downloads were sort of my downloads in that
Correct.
journey.
Sharing a telepathic experience with you, in a way.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. What does this mean then?
What does this mean? Oh my goodness, what could it mean?
Hi? Or heart? My heart goes out to you?
Basically giving you the idea of a delicate moment that was shared from one being to another about appreciation.
Well, there you go.
Does everything have to have a reason?
No.
No, not really.
Yeah,
That's
we
the
try to
idea.
attach things.
Thought itself gives you the idea of the belief that everything must have meaning. But what you are basically experiencing is a delicate moment and an authentic state to where one was bringing forward a consciousness, not of this world, to share in appreciation for the mutual journey ahead. Because what you're doing on Earth isn't only affecting you, it's affecting the entire galaxy, which is then affecting the entire universe. You are making universal history where you are going, because there are no other planets like yours that are going through what you're going through right now. A third density to fourth density hybrid transdimensional shift that has never been done before. What we mean by that is that third density, as you know it, is disappearing and basically moving itself into a new alignment. That the third density and the fourth density are basically amalgamating themselves together to form a new fourth density. And that this will, in that sense, move together through the idea of second and first density and a third density that is now moving itself into corroboration as a 13th density has now been added to your universe. And basically it is like a scale that is truncating that particular energy forward. And so the third energy, as it represents, merging together to create another third density below it that you will not really be aware of. It just represents the idea of a gravitation, of a new shift that you're moving through. And so basically that is what's happening upon your planet, your galaxy, your universe, is that these particular forms of transdimensional shifts are happening, a new density has been added, and it is basically attempting to fit itself among the 12th density ladder.
Is this the same consciousness that Bashar spoke of last weekend? He said
You would need to elaborate.
Well, he, in the middle of his transmission through Daryl Anka, he stopped and said, there's a new consciousness in our, he didn't use the word matrix, but that was my interpretation.
He is more so referring to his own collective,
His own
not so much the idea of the density mechanic here.
I see. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We thank you very much, Ruben. We will conclude at this time, and we thank each and every single one of you for your wonderful questions that have been brought forward to our awareness today, as we feel enriched by your expressions and by your interfacing all together. I am Adronis of Sirius, sending love, appreciation, and gratitude to all of you. Thank you once again. Farewell for this timing, and we now return to the conduit. We will speak to you again, as now is forever, and all is one. Goodbye.
Thank you, Adronis. We love you. Welcome back, Brad.
All right.
How are you feeling?
Oh, it's great. It's like a daydream. I'm
Good.
just off in La La Land.
But you
while this is
remember
all
everything
happening.
too, don't you?
No, not really. I have to look back at a recording for everything that's basically talked about. I get interpretations about what's being talked about. It's kind of like if a person's laying off, like looking off in a corner, you know, like, hey, Brad, hey, tune in. What's going on? Right? So it's kind of like that, right? So it's kind of like very much like a daydream state. But I do get certain impressions about what's being talked about, but very kind of abstract in that particular way. But from what I could remember, it was some really good questions. So.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him a question too, like a scientific one.
Well, why didn't
you?
you?
might already know this. Well, we ran out of time.
Sure you do. Make
Well,
the
maybe
time.
you probably know this because you've probably asked.
Okay, hang on. I'll bring him back in. You asked the question.
Whoa, cool.
All right, I'm on. We are back. Ask your question.
Awesome. Thank
Hello,
you.
Kalina.
Hello, Adronis.
Do you know that Kalina is attempting to communicate with you as well?
That's cool.
Yes.
She's more than welcome.
What would be
to.
your question? Your scientific, technical question?
Well, I have always wondered, and I understand like when we travel through our astral bodies, how we can get onto ships, but a lot of us also get abducted physically. And I'm thinking, well, how when we all have different needs, oxygen, this, that, the other, each being is different and they require different things. So how can they all be on the same ship? How is that calibrated and adjusted to where all can be on the same ship.
The idea in regards to ships themselves have multitudes of layers of dimensionality, just as your own planet does. So the whole idea is that when you encounter a physical representation of visitation that brings you on board a spacecraft to where your physical body is there, understand certain apparatus is utilized to, in that sense, compensate the level of your molecular flow so that you can stabilize in regards to that state of environment. For those of you who have astral bodies in that sense that may appear within that particular type of spacecraft, it becomes congruent and compatible in regards to, shall we say, multi-layered dimensionality that serves together through the idea of physical apparatus pertaining to the idea of the astral realm. And so this is what creates the idea of lucidity in regards to both realms through the idea of functionality of multidimensional spectrum that is attained to the state of the apparatus in question and is done to the state of the astral transient projection that you are able to see. Very much making more so in the idea that the apparitions are much more conscious in that particular way through such a state of environment that represents a multidimensional spacecraft in the way of asking.
Okay, I'm gonna.
All right. Makes sense? Clear as mud?
I'm trying to like maybe put it in layman's terms. So are you saying
you all share one big, gigantic, multi-dimensional loop, and you enjoy each other's company because it is possible.
Yes.
All right.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Eduardo.
We thank you. Once again, thank you again for the
Thanks for
opportunity
coming back.
of this interaction. Now is forever, all is one. Goodbye.
Good night. Thank you. Welcome back again, Matt. Thank you for
Like
doing
I said,
that.
you never have to hold back on a question.
Yeah,
If it's a burning question, it's important. So.
Yeah, I was thinking I can't be the only one who's wondered this. You know, it's always been in the back of my mind for years. I'm like, how can we all?
Well, first he'll throw a bunch of technical stuff at you, and
Of
then he'll
course.
kind of
Well,
like, oh, can you dumb it down a shape? Yes, here we go, boom.
I deal with that with Aridif all the time, so I have to chew on something for 2 months. I'm like, oh, now I get it. You know, when it gets.
And it's good when things are
scientific stuff.
recording, then you can look back on it,
Absolutely,
right?
we
So.
will. I know.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for again a really great interaction with Adronis. And my website again is Reality Whisper. I do provide private sessions. I also do light circuitry. Again, like what you see on the table there, I also do what's known as abundance attunements, which is actually feeling exchange, working together with your feelings and being able to actually have created a lot of miraculous effects through that healing system. There's also Akashic Records that I do as well too, and there's online courses. And a really cool thing is that next week, next Sunday, starts the Adronis Advancement Classroom online. So you guys can tune into that, and it's a classroom that Adronis teaches, and blow you away. A lot of stuff. It's everything from A to Z.
And you said you have a psychic school too that you still have.
I used
right?
to. I used to.
Okay,
Yeah. Right now it's the Adronis Advancement Classroom.
Okay.
So he comes through. He teaches the entire class. He offers questions to people, you know, and then there's this big interaction. But it basically teaches everything in regards to basic and advanced metaphysics and consciousness.
Awesome.
So that's something you guys can check out at realitywhisperer.com. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Namaste.
I love how that segued into exactly what I wanted to say, because what I've been planning to say about my being here right now is that I started out there. Less than 5 years ago, I was there, and now I'm here. And I want to reiterate what Shelley said. You can do this. And what the Pleaidian said through Wendy, it's all about trusting, because you're always connected. And it's really about trusting that what it is that you get is perfect and right and accurate and not just your imagination. And in my almost 5 years now of doing this, I thought about stopping a couple times because of the doubt, because of the self-doubt. And the thing that I think makes someone, and it doesn't matter what you do, if you're a singer, an artist, a Reiki, a channel, a psychic, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it. That's the most important thing. Yes. Make your films. Make your music. Do what you want to do in life. And someday you'll find yourself with people at an event that you have looked up to in your life. Like, I have looked up to these beautiful people that I get to be here with and channel with. And it's just amazing. And so I just want to inspire all of you to do what you do and keep doing it. And now I'm going to channel. Okay, before I channel, I just want to tell you a little bit about my channeling. So I've been watching everyone else do their thing up here, and I have to say, I need to be able to grab the water with my eyes closed. I move around a lot, so prepare for that. And yeah, we're going to hear from the creators, and we're going to hope to not blow everyone's eardrums out at the beginning with the tones.
Yes. 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 Here for you. We are excited to be participating in such a wonderful gathering of souls. We love each and every one of you, and we are here to assist you in whatever way that we can. I have a few things to say to you about the truth that you are awakening from within. Notice how we use the word truth there, because that is the way you do it. Now, you can attempt to do it through other means. You can attempt to use technology. You can attempt to use other people. You can attempt to surround yourself with things that you believe will do it for you. But not this time. This time is the time when you all decided that you are going to do it the way that really works. Awakening from within. This is why you do not need an asteroid or a comet or a lot of mayhem on your planet to shake you awake. All you need to do is go within. And what do you get when you go within? You get more awareness. And what do you get more awareness of? You get more awareness of the truth of your nature. You are everything, and everything is you. So as you are willing to look within yourselves and to notice this, to take stock of what it is that you feel inside of yourself, what you think about, even your actions, even the actions that you have taken that you are not so proud of. And you can see then that you have decided to play all the various roles that you can play in your reality to awaken yourselves to the truth that you are everything, that you are capable of anything, and that you are not above or below anyone else. And when you start to see that and really recognize that, then what do? You let go of your judgments, your criticisms. And we want to talk a little bit about the inner critic. Because the inner critic is telling you that you're not enough. You're not good enough. That wasn't good enough. You are not good enough for this or that. You did this wrong. You should be ashamed. You should feel bad and guilty. These are the words and the workings of the inner critic. Now, a spiritually awakened and aware person tends to hear those voices in their head and then think, uh-oh, I still have some work to do on myself. Look at the way I talk to myself. Look at the way I judge that person over there for doing what they are doing. And we want to say to you that when you have the awareness that you have an activated inner critic inside of you, that the more appropriate choice for you is to recognize that the inner critic is trying to get your attention, because the inner critic needs to be loved too. So as you see the inner critic as an aspect of yourself that you are welcoming back into the wholeness of who you are with love and compassion, then you silence the inner critic. Because the inner critic got what it needed, what it really needed. So, that is what you do about that. You always respond with love. You seek more awareness within yourself. So as long as you are willing to look at something and to own it as an aspect of you, you're doing just fine. You don't need a lot of processes. You don't need to go do a 17-day cleanse so that you can rid yourself of all these things. That is not necessary. Of course, if you want to do those things, then by all means. But we encourage all of you to stop seeing yourselves as projects, as unworthy of ascension, because you still have these voices in your head at times, these judgments, these criticisms. Imagine how good it would feel to love that aspect of yourself, to hold that aspect of yourself in your arms and to tell it that you love it and mean it because it's a part of you. And when you accept something as a part of you, you don't have to keep activating it. You come to a place of neutrality where you can see all the different possibilities in front of you for how you want to be, for how you want to interact in the world. And you can choose. You can choose with a clear mind. Because once you have experienced something, you don't have to experience it again. It is optional. If you see it that way, if you see an experience as your way of showing yourself that you just have an option, instead of berating yourself for having had this experience and scratching your head and wondering, what did I do to attract this freaking mess over here that I don't want? I don't want the mess. If instead you can look at it and say, there's a mess right there. Do I want more of that? Not really, but I can allow the mess to be messy. I don't have to go into the closet and whip myself 40 times because I created this mess. I don't have to purge myself so that I can be pure yet again. I don't have to spend time in purgatory for this. And what a lovely way to interact with your world, with that kind of attitude, with the full knowing that you get to decide. Sure, you incarnated with some plans for this lifetime. You decided you were going to do A, B, and C, and that you weren't going to do X, Y, and Z. But then you got to a point, the point of awakening. And from this point, you are capable of creating something else, something that perhaps wasn't part of the original plan. You get to tear up the original plans now. You get to forget about anything that ever was a part of your reality and be completely present in the moment, swimming in a sea of infinite possibilities. And you get to choose from that place of neutrality. I like this over here. Practice that throughout your day. Without any attachment, without any decision in the moment about how it's going to be a part of your experience, just look around and say, I like that, I like that, I like this about this person, I like that color fabric, I like that food over there. And if you can say those things and then release any attachment and release any thoughts about whether or not you can actually have it and possess it and hoard it and put it in a safe where no one can get it, then you can have a fun experience creating your reality. Because when you know that you are everything and everything is within you, then you don't need to do all of it from outside of yourself and fill your space with everything to give you that comfort and that knowing. So look at things and pay attention to what they activate within you. Let them activate you. Let yourself have a pure experience of an object and a person and a place and a sunset. Let yourself have a pure experience of it and let it go. And know that you can have as many experiences as you want to have. That is your God-given right as a God. That is your free will. And we see you exercising your free will more and more, and we are very excited for you. So, we are the creators. We didn't mention that yet. We are the creators. We are a 12th dimensional collective of beings. We are pure consciousness. We are love and light, just like you. And we have a perspective. That is what we have. So, if any of you would like to speak with us, now is your opportunity.
Hi, my name's Rebecca.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
I know I need to speak to you, and I don't know exactly what my question is.
Very good. An easy one.
Excellent. I just need to speak to the creators about my creativity.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just I don't even know what I want to know. Tell me what you want to tell me.
We want you to feel creative energy flowing through you. And if we help to activate that creative flow within you, then soak us up. Let us in. Let us play with you. Let us stimulate you, inspire you. Let us assist you, because that is what we like to do. creative life force energy can flow through you freely, and it doesn't mean that you have to do something or create something tangible so that someone outside of you can validate and verify that you were in the flow that day when you created that. Because when you do it for the experience of the flow of energy through you, that is when you have a very pure experience of self. That is when you have a very pure experience of source. And that is when you enjoy your life. That is when you live your life fully. When you let that energy flow through you. And we are meant to stimulate things inside of you. We are meant to activate you. We are meant to push your buttons because we are inside of all of you. And when you vibrate, when you resonate with us, you feel different than you would if you did not have that experience. And then you get to decide what you want to do with that energy. So if you don't know what to do, if you don't know what to create, why not just enjoy the experience of knowing that you want to create something? Until you find yourself standing there at a canvas or something, making something up, and allowing creative life force energy to flow through you. What a wonderful experience. You have much to give this world because you are an infinite being. And we suggest that you express yourself in as many different ways as you possibly can, regardless of what it looks like, regardless of whether it looks like art or just looks like a woman who is a little off because she is skipping and singing and twirling an umbrella as she walks down the street.
Sometimes I just feel like the energy is just pulsing within me and I'm just shaking and vibrating.
Yes.
And I don't even, it's like, it's just interesting how to then translate it into anything. Like it's, because I can just feel my whole being like bouncing against myself.
Well, first, allow yourself to experience the energy in your body. So ground that energy in your whole body. Allow yourself to feel it going through you, right down to the soles of your feet and into Mother Earth. Allow yourself to have that experience without then going to your mind to ask yourself, what am I supposed to do with this? First, give yourself the experience of it. And then allow yourself to be inspired in the moment. And like we said, it might not look like you are painting some masterpiece because of it, and that doesn't matter ultimately. Because look at the artwork of a 5-year-old child. You will rarely see one of those works of art in a museum or in an art gallery where there's a hefty price tag under it, but you cannot deny how much fun that child had in making that piece of art. You cannot deny that child that experience just because it is not something that you would consider to be a fine work of art.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You're so fun.
We like to think so.
Hello there.
Hello.
I had an experience today that I wanted to get some clarity around and maybe some insight. I had a sense of structure and maybe paradigm that I've been holding in place, and
Yes.
that there's an opportunity to just drop it.
Yes.
And to be completely open to creating, I think, almost anything.
Yes.
And considering you're the creators, I thought maybe I would ask for some insight or some direction for me specifically around releasing the patterns or whatever that is, and creating the most aligned with my true self.
Well, if you are focused on releasing a pattern or a paradigm, then you are still focused on what you are not wanting to activate anymore.
I understand.
But if you put your focus on creating something new, something that perhaps makes no sense to the logical mind, and if you allow yourself to throw yourself fully into that experience, then you cannot go wrong. You cannot miscreate. So it is up to you to use the pattern, use the tendency for you to go back to something that you have done before as a sign or a signal to yourself, as a reminder to say, oh yes, I want to look over here now and create something new. But if when you are aware that you are activating the old paradigm, if then you become obsessed with letting it go and releasing it and crumbling it to the ground, then you stay focused there. Because again, this is like one of those aspects of yourself that perhaps you do not feel so proud of and you want to keep hidden away in the corner. When you embrace it, when you let it in, when you love it, then it no longer is vying for your attention and trying to rear its beautiful head as often as it can.
I felt a feeling of fear in dropping it, and I wondered if you can give me some guidance around that.
Well, you drop it and you think that in dropping it, it is gone now forever, like it drowns at the bottom of the ocean. But in actuality, it will always be there as an option. It will always be there as a possibility. And so you can see it that way. You can remove the positive and negative charge from it and see it as a neutral option that you can always make.
Okay.
But you don't have to destroy the old paradigm to look over here and say, what can I create that is new? And even perhaps having learned from the experiences I have had with the old paradigm. And so then it becomes not something you are trying to get rid of and destroy. It becomes something that you are using to learn from, to grow from, to create from.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I have a 38-year-old son.
Yes.
And when I was raising him, I did not know the things that I know now. So I raised him with quite a bit of structure.
Yes.
Now he has twin 2-year-olds, so I have 2-year-old grandsons that he's now trying to raise with the structure that, and I don't agree with.
Yes.
But when I spent summer vacation with them, and I was sleeping upstairs, and the little boys were downstairs with my son and daughter-in-law, and the voice of one of my grandsons woke me out of sleep saying, "Grandma," in my ear. So I got up, and 15 minutes later I went downstairs, and the first thing my daughter-in-law said to me was, little Alexander got up, pointed upstairs, and said, "Grandma." And there's no way that I could have heard him through the wall, through the floor. And I'm just wondering if you could help me with some insight as to how I can help these little beings, these amazing little beings that are alive now on Earth as their grandma, when their parents are raising them with such rules and regulations that I no longer would do if I was a parent.
Yes. Well, what you have given yourself the opportunity to do here is to forgive the aspect of yourself that used those parenting techniques. And so you are seeing it in front of you in the form of your son and your daughter-in-law. And instead of thinking of it as the wrong way, in the way that needs to be abandoned and changed, you are giving yourself the opportunity to say, I forgive you, I love you, you are doing the best that you can. And no one in this scenario needs rescuing. Your grandchildren do not need rescuing. And you did not ruin anyone with your parenting style. Your son chose you to be his mother, knowing full well what he was getting himself into. And your grandchildren have chosen their parents, knowing full well what they were getting themselves into. And so, it is all one big opportunity for love. The whole scenario you have played out here. Loving yourself, loving your son and daughter-in-law, and knowing that they are doing the best they can, loving your grandchildren, because that is the ultimate way to raise anyone, is to love them. Does that help?
That helps.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, creators.
Hello.
This is Omaida. I have a question about channeling. So tomorrow night, I'm going to start a 7-week course on channeling. I'm really excited. I've taken this course before, and I was able to get some energy to go through my body.
Yes.
But I guess my question is that I want to know, when I raise my frequency and I ask, when I want to channel, who should I be asking for? What would be best benefit for me? My higher self, a spirit guide? I think I get a little excited. I want to quickly just start channeling like Yaels or like an ET perspective. Sometimes
Is that the one that excites you the most?
It does.
There you go. So you have an idea of the frequency of the Yael because you have Ishua available to you in the form of the channelings that Mr. Swanson has brought forth. And so you can connect to that frequency in that way. And you can practice holding that frequency within yourself, feeling that energy moving through you. And you can play around with it, and you can have fun with it, and you can be, most of all, patient with the process, so that when you are feeling energy in your body, you can say to yourself, this experience that I am having of channeling is enough. It is perfect just as it is, and you don't have to be anywhere other than where you are with it. When this channel, who is sitting here right now, first began, he had the experience of feeling energy in his body every time he went to channel. And his experience of it was frustration because he was so eager to start speaking. And so he didn't enjoy the process as much as he could have. Ultimately, of course, he wound up speaking for us. But at first, he needed to get acclimated to the energy. He needed to familiarize his vehicle with that energy. And so allow yourself to be in that particular phase of the process for as long as it takes, and enjoy the feeling of the Yael energy before you ever speak a word from their civilization.
Fantastic, thank you.
Hello, Daniel.
Who's that?
This is, I'm sorry, it's not Daniel, the creators.
Yeah.
And hello, Daniel. This is Brooke.
He's in there somewhere.
Yes. Daniel has opened me up to this whole big mess that
We are very sorry.
Just to give you guys a backstory, I met Daniel years ago at a woman's home, and we had the Abraham Hicks connection, and he introduced me to Nora, and I was blown away by the craziness that is her and the amazingness that is her, and now I'm here, and I'm just so in love with the material and everything. So thank you for everything that you do, and for kind of enlightening me into this whole sphere. So okay, I'll make the declaration first, and then you can give me some guidance. I decided that I think the best way for me to channel would be to potentially channel an angelic realm, because that feels
most exciting.
Yes. Yeah. And the word safe wants to come to mind, which I'm trying to just let go of because I don't need to be safe. But some have said, no one hates the angels. So
yes.
It's an easy one. So maybe it's a permission slip.
Yes.
However, what do you see for me within that, and where should I start as far as physical application and actually who's coming up? Like Michael keeps coming up, but I don't, and then also Virgin Mary, but shouldn't say the word virgin. I mean Mary.
She doesn't mind.
Yeah. God, this is all very comical. But yeah, there. Let's start there and just tell me where to go within that, because it's kind of I'm almost there, but it's very lost at the same time.
Well, yet again, you have the ability to tune in to angelic energy, not just through the channels that you know, who channel archangel energy, but also through the archetype itself of the angel that you have in your world. All of the depictions, all of the Christmas ornaments, all of the ways in which you talk about angels, you see angels painted, you see their form, and you get a feeling for their vibration. And what we suggest to you is that you begin to embody that vibration yourself. And since angels are usually depicted as humans with wings and halos, it is easy for you to see yourself as an angelic being, and to hold that knowing of yourself, and to feel that energy in your physical body, and to even imagine that you have wings coming out of your back and a warm glow above your head. And allow yourself to be playful with this. Allow yourself to be a kid again. Because as a kid, it was easy for you to dress up as something you wanted to be or someone you wanted to be and pretend for the sake of feeling yourself as that being. And then, as you move forward with channeling this energy, you can do whatever you want with it. We know that everyone thinks of channeling as a person speaking for another being, but wouldn't you like to be in the presence of another person whose angelic energy you could just feel coming off of them? And wouldn't you like to be that person for someone else? Wouldn't you like someone to say of you that she's an angel? Because you can embody that frequency and become an angel in the flesh. And then every word you speak will be coming from that vibrational resonance. And you can do whatever you want with it. And we're not saying that you're not going to channel Michael or Gabriel. We are just saying, be playful about it at the stage you are at right now. And allow it to be a fun activity. Many of you assume that speaking the words is the best part of channeling, but it's really the energy flow. That is much more enticing to those who channel than what it is that they are saying. The words are a manifestation of the energy. So get involved, get interested in the energy first, and let it do what it does.
Thank you.
Yes, and enjoy yourself. Enjoy your journey.
Thank you. Much love to you.
Yes, we love you.
Hello.
Yeah.
First, eternal love and gratitude to you. I'd like to talk about, I have a 1-year-old baby, and
Nice.
when she was just a couple of months, and I'd have to go in the middle of the night to feed her.
Yes.
It happened on a couple of occasions that I clearly saw sparkles coming out of her fingers.
Nice.
And I couldn't make any sense of it, but lately, through a synchronicity of connections and events, I came to an understanding that there was something pixie, a pixie collective connected, and I'd like confirmation and maybe a bit more information if you can, please.
Well, we will give you the confirmation that you want, that it is, in fact, pixie energy that your child has connected with. These are a subset, if you will, an aspect of the Fae, the fairies.
Yeah.
They are playful beings. They only seek to enjoy the energy of your child, to enjoy the experience that your child is having. Since you are able to detect their energy, we can easily say that they are also wanting to play with you and to have experiences with you.
Yes. Great.
And so, once again, you put yourself in that type of energy of what it is that you want to experience. This is no different than playing around with your laws of the universe. When you want to manifest something, when you want to create something, you get yourself into the vibration of it. And so that is what you see reflected back to you. So if you want to have more interactions with the pixies, then embody the pixie energy. Then imagine that there are sparkles of light coming from your fingertips. And imagine what types of things you would do and say if you were a pixie. Become the pixie. The pixie is there to stimulate that within you, that desire to be playful and childlike. That is how they serve you. That is how their presence is affecting you in a positive way. And as long as you go into it with the desire that you have to make a connection, then you cannot go wrong.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, creators.
Hello.
My question for you is, how can I let go the attachment or the belief where money is the only way that I can get what I need and want?
Is there anything else about money that you like besides the idea that it can be used to exchange for other things?
I kind of hate money.
You hate it?
Kind of dislike it. I wish it didn't exist.
Yes. Well, once again, getting back to what we began speaking about here this evening, it is about creating a relationship with money whereby you see it as neutral and a choice. It is an option. It is not the only way, but it certainly does not have to be eliminated in order for you to create and manifest that which you desire to experience either. So, if you can, instead of looking for ways to create without money, if you can first decide that money is certainly welcome into your experience because it is convenient, because it is neutral by its very nature, and because you, like many other people, can find usage for it. If you start there, and then you decide that at times you would like to create something without it, you see, you are now just making a choice that does not need to diminish or push away something else, some other option that perhaps in certain cases might be the easiest way to go about something. So do not eliminate from the realm of possibilities anything at all, because that might be the easiest way. So say to yourself that this thing over here that I want, or this thing I want to experience, this experience I want to have over here, can come to me in any way, and I am not attached to any particular way that it comes to me. I am open to all the various ways. And when you have that attitude towards something, then it can manifest into your experience more easily than if you narrow your focus and say, it must come to me through this one way that I have decided is the most appropriate way, or that I have decided is the best way, or that I have decided is the only way. Whenever you get in that line of reasoning, you are not in service to yourself. You are not in service to the creation of the reality that you desire to experience. So make friends with your money and allow money to be a part of your experience. Make it easier on yourself. But if you also want to play around with creation, it is the same formula that we have been giving here today in regards to channeling and connecting with other beings. You find the frequency of that which you want to participate with. You find the frequency of that which you want to have in your experience. And you hold it. And you enjoy the experience of the energy in your body. And then you let it go. You just allow yourself to be where you are and to have the experiences that you are having. And it may surprise you the way that it will come to you. And won't that be fun? Surprises are fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, creators, and Daniel. This is Michael.
Yeah.
A little closer to the microphone.
Sure. So the last time we talked, I was just trying to process a bunch of ayahuasca journeys that I had done.
Yes.
And just trying to make sense of all the confusing things that happened around that time. And it seemed like I had a lot of unanswered questions. But since then, I found this amazing woman, and I quit my job, and I've been on vacation for like 3 months. And I've got this amazing friend, Daniel, in my life, and a few other amazing friends. And I just feel like things are coming to completion. And then I just went to this sort of sacred illumination spiritual workshop where I found peace with my best childhood friend that committed suicide. I was able to speak directly to him and get confirmation that undoubtedly proves that there is a spirit world and that he's there and he can talk to me and has been talking to me. He told me he's been showing me rainbows, and I've been seeing rainbows like crazy. And so I guess I just wanted to ask, what is happening? Am I coming to like a completion in my life where...
Never. No.
Why are things going so well? I'm wondering.
Things are going so well because you are stepping into your own power.
Okay.
That is what it is really about for you. You are at that decision point where you are deciding who you want to be. You are less likely to let someone else tell you how you should be now.
Right.
More than ever, you are being your most authentic self, and the universe is responding by offering you all the things that are a match to your authentic self.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to decide where you go from here. You have given yourself now the power to choose. The power to decide what it is that you want to create and what it is that you want to experience. And you are not only coming into the knowing that there is a spirit world out there somewhere, you are coming to the knowing that the spirit world is within you. And it is how you access that power. You are downloading more of that energy. And you are feeling it in your physical body, and you are feeling more alive because of it.
Yes.
And you get to decide what you do with it. And not us and not anyone else has the right to do so.
Thank you.
Yes.
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 Thanks. Love you.
Yes, we love you.
Hi, creators.
Yeah?
This is Tara.
Hello. Yes, let it out. Very good. Yes. Let's all breathe. Very good. It's been a long 2 days for all of you. Yes.
Creators,
Yes.
do you have any words to share with me that would potentially support the flow of my creative life force energy?
Yes. The words that we have for you
Thank you.
are that you are the energy that you want to flow. That whatever you do is infused with your energy, and that is what makes it special. That is what makes it unique. It is not the finished product that you see in front of you that has a certain amount of intrinsic value to it, other than what it is energetically that you infuse into it, that you give as a gift to this universe. You are here to be that gift to the universe and to allow yourself to be expressed in whatever way that you desire to express yourself. And as you open yourself to the expression of your energy, everything that you do becomes a work of art. Everything that you do becomes an expression of joy. And that is really what you all want to experience, because allowing energy to flow through you is a joyous experience, and that is why you want to do the things that you want to do. So, focus right now on your physical body, everyone, and feel in your physical body where your joy gets activated. And just put your attention there with the intention of activating that joy, of letting that joy come out to play. Feel yourselves become enlivened by the frequency of joy. And know that now, in this place where you are right now, anything that you do is an expression of that joy and is a gift unto this universe. And it is your unique gift that only you can give. Only you, Tara, can give your unique gift to the universe.
Thank you.
That's pretty special. You are very welcome.
Love to all of you.
Yeah. We love you very much.
Hi, creators.
Yeah.
I'm back for another question.
Very good.
I can't help it.
Yes.
I really know your movements.
Yes.
Like, I really know them so intimately. Will you tell us about them? And in general, and then for me individually?
What we are doing here is we are creating shapes, we are creating images, we are creating a flow of energy. That is what you are responding to. It is the movement of source energy. It is the movement of that creative life force energy. It is everywhere in your reality, and it is often very subtle. But in this experience of it now, it is quite grandiose. It is hard to miss. And you can make whatever you want out of these shapes, these movements, and this energy. It is not only one thing. It is like a Rorschach test. You get to decide what you want to do when you are stimulated, when you are activated by these movements and by these shapes and by this energy. We are here to activate and stimulate you into your own use of your energy, of your free will, and we are happy to play with any of you as you call upon us for assistance, as you call upon us for inspiration, for ideas, for support. We can make your arms and fingers move too. Yes. We like to play with you. It's fun. And if you get into that vibration of fun and creativity and playfulness, you are right there with us, and we can co-create together. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Such a pleasure to know you again.
Very good. Very good.
Hello, creators. This is Ruben.
Hello.
So speaking of calling upon you and playing with you, I had an experience once on a mountain, pretty recently, where I felt an energy and I didn't really know how to identify it, and it kind of came through, and I happened to have my GoPro rolling, and I recorded what I spoke of.
Yes.
In the moment, I was sort of just speaking and not paying attention to the words.
Yes.
Later, I transcribed the words, and they were pretty profound. And at the end of this sort of speech, I said, "We are the creators."
Yes.
And I had no identification. And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, was I channeling the creators?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now we come full circle to something that our channel, this channel in this particular instance, said at the beginning, which is that it comes down to trust, ultimately. For why would you ever want to delude yourself into believing something that wasn't true when you know yourself to be a genuine person? So of course, you were connected to us. You had been focusing on us. You had been interested in us. And that's all it takes. You were also in a place way out in nature, yes?
Yes, pretty far out.
Where you were less likely to have the distractions that would prevent such a connection from occurring. Not prevent, That's too strong of a word. But certainly inhibit, dampen the connection. So when you put yourself out there in a place and you do something that you love to do, and you are already moving and focusing and living your life fully, you're more likely to connect with beings like us who are there all the time waiting to connect with you. So what you did in that instance was you made it easier for yourself to have the type of connection of channeling that you wanted to have. But now that you have made the connection with us that you have, it will be easier the next time. But we recommend to any of you who are interested in making connections that you stack the deck in your favor by putting yourself in a place where you know you are more likely to be relaxed, less likely to be distracted, less likely to have thought forms floating around you, more likely to be in a state of joy and in a state of play and in a state of openness. And when you have all of those ingredients, you're bound to get something good.
I felt like it had happened before, but I didn't have a name or a label, but
Yes.
I felt that.
Yes, well, we are always around, you see. So, at first, this channel here didn't have a name for us. But his experience of us was real. And that is something else that you can all hang your hat on. That your experience is real, and that's what matters. No one can take away from you your experience of something. It becomes a part of you. And when you accept the experience for what it is and don't try to make it something else, then you can expand upon it. Then you can create more wonderful experiences for yourself that, again, no one can deny you. And isn't that a lovely way to live your lives?
Yes.
We thank you for your question and for your connection with us. We would like to close this wonderful gathering now by telling you all how beloved you are, how much light and love you are carrying, and how much you have to give to this world of yours. And so, we set you forth now, we set you free to go and be the beautiful and blessed and beloved beings of light and love that you truly are. We are the creators, and we love you very much.
We love you too, Creator.